Good morning. How you guys doing? Welcome. Sorry, a couple minutes late. Hasn't started yet though, so no worries. How you guys doing? Hope you had a good weekend. We're gonna be watching the trial again, back again to see what happens today. I think it's supposed to be the continuation of Dr. Kipper. Allegedly Dr. Feelgood. Just kidding. Let me see what's going on here. Good morning. Good morning. Let me see what we got. Okay. Welcome. Big shout out to the mods for sure. We got BL right now and Dad Set. Thank you for joining. Appreciate it. Please hit the like button. Caffeinated? A little bit, not much, because I did exercise this morning, so I did take a little pre-workout, but I already like worked it out, so I might have to like on lunch break get something for sure. Right now we're just kind of still waiting. No, there's no audio, and I'm waiting for my feed that I like to watch to come on. Hasn't started yet, so thanks, appreciate that, Sonette. Thank you. Good morning. Did you guys see the video I posted this weekend? The whole shenanigans, how Barlow, there was an interesting thing from Barlow too that I got to pull up that BL sent me. Des Marie, good morning. Thank you for the super chat or super sticker. Coffee. Good morning. Hashtag canceled. Shay. How crazy was that chase too that we watched, huh? Let me get all my stuff set up over here before we get started. Just got some water right now with lemons, which tastes really good. Still waiting on my feed. So Barlow is banned. Eve Barlow. And the testimony was thrown out. Gina Deuters. And there was also supposedly somebody in the back over there that got kicked out too, I believe. I wonder where that feed is at. Oh, and Molly texted me this morning. By the way, she has never texted me from inside the courtroom. Somebody put a tweet out. Oh, she's texting him while she's in the courtroom. She's never texted me in the courtroom. Just because I don't read her text message immediately doesn't mean that's when she sends me. Sometimes I check it later. But she said this morning she was in line out there waiting. What did she say? Supposedly Johnny will be testifying tomorrow, which that should be pretty interesting. Kathy, thank you so much for the super chat. She says, this is a great channel. Thank you. Johnny got the hair to the back today. I see that. Okay. Got the ponytail thing going on. Naked Mel. These disgusting YouTubers. I was like, what? I still don't see my thing. They're doing something else. I don't have any audio for some reason. Hold on a second. There we go. Dr. Kipper.
And then
Any audio for some reason. Hold on a second. Am I echoing?
Mr. Depp wrote to you again on July 5th, 2015, and said, "You're a great man and a great friend. As much as I would love to see you, be a waste of your time, I've just got quite a lot going on with business stuff, my Keith film, and some Amber issues, By the way, I'll try not to be too subtle about this, Cowan should be stripped of his license to practice his supposed profession, And then he should be stripped and spray painted whilst handcuffed to a stop sign. 3 exclamation points. He is at best a fraudulent, irresponsible turd of monumental proportions. 3 exclamation points. I love you, Johnny." You recall this text message from Mr. Depp?
Again, I do.
Thank you, Nancy.
Reading this, I don't remember all the specific messages I got from him, but I certainly remember the gestalt of his feelings.
Okay. And do you continue to work with Dr. Cowan? Do you continue to refer patients to Dr. Cowan? Let me ask it differently.
Yes. I have great respect for Dr. Cowan.
And Mr. Depp sent you another text message on July 24th, 2015 that says, "Hey, dear pal, Amber is happy with Cowan, I just don't know what truth he gets, and I don't know what his manners and strengths are, I think she listens to him because when we argue, she slathers me up in those condescending psychiatric trophy lines like, your fear is so visible, what are you scared of, 3 exclamation points. Why are you letting your fear and your ego control your life, etc., hippie shit, makes me want to rampage against anyone, all capitals, wearing Birkenstocks, 3 exclamation points. Love you large, Jay." I assume you recall this text message as well?
No, but I recall when I'm looking at it, yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to go to another text message. On August 3rd, 2015, Mr. Depp texts you, "You can flog me soon for waiting until now, for having not to properly given my kind apparatus the appropriate and adequate general cock love, I've tried and mostly failed, Many, many unpleasant things happening with my business world going on that are attempting to give me the funny, pained face that could render me no more and send me headfirst straight into the bowl of minestrone or worse, a green curry, So most necessary PRNs are all headache meds, Xanax, Adderall, and whatever this magical ointment for that traitorous redness in the much valued and region of significance, Thanks and love, XJD." Do you recall this text message?
No, but I'm once again reminded by looking at it.
You recall not being paid for 3 months?
I recall not being paid. I don't remember how long, and it always turned back around. But specifically that issue, no, I can't give you specifics.
So there was a period of time where Mr. Depp was not paying you for your services, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So as of February 10th, 2016, you were very concerned about Mr. Depp's health, correct?
In the document, I'm also serving as his internist, managing some medical issues. And that's the nature of these concerns.
You weren't concerned at all about Mr. Depp's continuing with his treatment plan for drug and alcohol use?
You can't separate those two issues. They're not two distinct issues. But in order for me to assess how he was doing in general with his general health, these metrics that I identify in the second paragraph were things that I needed to have follow-up on. And I wasn't getting that follow-up, and I needed to know that we were on the right course medically.
And do you recall being concerned about Mr. Depp in June 2018?
Yes.
What, if any, concerns did you have about Mr. Depp taking drugs or alcohol that were not part of the protocol?
I was concerned that could be potentially an issue.
Dr. Kipper, Kipper 28.
Your Honor, At this point, there's an exhibit of which the parties are still in dispute. I believe it's okay to continue playing at this point, and we can resolve it after the fact.
Is that?
Yeah, we can resolve it after the deposition.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Thank you.
Are invoices that you produced from February 2015 through February 6, 2015 to February 1st, 2021. Do you recall producing these documents?
No.
No.
Those would have come from my accountant's office.
Okay. Are you still working for Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Okay. And so at the bottom here, there's a lot that just say case management fee. Do you know what that refers to as opposed to nursing services and doctor services?
That's a retainer fee that I have with him on a monthly basis.
Now, Dr. Kipper, we received invoices for you from Mr. Depp from Fireman's Insurance Fund for 2014. Does this look like an invoice from your office to Mr. Depp? Dr. Kipper, you've already testified that these are invoices to Mr. Depp, correct?
I've testified that these are invoices. This is something generated from my accountant. Yes.
Have you spoken to Mr. Depp's legal counsel since the beginning of this year?
Yes.
Who have you spoken to?
I've spoken to Camille on 2 occasions.
Anybody else?
No.
What did you speak to Camille about?
About the deposition.
Mr. Kipper, Dr. Kipper, I think you're incorrect. I think also Ms. Myers was in one of those telephone conversations.
Well, that's right.
And other than the scheduling of the deposition, did they talk about the issues that you were going to be asked about?
Yes, of course.
Okay. How long were the conversations?
45 minutes each.
Were they over phone or by Zoom or in person?
The first conversation was in person, and the second was by Zoom.
And you thought there were about 2 45-minute calls?
About that.
Are you paying for your counsel in this case?
Yes, I am.
First of all, Dr. Kipper, do you remember seeing this document earlier?
Yes, I do.
And you recognize it as your initial consultation notes with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to the 3rd page. Excuse me. 1 moment. Okay. You see here where it says impressions.
Yes.
Now, could you describe what the items listed under this heading are?
So the first one, primary.
I'm putting
first one.
I switched the feeds, guys. I just want to get captions.
Imbalance. This, in general terms, I don't know. Primary dopamine imbalance, ADHD, which is attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, bipolar 1, depression secondary to above, insomnia, chronic substance abuse disorder, chronic reflux.
With respect to these items, are these an official diagnosis of Mr. Depp?
These are my impressions, yes.
When you say impression, is that considered would you consider that a diagnosis?
Yes, Ms. Myers, that's my diagnostic impression.
I'd like to pull up what's already been marked as Kipper Exhibit 4, please.
Thank you for the membership, Amy, Ohio. Appreciate that. I'm gonna get the super chats when we get a break. Yeah, so this is Dr. Kipper. This is the continuation. So hopefully we get through this kind of fast today.
Dr. Kipper, I believe we've already established, but could you confirm you recognize this document?
Yes.
And these are also notes of a consultation you had with Mr. Depp?
Correct.
And it appears from these notes that Miss Debbie Lloyd was at the meeting, correct?
Yes.
And she's a registered nurse?
Yes.
And did Mr. Depp's treatment plan contemplate Miss Lloyd remaining with Mr. Depp during his therapy?
Yes.
And was it contemplated that Miss Lloyd would personally distribute his medications to him?
Yes.
Did Miss Lloyd personally dispense medications to Mr. Depp?
Yes, she did.
And how regular was Miss Lloyd's contact with Mr. Depp?
She had contact with him daily, either physically or by phone.
How often would you estimate that she was physically in contact with him?
I would say 80%, 90% of the time, somewhere in there.
And Mr. Depp agreed to this supervision by Miss Lloyd?
Yes.
Alex, could we please pull up what's been marked as Kipper Exhibit 6?
No, I meant super
Dr.
chat.
Kipper, could you please confirm that these are your notes from a consultation you had with Mr. Depp in Boston in June of 2014?
Yes, this is a summary from June 22nd to June 24th of that of that time with him.
And if we scroll down, I guess I have it here. The notes reflect here that you met with Ms. Heard at that time, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Heard tell you that she was concerned about Mr. Depp being violent with her at this consultation?
No.
If she had told you that, is that something you would have documented in these notes?
Yes.
Your note here states that Amber has a strong family history of drug and alcohol abuse and is particularly sensitive to his behaviors and potential for abuse. The phrase potential for abuse, is that referring to substance abuse?
Yes.
It's not referring to physical abuse.
No.
And what do you mean when you state that Ms. Heard is particularly sensitive to Mr. Depp's behaviors?
Having grown up in that environment, she's used to seeing the trauma that it inflicts and is not only able to recognize it, but also it affects her. She has the ability to understand what that looks like.
And was this your observation of her or something she told you?
This is something she told me.
Alex, could you please pull up what's been marked as Kipper Exhibit 5, please? Dr. Kipper, you recognize these as, I believe you testified, a combination of your own patient notes and Miss Lloyd's patient notes for Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you testified you compiled them together. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you, for the notes that were taken by Ms. Lloyd, did you specifically request that she maintain these notes?
Yes, that's part of her responsibility.
And did you advise her on what types of information she should include in those notes?
No.
Is there anything in particular that you asked her to include in the notes?
No, she was trained in this, and she knew what the important metrics were in notation.
And I believe you testified that you have reviewed these notes in their entirety before, correct?
Yes.
How many times would you say you've reviewed these notes?
I reviewed them at the time they were written, and I reviewed them probably a couple weeks ago, so twice.
I'm going to turn to the last page now. And do you see this note marked June 30th?
Yes.
And so do you understand that to be June 30th, 2015?
Yes.
Did Miss Lloyd stop attending to Mr. Depp around this time?
I'm going to refer to my timetable just because I'll have a better sense of where the treatment was.
All right, I'd like to talk to you briefly about the detox process on Mr. Depp's island in August 2014. I believe you said that you traveled down to attend to Mr. Depp during this time, correct?
Yes.
And when you arrived on the island, who was present?
Mr. Depp, Miss Heard, Miss Lloyd, and assistants for Mr. Depp, and I can't recall which assistants.
Do you recall how many?
No. There were people that I think lived or serviced that island when he was there. There were probably 4 of those people, and I'm not sure if he had 1 or 2 of his own assistants.
Dr. Kipper, when you arrived on the island in August 2014, did you see where Mr. Depp was staying during that time?
Yes.
And what did these accommodations look like?
He had a little home structure. It was a small structure, a bedroom and a kitchen and a little sitting area.
And was Ms. Heard staying there with him?
Yes.
And relative to where Mr. Depp was staying, where was Ms. Lloyd staying?
She was staying on another part of the island in a structure called a yurt, which is like a tent.
And how far away, how long would it take Ms. Lloyd to get to where Mr. Depp was staying?
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Would that be walking?
No, that would be on a motorized vehicle.
And relative to where Mr. Depp was staying, where did you stay when you were on the island?
Stayed on the other side of that yurt.
Okay. Also in a yurt?
Yes.
Had Mr. Depp's detoxification process already started when you arrived on the island?
Yes.
And had Miss Lloyd been overseeing that process?
Yes.
Did she report any issues to you upon your arrival?
She certainly updated. I was updated. He started on the 10th. I arrived on the 12th, so I was in full communication with her from the beginning.
After you arrived on the island, did you personally oversee Mr. Depp's detoxification process?
Yes.
And how often would you check in on him?
Several times a day.
And was this physically going to see him?
No, this would be seeing him physically once a day and then checking on his progress throughout the day.
So during the detoxification process, you did see Mr. Depp at least once a day?
Yes.
And was Ms. Lloyd checking on Mr. Depp daily?
Yes.
And she was seeing him in person daily as well?
Yes.
You went and saw Mr. Depp after receiving that message, correct?
Yes.
And did Ms. Lloyd go with you?
Yes.
And where did you see Mr. Depp after receiving that message?
I believe I saw him outside of his little home. It was either in across from this little home was like a little cantina where one would eat, and it was, I think, around the cantina.
And what was his physical condition at that time?
He was frustrated. He was uncomfortable.
How was his demeanor?
One of being frustrated and uncomfortable.
And was Ms. Heard with him at that time?
When I saw Mr. Depp at that point, no, she was not.
And at this time, this was in the middle of his detoxification process, correct?
Yes.
Did you see Ms. Heard that evening?
I can't remember.
Do you recall Ms. Heard seeking medical treatment from you for any physical injuries while you were on the island in August 2014? Okay, go ahead.
No, I don't.
If Ms. Heard had sought treatment from you for injuries, is that something you would have documented?
Yes, I would have.
Is that something you would have remembered her telling you?
Yes.
Yeah, she did look kind of tired too.
Did you see Ms. Heard after this evening of August 17th?
On that particular evening, that I can't remember. But I did see Miss Heard pretty much daily during my time on the island.
So did you see her at some point, perhaps, did you see her the next day?
Yes.
And did you observe any injuries to Ms. Heard at that time?
No.
She didn't have any bruises that you observed?
No.
After you met with Mr. Depp that evening of August 17th, did you go back to his accommodations at some point?
No. No, I think we resolved the issues where we were outside of his little hut, his home.
So you didn't go and attend to him again in his home after that time?
No.
Alex, could you please pull up what's been marked as Kipper Exhibit 8? Thank you. Dr. Kipper, I think do you remember this email from earlier in your deposition?
Yes, I do.
And I believe you testified that you recall sending this email to Ms. Denbrock, the on August 18, 2014, correct?
Yes.
At the time you wrote this email, how long had you known Mr. Depp?
Approximately 4 months.
And in those 4 months, how much time had you spent with Mr. Depp in person?
I couldn't give you a cumulative number of hours, but I would say I would estimate that, including up until August 18, I would guesstimate 20 hours.
Is it fair to say that when you wrote this email, most of the time you had known Mr. Depp or spent with Mr. Depp was while he was in detox?
Yes.
During the time that you were with Mr. Depp on the island for his detox process, did you ever witness him physically abuse Ms. Heard?
No, never.
Did you ever see any physical evidence that Mr. Depp had abused Ms. Heard?
No. Same answer, never.
And during your time on the island, did you witness Ms. Heard abuse Mr. Depp in any way?
No.
Do you recall when Ms. Heard first became your patient?
No, I couldn't give you a definitive date.
It would have been before October 2014, though, correct?
Yes.
And it would have been after Mr. Depp's detox on the island in August 2014, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. When you started treating Ms. Heard, did you assign a nurse to her? When you started treating Ms. Heard, was there a nurse that you assigned to her?
I can't recall whether Ms. Myers, it was when I started to treat her. At some point, I did assign a nurse to her, but I can't tell you which came first. I believe I was treating her before I had recommended a nurse to her.
So your recollection is that you started treating her and after that a nurse was assigned?
That's my memory, yes.
Do you have a sense of how close in time to you beginning your treatment the nurse was assigned to Ms. Heard?
It couldn't have been too long, but I honestly can't give you a specific reference of time.
Do you remember that nurse's name?
Erin Borum.
And is Ms. Borum a registered nurse?
Yes.
And I believe you covered this earlier. Ms. Borum is a contractor for you?
Yes.
But she reports to you with respect to your patients that she covers.
Correct.
During the time that Ms. Heard was your patient and she had a nurse, Ms. Borum was assigned to her, how regular was Ms. Borum checking in with Ms. Heard?
Very regular. Very regular. Saw her, yes.
Would she have seen her on a daily basis?
I don't believe it was a daily basis, but I know had daily contact with her in some way.
Would Ms. Borum have seen Ms. Heard in person on at least a weekly basis?
Yes.
Were there times that Ms. Borum traveled with Ms. Heard?
Yes.
And as a registered nurse, does Ms. Borum have an obligation to report any suspected abuse of her patient to you? Alex, could you please pull up document H? Alex, is this Kipper Exhibit 34? Yes. Dr. Kipper, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's an initial intake of that care.
I'm going to scroll down a bit and just show you that there are future entries on this document as well. Do you see these?
I do. I'm assuming, I don't want to make an assumption, but I would believe these notes are from Aaron Forum. But if you'll give me a second to look at this, I can be more specific.
Certainly. Let me know if you'd like me to scroll through the document a bit more. I can do that for you.
Yes, these are notes from Aaron Forum.
Does this document reflect any of your own notes on Ms. Heard?
This reflects my treatment recommendations.
But these are Ms. Forum's notes.
Yes. Yes.
Did you ask Ms. Forum to maintain these notes?
Yes.
And for what purpose?
Because she was monitoring a patient, and I needed to be informed of how the patient was doing and for any adjustments of treatment.
Did you tell Ms. Forum what type of information should be documented in the notes?
No.
And would there be anything that you expressly asked her not to document?
No.
Do you understand that Ms. Forum used her training and judgment in preparing these notes?
Yes, I do.
You weren't telling her what to include in these notes. She was drafting them on her own. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Have you reviewed these notes before?
I have reviewed these notes.
Have you reviewed them in their entirety?
Yes, but not recently.
And how often would you review Ms. Forum's notes on Ms. Heard?
I review my nurse's notes as they come in, so that would be on a real-time basis.
Okay. And going back to the first page, do you see this entry is dated August 27th, 2014?
Yes.
Does this refresh your recollection as to when Ms. Forum would have been assigned to Ms. Heard?
Yes.
And does this at all refresh your recollection as to when you started treating Ms. Heard?
Yes, this would be about the time.
During the time that you treated Ms. Heard, did she ever seek treatment from you for injuries that appeared to be the result of domestic abuse?
No, she did not.
Did she ever seek treatment from you for any injuries that she told you were caused by Mr. Depp?
No, she did not.
And did Ms. Heard ever tell you that Mr. Depp abused her?
No, she did not.
And you never witnessed any physical abuse by Mr. Depp against Ms. Heard during the time that you treated both of them?
No, never.
If Ms. Bourne observed that Ms. Heard had any physical injuries, is this something that would have been documented in her patient notes for Ms. Heard?
Yes, absolutely.
In March 2015, you traveled down to Australia to attend Mr. Depp, is that right?
Yes.
And at the time, Mr. Depp was already in Australia, correct?
Correct.
And was Miss Lloyd with him?
Yes.
And was Miss Heard with him?
Yes.
You arrived in Australia. When did you first see Mr. Depp?
I believe it was the day after I arrived.
And where did you see him?
I saw him at his home in Australia.
And how long did you meet with him during that time?
Probably an hour.
When you first met with Mr. Depp in Australia, did you see the home that he was staying in?
Yes.
And was it a standalone house?
Yes.
Was there a fence around the house?
I'm sorry?
Was there a fence around the house?
That I can't recall.
Do you recall whether Mr. Depp's security team was at the property?
Yes, they were.
Where did you see them?
I saw them in and around the house.
Do you recall how many security personnel there were?
2 to 3.
Now, after you arrived in Australia, at some point you were notified that Mr. Depp had been injured, correct?
Yes.
And I believe this was covered earlier in your deposition. You actually received a text message from Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
And after you received that message, did you go directly to Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And Ms. Lloyd came with you?
Yes.
And I believe you said that Mr. Depp was outside the property in a car at that time, right?
That's correct.
Was Mr. Depp's security team there with him?
Yes.
And you examined Mr. Depp in the car with his security team present?
Yes, I saw him seated in the car when I arrived.
Did Mr. Depp tell you what had happened to his finger at that time?
Yes.
How long did you attend to Mr. Depp outside of the house?
Not long, probably a half hour, so I needed to get him to the emergency room.
So immediately after meeting him at the house, you went with him to the emergency room?
Yes, I cleaned his wound to the best that I could with the supplies that we had, and then took him. So it was within a half hour that we left.
Did you return to the house after bringing Mr. Depp to the hospital?
No, I was taken back to my hotel.
After you attended to Mr. Depp and before you went to the hospital with him, did you go inside the house?
No.
You did not go inside the property the day that Mr. Depp contacted you about his injured finger?
No, I did go into the house, as I had stated, that after I saw him initially, I went into the home to see the home.
And that was before you went to the hospital with him?
Yes, I went in to instruct one of the people with him to look for the tip of the finger, hoping that we would be able to put it back.
Was the tip of the finger found?
It was found.
Who found it?
I believe this man was their chef.
And do you know where he found it or where he told you he found it?
He said he found it in the kitchen area.
Yeah, they're killing me.
When you went into the house, did you see Miss Heard?
Yes.
Appreciate the love.
And
Love you guys.
how did she appear?
She was certainly upset.
Did Miss Heard seek any medical attention from you for any injuries at that time?
No.
Did Miss Heard seek any medical attention from Miss Lloyd at that time?
No.
Did you observe any physical injuries to Miss Heard when you saw her that March 2nd, 2015?
No.
So Miss Heard did not have any observable bruises that you saw?
That's correct.
And did Miss Heard appear to have a broken nose? Was Miss Heard's face swollen at all when you saw her?
Not that I was aware of, no.
Did Miss Heard have any cuts on her arms when you saw her?
Not that I can recall.
Did you recall seeing any cuts on her feet or any other part of her body?
I can't recall.
If Miss Heard had appeared to have been injured, is this something that you would have documented?
Yes.
Did you observe any broken glass in the house?
Yes.
Could you tell what the glass was from?
No.
Was there blood around the broken glass?
There was blood around the home, as I had previously mentioned, but I didn't specifically see blood on glass.
Where did you see the broken glass?
In the kitchen area.
And that's where the top part of the finger was found as well?
Yes.
Alex, could you please bring up what I believe was marked as Kipper Exhibit 17? Dr. Kipper, you recognize this document from earlier in the deposition?
Yes.
It's a letter dated March 15th, 2015 from you to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
And you did send this letter to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Alex, could you please pull up what I've marked as document K, and I believe will be Kipper Exhibit 35?
Thank you for the
Kipper, do
windows.
you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
If you could just, for my verification, can you scroll down to the bottom, please?
Sure. It goes on for 2 pages.
Yes, I'm familiar with this document, yes.
Did you prepare this document?
No,
Is this a document that was prepared by someone who works for you?
this was prepared by Monroe Tinker, who is a nurse practitioner who worked for me at that time.
Is this a record that's ordinarily prepared and maintained in the course of your business?
Yes,
And have you reviewed this document before?
Yes.
When would you have reviewed it?
I reviewed it immediately after the visit, probably the next day. And I also reviewed this a couple weeks ago.
And I'd just like to direct your attention to the last page. Is this your signature here?
Yes.
And when would you have signed this?
That was confirming that I reviewed Mr. Tinker's notes.
Going back to the top, this is a patient record for Ms. Heard, correct?
Yes.
And this, where it says date December 17th, 2015, is that the date of this, that's the date of this document?
Yes.
And the document states phone call consultation headache, correct?
Yes.
So does that mean that on December 17th, 2015, Ms. Heard called the offices to report a headache?
Yes.
And right below this, there's a paragraph that starts out with HPI. What does that stand for?
History of present illness.
And is the information in this paragraph what Ms. Heard reported during her phone consultation?
That's what's written. I was not there, but that's what's written.
States today the patient reports a headache after she bumped her head while standing up 2 days ago, correct?
Yes.
And a couple sentences below that it says last seen in the office on 12/23/2015. Is that an error? Or did she come back in later?
No, I think that's got to be an error.
So, based on this document, it's your understanding that Ms. Heard called the office on December 17th.
Yes.
Scrolling down to the bottom here, it says objective data physical exam. Do you see that?
Yes.
Does that mean that Ms. Heard came into the offices for a physical examination?
That's what it signifies, yes.
And would that have also been on December 17th, 2015?
Yes. This note reflects that visit. Everything in this note reflects that visit.
And so Monroe would have also performed that physical examination?
Monroe did perform that physical examination. I did not see Ms. Heard. Monroe saw Ms. Heard.
And the information below this heading of physical exam, which goes on to the next page, are these the findings from Ms. Heard's physical exam on December 17th?
Correct.
And if Ms. Heard had any physical injuries, would those have been noted in this portion of the document?
Yes.
And there are some medical terms in here, but so if you could let me know, does any of this indicate that there were physical injuries that were documented?
No.
No physical injuries. If you guys could hit like, please, I'd appreciate it. Thank you for joining me this morning. I appreciate that too. You guys pressured me. You cornered me in the chat.
Does this document indicate that a concussion check was performed?
Yes.
And what were the results of that?
Under the assessment and plan as written, Mr. Tinker did not indicate concussion under his assessment.
Under assessment and plan, item 4 says that Dr. Kipper is aware of the medical plan and is in agreement. That's consistent with your recollection?
Yes.
And I believe you testified you didn't see Ms. Heard on December 17th, correct?
That's correct.
How were you informed of the medical plan?
I spoke to Mr. Tinker by telephone.
And would that conversation have happened on the 17th as well?
Yes.
Alex, could you please pull up document L? And I believe this is what will be marked as Kipper Exhibit 36. Dr. Kipper, do you recognize this document?
I don't know. Are we paying attention? You guys paying attention?
Yes, I recognize it upon looking at it, yes.
What do you recognize this document as?
As an email from Ms. Heard to me requesting medical records for that month of December.
December 2015?
Oh my God.
Yes.
And do you recall receiving this email?
I don't recall receiving it, but I'm sure I did, and I'm sure I reviewed it. Yes.
I need to get off the camera.
And you see that the email is dated August 8th, 2016, correct?
Yes.
And you have no reason to doubt that you received the email on or around that date?
Correct.
On August 8th, 2016, was Ms. Heard still your patient?
I believe so, but I can't be sure.
Now, I'm going to read from this email here. Ms. Heard writes to you, as per our conversation earlier, is it possible to get my medical records from the month of December, please? I know I saw Monroe during one of my office visits, if it makes it easier for you to find. I'm not sure. Anyway, it was great talking to you earlier. Ms. Heard references speaking to you earlier in this email, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall having spoken to Ms. Heard before receiving this email?
I can't remember.
You don't remember anything about a conversation that you might have had with Ms. Heard prior to receiving this email?
No, I can't recall that.
And I believe you already stated this, but you understand Ms. Heard to be requesting medical records from December 2015, correct?
Correct.
Yo.
And
Oh my God.
Ms. Heard mentions Monroe in this email as well, correct?
Correct.
And Monroe is the nurse practitioner that Ms. Heard saw on December 17, 2015, right?
Yes.
Did you provide Ms. Heard with her medical records for December 2015?
I believe so.
And do you recall what those records consisted of?
The one we just reviewed.
Was that the only one for December 2015?
Again, I would have to research her chart for that information, but I know at least it was that note.
Did Ms. Heard ever ask you for any other medical records?
No.
In the over 6 years that you've known Mr. Depp, have you ever witnessed him be physically abusive to any person?
Never.
And you've never witnessed him be physically abusive to Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
You've also known Ms. Heard for over 6 years at this point, correct?
Yes, although I have not seen Ms. Heard for at least a couple years, perhaps 3 years.
In the 6 years that you treated or in the over 6 years you've treated Mr. Depp, has Mr. Depp ever complained to you that Ms. Heard has physically abused him?
No, not that I can recall.
Have you ever witnessed Ms. Heard be physically abusive to Mr. Depp?
No.
Has anyone who works for you or reports to you ever reported to you that they witnessed Ms. Heard be physically abusive to Mr. Depp?
No, not that I can recall.
You testified earlier from questions from Ms. Myers that the tip of Mr. Depp's finger was found in the kitchen, found on the floor of the kitchen in the home in Australia, correct?
Right.
And do you know where the kitchen was? Was it on what floor the kitchen was?
There was a downstairs below the kitchen area. I think those, I'm not really sure. I think those were bedrooms, but I'm not positive. So this would be on the main floor. The kitchen was on the main floor as you went into the home.
And that's where the tip of the finger was found in the kitchen on the main floor?
Yes.
No, there was a text message where you got a text message from Mr. Depp.
Yes.
And he said he cut his finger, correct?
I think that's what it said, yes.
Okay. And the reference from the emergency room said that Mr. Depp had sliced his finger with a knife, correct?
Yes, that's what he told, because I was present for that. That's what he told the emergency room doctor.
Okay. So Mr. Depp told the emergency room doctor that he had cut his finger with a knife, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't put that in any of your notes that a bottle was thrown at Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Did Mr. Depp have any cuts anywhere else on his face or anywhere else that would have come from glass? Now, if Ms. Heard told Ms. Borum that Mr. Depp had hit her in the face several times and sent her pictures of bruises, would you expect Ms. Borum to report that in her notes?
I would have expected Ms. Borum to send me those pictures.
Okay. So you would have expected to see those pictures from Ms. Borum, is that correct?
Yes.
And you would have expected, and you would have wanted Ms. Borum to, if she had seen a text that said, I was hit in the face by Ms. Heard, and then received pictures of bruises, that Ms. Borum would report that to you, correct?
Yes.
Is that an instruction that you gave to your nurses to report to you any abuse that they saw or were reported to them?
Yes, if they saw that as valid. Ms. Heard, for example, if somebody hurt Ms. Heard while she was under the direct care of Ms. Borum, and Ms. Borum documented that Ms. Heard had been injured, she certainly would have reported that to me.
That's what your expectation would be, that she would report it.
Dr. Kipper, did you keep any notes of your treatment of Mr. Depp while he was in Australia?
Other than the summary notes, no.
And was Miss Lloyd with you when Mr. Depp told you what had happened to his finger before you brought him to the hospital?
I believe yes. I'm not positive, but I believe yes, because she was helping me at the car to try to clean out that finger, which is when he explained what happened.
So you believe that Miss Lloyd would have heard Mr. Depp's explanation?
I believe so.
All right, that completes the deposition. And the next witness is also by deposition, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. Debbie Boyd.
All right, well, why don't we go ahead and take our morning break. It's a little early, but since the next witness is also by deposition, why don't we take our 15-minute break now so you can stretch for a little bit, and we'll come back in about 15 minutes, okay? So you can go ahead. Do not talk to anybody. Don't do any outside research, right? Okay, thank you. 15 minutes.
So I guess we're going to hear testimony. Debbie Lloyd is the personal, or was the personal nurse for Johnny. And then Amber Heard's nurse, I forgot her name. I had it here somewhere. Oh, Erin Borum.
I'm told this clock is right today, so we'll come back at 11:25, okay? All right, thank you.
11:25. Let me see here too. A couple things. So supposedly, I don't know if it's true or not, Molly said that tomorrow Johnny is supposed to be testifying, which should be interesting. One of the things I realized too, Lindsay messaged me and she was telling me that I need to, yeah, you guys go take a break. Somebody said smoke break. I need a little bit of caffeine, I think. Not yet, but soon. Maybe by lunchtime. But Lindsay was telling me I should clip like the big testimonies. I'm just going to start recording it and I just post the shorter clips after, maybe, I guess. So that I want to see the whole thing. Change the shirt. Ooh, somebody said they don't like Johnny's ponytail. Chrissy said Johnny's getting a lot of love today with the ponytail. Chrissy Lee says, sorry, I definitely don't like the ponytail, but I still love you. I don't know, but we'll have to see. Suppose this guy's testifying tomorrow. That should be really interesting. True, yeah, I love Florida. Florida is crazy, and I love it. Oh my god, yo, I really appreciate the love. I wasn't expecting that. I was kind of a little, you know, turning, I guess it feels weird saying blush. I was blushing or something. I don't know. You guys like the ponytail? He threw it back today. He's looking more together today to me. Not that he looked like bad before, but today he looks kind of, you know. And Amber somewhat looks decent for the first time. You know, some of the uniforms she was wearing, I said I could only describe it as a uniform. Some sort of military, German, I don't know, Nazi, I don't know. Let me go over some of these. I guess I could go over some of the notes. Hey, thank you. So 15-minute break, and then after the break, we're gonna hear the nurse. The nurse we have just been hearing described by Dr. Kipper, Nurse Debbie Lloyd. Her deposition also pre-recorded. I really like the live like testimonies type of thing. Oh, let me get the super chats too. I forgot. Gotta respect the super chats. And thank you for the love this morning, man. I got up pretty early. I got to go do a little bit of exercise, so I feel pretty good. Desi, and I think I said this already, thank you for the super sticker. Appreciate that. Rebecca, thank you for becoming a member. Alicia, that guy's still running to this day. Kathy says, this is a great channel. Thank you for the super chat. And hope you're doing well. Hope you had a great, how was your guys' weekend? Did you have a good weekend? What about beautiful face to see first thing in the morning talking about you? Thank you for all you do. Thank you. Appreciate that. Corina Matos, I discovered you when I was following Brian Laundrie case and haven't missed a video since. Amazing channel. I even purchased YouTube Premium. Oh, nice. Thank you. That's cool. I think with the YouTube Premium, I think I get like, even if a video's demonetized, I still get like some sort of YouTube like pays a little bit, which is cool. If you guys could help out with the likes, that would be great. Let me see here. Randa, thank you for subscribing. Brandy, thank you for subbing. Amy, thank you for becoming a member. Florina, thank you for the super chat. For all DV abusers, DV doesn't discriminate genders, age, and race. And that reminds me, BL did send me an interesting story. I didn't even read it. I just looked at the headline of the story that BL sent me. I don't think I probably couldn't even show that here. But it's a really messed up jet. I mean, this guy is torn from the top down. There's even a video. Police body cam reveals horror of Alex's domestic abuse injuries. A 21-year-old man who was dazed from death following months of violent attacks from his abusive girlfriend. Officers from Bedfordshire police found Alex Skeel from Stewart by cowering on the stairs after receiving a call from concerned neighbors who had heard screaming following his latest attacks at the hands of Jordan Worth. Worth regularly attacked him with weapons including a hammer, screwdriver, bread, knives, and a broken hairbrush in a 9-month campaign of DV that left him 10 days. Oh, I just lost it. 10 days away from death, according to the medics. Like this guy, I don't even know that. I don't even think I could show you the pictures. I mean, this guy's like skin's like hanging off, or I don't know what this woman did to him. And the woman, the chick, I can show you a picture of her, like the regular picture of these guys. All right, let me see if I can do that. And the woman's like a little small, she's like a petite woman. A petite woman tearing this guy up. Hey, baby, I love you. I'm like, damn. That's what I'm saying. At a certain point, you're gonna have to defend yourself. Forget about being canceled. You could be killed, right? Let's see here. What else does it say? Now 22, Alex, a football coach, has revealed the extent of his horrific injuries for the first time in a BBC documentary that charts how he was violently assaulted, stabbed, starved, and burnt by the mother of his 2 children, who was jailed in April 2018. Damn, they got kids. Alex lost almost 4 stone after being deprived food, but stayed in Worth, an aspiring teacher, because he was in love with her and feared losing custody of his children. Oh, so it was like a control probably thing too, like a manipulation thing. How does somebody starve you as an adult? How does that happen? Body cam footage from a police visit on June 3rd, 2017 shows officers entering the couple's home, finding the bathroom splattered in blood, and Alex, who was bleeding from the wrist, bandaged using a football sock. Man, at a certain point, forget all societal standards, man, or whatever it is that they put on us, because you have to live. At a certain point, you're going to fight for yourself. ... I don't know what here. Let me get the super chats as well. A messed up story. I never heard of that story before. Let me get these before they come back. Callie, Sandy, thank you so much for the super chat. I hope you're doing well. I hope you had a great weekend. I think you sent me something recently, an email again too, right? Deb Godfrey, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, Mel, for the mods for all you do. Thank you for the mods for sure. That's it. BL, Jasmine. I don't know who else we have right now. Streamlabs. Oh, and Lindsay. Lindsay was around too. Where the Wind Blows. Thank you so much for the super chat. Patty says, thanks for the coverage of this trial, Team Johnny. Robert Sheridan, thank you so much for the super chat. Hey, Mel, look into Queens NY murder of the mother of 2 stabbed 60 times. Suspect on loose. Next big case. Really? Queens, let me see, Queens, New York murder. I kind of I want to start pushing some other stuff too at the same time while we cover this. It's going to be a little tough, but we could do it. Mother stab. Let's see. Is this a new story? Stabbed 60 times. Oh, it's a new story. Murder Queen's mother or Orsola Gal stabbed 60 times by a killer who then sent husband a text message. All right, I'm gonna send this to the group that I'm in. Maybe they can check out the story later on. That seems kind of wild. She was 51 years old, stabbed 60 times in her neck, torso, and arm, according to police. The married mother of two's body was found inside a duffel bag on a sidewalk in Forest Hills, Queens. I used to live in Queens. Her husband, Howard Klein, and the oldest son, Jamie, were out of town. Her 13-year-old son, Leo, was at home. The killer is believed to have used Gal's phone to text her husband. What do you guys think? Do you think this is somebody obsessed with her? Was she having... I mean, I don't want to put that on her. I don't know the story, but jealous lover or something? He said, your wife sent me to jail. Oh, wow. It says, your wife sent me to jail some years ago. I'm back. It said, along with a warning not to contact the police. Gal is a Hungarian native who is believed to have met her husband overseas. She was a stay-at-home mother. So how did she... Surveillance footage captures someone dragging a bag containing her body in the street at 4:30 in the morning. The person has not been identified yet. Holy crap. Wow. Oh, we'll see if we can get more information on that. Maybe we can talk about that later. Thank you for that, Robert. Thanks for sending that. Kaylee, thank you for the subscription. Yep, thank you for the membership. And for the people that are new members, you should go check out that crazy story I posted just recently. My 2010, probably the craziest day of my life. And all kinds of stuff. LSD, all kinds of stuff. Young, dumb, and, Samantha, thank you so much for the super chat. Amber, thank you so much. Thank you for everything you do for us. Oh, thank you. I remember you were here. I think you've been following with us this entire time, right? And Samantha, thank you for becoming a member. Husband Mel. Maribel, what's up? Hope you're doing well. About to get your workout on. Nice. I did a little bit of cardio today. I need to probably go back later, try to do some more. The murderer texts the husband saying, put him in jail. I wonder what happened. Did she get him arrested? Did he do something to her? And she called the police previously. The couple lived in a $2 million home. That's weird. There was something else too I was going to show you guys. Let me see. Something BL had sent me. They should be coming back in a couple minutes. This was one of the things they were saying too, that they don't want people, I guess the spectators, even making facial expressions. Finally, I have a few minutes to give you my thoughts on this week's testimonies and court process. This was posted April 15 by the real Laura B. We are told empathetically, do not show emotion, no giggling, shaking heads, yet many spectators are ignoring this, no matter how many times the sheriff states it. There should be no gestures, facial expressions, or so you just got to sit there, no reaction. Anyone violating this order will be expelled immediately from the courtroom and will not be able to return during the pendency of the trial. Oh my god. I just saw that they highlight, somebody posted under that too. They highlighted Molly's face. Zoomed in. When she reacted. Thank you, Tammy, for the membership chat. Thanks for your do love your channel. Thank you. That's a normal rule for the audience. Okay. They do have this thing here too. Somebody sent me a link with all a website to the exhibits that are being posted. I guess they have like video files. Let me see. That's a PDF. Oh, this is the. It's Amber Heard. Let's see. That doesn't work. Yeah, they have like all the video files on here. Let's see. Yeah. Nothing that interesting. Discord, you should be able to comment. Oh, let me see. They're coming back.
Yes, I have these.
Okay.
And then there's one that there's a disagreement on that we can address an hour later.
Okay, well, which one do you have a disagreement on? We might as well do it now before we go on to the next deposition.
Sure. So the exhibit is it's Invoices from Dr. Kipper.
What number is it?
I'm sorry. It is
1067. Or 1067.
That's correct. And we have no objection to the document coming in. It's just we have a disagreement about the redaction.
All right, if you want to come forward, then maybe we'll take a look at the, and you said 1067, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
I wonder how long this pre-recorded video is going to be of the nurse. She might have a little bit of interesting information because I guess she was personally directly, even though the doctor was too, but a lot of times the nurses will have more interaction with the patients than the doctor. Discord, I try to use one. It says it's expired. It should be active, but I'll double check because the other day I realized for some reason the link deactivated. Let me make sure it's still active. Yeah, it's active. I'll put the link in there. I think this works. I think this link works too. Yeah, I think this works. That one you have that you're using, I think is expired. Or no, maybe not. I don't know. This one definitely works. The main link is discord.gg/ickedmail. Yeah, the nurses really do a lot of the work, all the work. Is Corey Bigsby in jail? Yeah, he's still locked up as far as I know. He needs a new attorney, though. Is Eve Barlow there? No, she shouldn't be. Did you see her? She's supposed to be banned. Oh, what was that post to? BL sent me a post from BL that was hypocritical. Let me see. I thought it was kind of interesting. Oh, here it is. Oh. Well, maybe I should not put. How am I going to make it through the Olympics? Oh, oh yeah. Chives, what's up, man? Welcome. Good morning. No, you didn't really miss anything. I mean, it was the doctor's testimony, which is pre-recorded, and he talked about the treatments that he was giving Johnny and on the island, and supposedly the chef found the tip of the finger, Johnny's finger. So he was on detox.
Oh yeah, sure.
Johnny was on detox. He also said okay, and the doctor said, he says she did not appear to have a broken nose, a swollen face, or cuts on her arms or legs. He says, not that I can recall. As far as Amber Heard, like he didn't notice any injuries on her. Depp's Island detox in 2014. The doctor said that he did see both blood and broken glass in the house, but not specifically blood around the glass. Said the broken glass was around the kitchen area where the tip of Depp's finger was discovered. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Jovalicious. We got into a whole thing about that just a little bit ago. The purple shirt. Thank you. Yeah, if you guys could hit like. I didn't even share the stream out yet. I forgot to share the stream. I mean, I guess it helps a little bit. Let me share the stream out. I'm kind of hungry. Share it out. Mm-hmm. Let me do Facebook as well. That old man has great hair. Who? Dr. Kipper? Eve Barlow. Has Barlow said anything on Twitter about being banned? Or is she quiet? She must have been angry, like fuming. Let's see. Oh, damn. Yeah, let's see. She posted some food thing on April 15th. That was it. Eve Barlow. So is that really Amber's girlfriend, or was that incorrect? In the document, it said Amber's girlfriend. Oh, and I want to look at this article too. Let's see. Where's the elevator video? No, I haven't eaten today. I didn't eat. I might just get up and fry some eggs in a minute in between this. Yeah, no, I need to grab a little something. Based on this case this far, whose side are you leaning on? So far, yeah, there's no sound in the courtroom right now. Screens are so big, I gotta go like this and like this. So far, leaning on Johnny's side. So far, Johnny's side. I mean, like I said, I'm trying to keep an open mind. I mean, she's admitted to hitting him. The only thing so far that I've heard him admit is pushing her to like defend himself, you know. But yeah, he has a history of drugs. It seems like she does too. I feel like they're both gonna drag each other through the mud. You know, I mean, it's already been happening for a while, I guess. But I'm keeping an open mind. Like I'm curious to see what they're gonna bring forward. Are they gonna be able to prove anything? You know, as far as like, physical, it's really hard to when you have these personal things going on or in DV situations to try to prove what actually happened. It's kind of like, what's that saying? He said, she said. The thing is, they got a lot of audio recordings though and videos, and her character just looks so shady, man. I mean, when I see her in the elevator of his penthouse, you know, with these other guys and stuff, which I forgot the timeline. Was that after, before, or during their relationship? But she just looks shady as hell, and I learned a lot about Johnny that I never knew. I mean, some of the people that he's put up in that penthouse, and even her and her family and stuff. He's done a lot.
Yes, Your Honor.
You know. Sperderhoff, are you ready for the jury? Are you ready for the jury? Okay, just make sure. That's right. Thank you.
Yeah, that break was definitely extended. And then especially with the whole thing they pulled, the stunt they pulled, with Gina Deuters, which Gina was wrong for watching the testimony. She shouldn't have watched it. But then that shady ass, the group sitting behind them, fabricating and cropping an image from Instagram to make it look like it was a recent post, and then lying to the judge, decepting, you know, that just shows me like, what else have you been lying about and deceiving, you know, and you're willing to do that in a courtroom, you know? But trying to keep an open mind. I sometimes get flashbacks listening to some of their story a little bit. Sometimes I get a little bit of flashback, like, damn. Reminds me of some of the stuff, not this crazy, but reminds me of some of the stuff I've been through, you know?
All right, thank you. Nice. Just for the record, I assume juror number 10 that's your address to your employer because you need a letter from your employer. Is that correct? Okay. So the court's going to do a letter for his employer so he can be released from work for 6 weeks. So that's what that information is, just for the record. It's just his employer's address. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Are we ready for your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Depp calls Debbie Lloyd.
Okay.
By a video.
By deposition. Okay.
Amber said, I'm here to see, or was it Amber? Oh, Joe Valicious. I'm here to see what costume Amber's wearing today. She's kind of normal today. Don't insult Nazis. And you're right, Samantha. Amber has a history of DV from what I saw. I mean, I read one story about the airport situation, but there was another article somebody sent me there. I think there might be more. So to me, that's what I'm saying. Like, a lot is pointing, like, they were toxic together. They were no good for each other. And when you're in those kind of things, it just gets worse. You start doing things you never thought you'd do or say. But, I mean, yeah, clearly Johnny had issues with drugs for his entire life. It seems a majority of his life. And child abuse, too.
Okay.
Oh, did I steal the chat? I don't know. Did I? Let me see. I think I was supposed to and I never did. My bad. Oh yeah, I never did. There she is. So let me fix the witness thing.
Yes,
And you do not live or work in Virginia, correct?
correct.
Have you at any time spoken with, can you please provide your full name?
Deborah Lynn Lloyd.
And Ms. Lloyd, you live in California
Yes,
and you work in California
yes,
and you do not live or work in Virginia, correct?
correct.
Have you at any time spoken with Mr. Depp or any of his counsel either in preparation for this deposition or for any other matter after you no longer worked with Mr. Depp?
Yes,
Do you recall who you spoke to?
I believe her name was Camille.
And do you recall when you spoke to Camille approximately?
2 weeks ago.
And what did Camille and you discuss?
She had asked me if Johnny had ever thrown anything at me.
And what did you say?
No,
Was there any other, was that the total of your communications with Camille?
that was the only time that I remember speaking to her.
Did you speak about anything else other than whether, and when you say Johnny, I assume you mean Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes,
Did you have any other, did you discuss anything else other than whether Mr. Depp had thrown something at you?
they had asked if I would be willing to go to Virginia to the trial.
And are you willing to go to Virginia to be a trial witness?
No,
Did you, at any time, did you speak, and did you have any other, do you recall anything else you and Camille spoke about?
not in detail.
Do you know how long the conversation was, approximately?
Approximately 15 minutes.
Was it over the phone?
Yes,
Do you recall at any other time having any other communications with any other counsel for Mr. Depp?
no, there was somebody else on that call, I believe, from his side, but I don't know who it was.
Do you recall if it was a man or a woman?
A man.
Did you ever speak to Adam Walton?
I know an Adam reached out to me a long time ago. I don't remember a last name.
You're a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner?
Yes.
Can you briefly explain what that is?
I'm a nurse practitioner that specializes in psychiatry.
And did you go to, where'd you go to school for that?
I got my master's from Maryville University.
Is that in California?
It's in Illinois.
And I understand.
It's in Missouri, St. Louis, Missouri. Sorry.
No problem. And I understand you're also a certified addiction nurse?
Yes.
And can you briefly explain what that is?
I had to get a certification in addiction nursing.
And what is addiction nursing?
Nursing that specializes in taking care of patients with chemical dependency issues.
And chemical dependency, that's drugs and alcohol?
Yes.
How long have you worked in those fields? Addiction nursing and mental health nursing?
Since 2004.
And would you agree that one of your specialties is concierge addiction services?
It was, yes.
What are concierge addiction services?
We would. That's a good question. I mainly deal with higher end clients and provide care, go to their home rather than have them come into facilities.
And would you at times provide 24/7 nursing care?
Yes.
And you'd also be a patient's travel companion for nursing care?
Yes.
And you own your own company?
Yes.
And what was the company's name?
Turning Point.
Okay. Do you still own Turning Point?
Yes.
And what does Turning Point do?
Provides services. It's actually no longer, I still own it, but I don't work with it anymore. It provides services to either nursing or sober companion services to patients.
And when did you start Turning Point?
I don't recall the exact year.
Does anyone else own it?
No.
How many people work at Turning Point?
I'm the only employee.
And what do you have, contract nurses who work for you?
I did, yes.
And what does Turning Point do now, if anything?
Sits dormant.
Okay. And when did it start to sit dormant?
About 2 years ago.
Is there any particular reason why?
And that's when I became a nurse practitioner and changed my career path.
We'll continue to translate.
What the?
Copy.
Oh, Lord. The feed just cut. I think they had a mistake. Let me get it back. I can just rewind it a little bit. I don't know why they did that. Okay, here's the...
About 2 years ago.
Is there any particular reason? You performed work for Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
Was that with Turning Point? Can you explain how that arose, how you began to work for Mr. Depp through Dr. Kipper?
And Dr. Kipper was his doctor, and he needed nursing services, so Dr. Kipper reached out to me.
Sorry.
And it's Dr. David Kipper, correct?
We're good.
Correct.
Yeah, it's like hijack.
Had you worked with Dr. Kipper before working with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Do you know when you started working for Mr. Depp, approximately?
Approximately, I think it was 2015 or 16.
Okay.
Elon testifying from
and
space.
we can look at some documents, and that may help. Do you know how many patients you would work with Dr. Kipper before working with Mr. Depp?
That would be a guesstimate.
Okay. Do you have any approximation?
20.
And when Dr. Kipper reached out to you about Mr. Depp, did he reach out to you by phone or by written communication?
By phone.
You recall what Dr. Kipper told you he was looking for in regards to Mr. Depp's care?
Detox.
And detox from what?
Originally, I don't think I knew any of the specifics.
What did you understand Mr. Depp was looking to detox from?
Opioids.
Any other medication or any other drugs that Mr. Depp was looking to detox from?
Not that I recall.
Do you know if Mr. Depp ever took cocaine?
You can answer if you know.
I never witnessed him use any cocaine.
Okay. So, did Dr. Kipper contract with your company for care for Mr. Depp?
I don't recall the specifics of how we were brought on.
Well, okay. How were you paid?
Through Dr. Kipper.
Did you have to submit your time to Dr. Kipper?
Yes.
For Mr. Depp services? Okay. Did Mr. Depp ever pay you directly?
No.
Did you ever get any gifts from Mr. Depp?
Yes.
What gifts did you receive from Mr. Depp?
I remember getting a jewelry box and a, I forget what it's called, like a notepad, a fancy notepad, I guess.
It was, do you recall why Mr. Depp gave you the jewelry box? You can answer that.
I don't know why. I believed it was for a thank you.
Okay. And the same, you believed it was a thank you with the fancy notepad that you received?
It was at the same time.
Okay. Did you receive anything else ever from Mr. Depp?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Do you still do work for Dr. Kipper?
I have not recently.
Do you recall when you last worked with Dr. Kipper?
Not exactly.
Do you remember the year you stopped working with Dr. Kipper?
No.
Do you recall the last time you've spoken to Dr. Kipper?
This week? Last week?
What did you talk to Dr. Kipper about this week?
He's my personal doctor.
Okay. So, did you speak to Dr. Kipper at all about this case?
No.
Have you ever spoken to Dr. Kipper about your deposition?
No.
Have you ever spoken to Dr. Kipper about his deposition?
Yes.
And you know who Erin Borum is, correct?
Yes.
And who is she?
She's a nurse that worked with us.
And Ms. Borum worked for Turning Point, is that right?
Yes.
And she, and did you hire Ms. Borum?
Yes.
Ms. Borum is the other nurse.
Was Ms. Borum a salaried employee of Turning Point?
No.
So Ms. Borum was a contract employee for Turning Point, correct?
Correct.
So how, in kind of general sense, how did that work with Ms. Borum and Turning Point?
Objection B.
If you needed her for a particular case, you'd hire her for that case?
Yes.
Okay. And you're saying your testimony is that you had hired Ms. Borum previously for other patients, is that right? Before Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall how Ms. Borum came to work for Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd?
And do you recall how Ms. Borum came to work for Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd?
Absolutely right.
Yes.
How did that happen? What happened?
I was taking care of Johnny and Amber. It was decided that Amber needed some support, so I brought her in for Amber.
So, were you Mr. Depp's primary nurse?
Yes.
And was Ms. Borum Amber's primary nurse?
Yes.
Okay. And would you ever share responsibilities where Ms. Borum would perform nursing care for Mr. Depp and you would perform nursing care for Amber?
I know Aaron covered for me a few times. I do not believe I ever cared for Amber.
And you said that a decision was made that Amber needed nursing care?
Yes.
Who made that decision?
I don't recall.
Can we put up attachment 2 and we'll call this Lloyd Exhibit 1?
Stand by.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's a TV, right? For sure. No way, that's a, yeah, that's a push gate. Shelley said her lips are bigger than the pufferfish in the tank.
And Miss Lloyd, I'm showing you what's been marked as Lloyd Exhibit 1. You'll see it's many pages, and we're going to go through some of these during the day. But just looking at it, do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
And what is Lloyd Exhibit 1?
My nursing notes.
Okay. And so these are notes that you created?
Yes.
And these are notes you created for your care of Mr. Depp, is that right?
Correct.
And if at a break you want to go over to see the whole thing, I'm happy to let you do that, just to save time rather than having you read 123 pages.
Please.
But did you create these notes in the ordinary course of business?
Can you clarify what that means?
You created these notes as part of your job of being a nurse, correct?
Yes.
Did Dr. Kipper ask you to keep these notes?
We just keep notes as nurses. I don't recall.
So this is your normal practice, keeping these notes. It's not particular to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Did you receive any training into how to keep these notes?
Nursing school.
Okay. And the notes are typed, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you bring a laptop with you when you were working with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Well, let's just go to the first one. It says June 12th, 2014, 2300. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And 2300, that's military time, correct?
Yes.
So that's 11 p.m. at night?
Yes.
Okay. And it says RN and MD met with patient to discuss plan and medication regime. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. The RN is you, correct?
Correct.
And the MD is Dr. Kipper?
Correct.
And the patient is Mr. Depp, right?
Correct.
Okay. So where it says 6/12/14 at 2300, is that when you met with Mr. Depp, or is that when you wrote up the note?
That's when I wrote up the note.
Okay. So you may have met with Mr. Depp at some other time before this?
Sometime during that day.
Okay. So the time you have here is when you wrote the note?
Correct.
Okay. And would you typically type the notes as opposed to writing notes in handwriting and then typing notes?
Correct.
Okay. Did anyone review the notes?
You can answer if you know.
Notes were sent to Dr. Kipper.
How often would you send the notes to Dr. Kipper?
I don't recall.
And was there a system where he could see the notes, or did you email him, Dr. Kipper, the notes?
Email.
Okay. So, is it your understanding, based on these notes, that the first time you met Mr. Depp was on June 12th, 2014?
Yes.
And if we scroll down to the 6/13/14, this says you met with patient in his apartment, correct?
Correct.
So the next day you met with Mr. Depp in his apartment. Is that right?
According to my notes, I don't recall.
Okay. And in the second line, you write, he stated that he initially started taking opiates after some dental work and became dependent on them. Is that something that Mr. Depp told you?
According to my notes.
Would there be a reason you would write that if Mr. Depp did not tell you that?
No.
Okay. And then you write, patient is fearful of coming off of opiates, but knows it's what he needs to do. So again, that's something, according to your notes, that Mr. Depp told you?
According to my notes, yes.
And then it says, patient also expressed some emotional trauma which causes him depression and anxiety. Again, according to your notes, that's what Mr. Depp told you?
According to my notes, yes.
Do you recall at all what the emotional trauma was that was causing Mr. Depp depression and anxiety?
I do not recall.
Okay. Let me ask this again. Do you recall what the plan was for Mr. Depp's detox as of the end of June 2014?
Plan in what regards?
Where was Mr. Depp's detox going to take place?
I don't remember when it was determined, but I remember that it was after filming we would go to the island.
And that's the island that Mr. Depp owns?
Yes.
And you went to the island, correct?
Correct.
Who else was on the island in this time when Mr. Depp was doing the detox?
You can answer if you know.
I know I was there. I cannot remember if Amber was there the entire time, and some of Johnny's staff and Dr. Kipper came at some point.
Okay. How did you get to Mr. Depp's island?
Flew.
And then what, do you take a boat to his island?
Yes.
Okay. And if we go to, in the same document, Kipper 69, which I believe is page 17. There we go. You see where it says 8/8/14?
Yes.
And it says arrived on island today?
Yes.
Does that mean that you arrived on the island on August 8th, 2014?
According to my notes.
Okay. And on August 9th, 2014, it says patient expressed fears of never feeling normal without his drugs. You wrote that?
Yes.
Okay. And is that something that Mr. Depp told you?
According to my notes, yes.
And if we go 2 pages to Kipper 71. Oh, you can, yeah, there we go. You see where it says at the top, MD's flight has been canceled?
Yes.
Arrangements are being made for him to arrive on the island 8/12/14.
Yes.
So according to your notes, Dr. Kipper, after the flight was canceled, was set to arrive on the island on August 12th, 2014?
According to my notes.
Ms. Lloyd, I'm showing you it's been marked as Lloyd Exhibit 2, which is ALH 16110 through 113. Do you remember texting with Amber at all while you were on the island with Mr. Depp?
That is some of how we communicated, yes.
And does this refresh your recollection that Amber was, at least at some point, on the island with Mr. Depp during the detox?
Yes.
The gray part of the text is your text, correct?
Yes.
And the blue is Amber?
Yes.
And is in the gray part of the text where it shows a phone number there. Is that your cell phone number?
Yes.
Ms. Lloyd, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 3, text message chain between you and Amber Heard on August 16th, 2014. And again, in the gray box where it shows a phone number, that's your phone number, correct?
Correct.
And this, Ms. Lloyd, I'm showing you what's been marked as Lloyd Exhibit 4, text message chain between you and Amber on August 18th, 2014. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when on the island Amber would be telling you how Mr. Depp was doing?
According to these texts, that's what was happening, yes.
Do you recall how long you were on the island?
I do not.
Okay. In a day, do you recall how long you would see Mr. Depp?
It varied.
Would there be reasons why it varied as to how long you'd see Mr. Depp in a day?
I don't recall how it was determined.
How far away were you from where Mr. Depp was staying?
5 to 10 minutes.
By foot or by some other transportation?
By a John Deere tractor.
Okay. And what type of place were you staying in on the island?
It was a yurt.
Okay. And were you staying with anyone?
I was by myself some of the time, and then Dr. Kipper was also in the yurt for some of the time.
Okay. And did the yurt have separate rooms?
Yes.
And would you typically eat with Mr. Depp?
Varied.
And what was when you were on the island, what was your role in terms of Mr. Depp's detox?
Medication management.
And what do you mean by medication management?
To administer medications.
And was Dr. Kipper the person who was prescribing the medications?
Yes.
Did, as part of the medication management, did Mr. Depp get a bag of meds? You can answer to the extent you know.
Did I give Mr. Depp a bag of medications?
Either you or Dr. Kipper?
Not that I recall.
Bag of goodies.
Staying on this last page for a second of Lloyd 4, the picture of looks like a pill box, right?
Correct.
Would you have provided either Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard Mr. Depp's medications in a box like this?
Yes.
Okay, well, why don't we actually just take a break for this moment? We've been about an hour. Take a, 5-minute break? Is there any reason to believe where you wrote RN received text from fiance that's not a text you received from Amber Heard?
No.
Lloyd Exhibit 5 is a chart of text messages we received in a production from Mr. Depp. It is Depp 7819. You see the second entry, entry 131.
Yes.
Okay. And where in the third row there's your name, and above that name is a phone number. Is that your phone number?
Yes.
And you would sometimes text message with Mr. Depp too, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You see, it says in the body on that row 131, I will come by 80 within an hour to drop meds off just in case. How are you feeling? Your head back on straight. Do you see that?
I see that.
Okay. And this was a text you wrote to Mr. Depp?
According to this.
Do you recall, as of around August 26, 2014, what you meant by your head back on straight?
I don't recall.
And then Mr. Depp responded to you, you see in the next row. Pretty much, I don't have the ability to take anything more on my back right now. I'm fucking strong. If my arm is gangrenous, I would cut the fucker off. I'm threatened by the love I feel. I need to stop. Simple math. Do you recall receiving that text from Mr. Depp?
I don't recall. No, I don't recall receiving that.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe you did not receive this text from Mr. Depp?
No.
If we go back to Exhibit 1, and if you can go to Kipper 101, and you see where it says 0125 under September 22nd, 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And you wrote, RN received text from patient stating that he'd been in an argument with fiance, and she, quote, had a nasty freak out, end quote, and he would like RN to come give him some, quote, some fucking knockout yum yum.
No!
RN instructed patient to take PRN, Neurontin 300 milligrams, PRN, and Seroquel 50 milligrams, and that RN was on her way over. You wrote that?
Yes.
What's the recipe?
Do you recall anything about what the nasty freak out that
Seroquel? What else?
Mr. Depp was referring to about Amber?
I do not recall.
And then you see the note for 3:30 for September 22nd, 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And again, that's 3:30 in the morning, right?
Correct.
And you wrote, upon arriving at the home, patient was sitting in kitchen with scraped and bloody knuckles on right hand. Patient stated he'd punched whiteboard in kitchen after fight. Patient stated he'd been texting his friend explaining why he didn't show up to play music, and fiance got upset that he was not giving her enough support, and the fight escalated from there. You wrote that note?
According to this, yes.
Do you recall going to Mr. Depp's home and seeing him with scraped and bloody knuckles on his right hand?
I do not recall.
Do you ever recall any incident where Mr. Depp had claimed he punched a whiteboard in the kitchen?
I do not.
Do you have any reason to believe where you wrote that you wrote, upon arriving at the home, patient was sitting in kitchen with scraped and bloody knuckles on right hand? Would you have written that based on your observation of Mr. Depp?
Yes.
On Kipper 111, there's a highlighted note at 1930 for October 14th. Do you see that?
Oh wait, 1 minute.
I wonder how you wouldn't remember that.
Okay. And you wrote, a patient finished filming and was extremely agitated leaving the set. Patient kicked in the door of his trailer and refused to speak to director. Patient was verbally aggressive to another person on the set. For no apparent reason. Per MD, patient is to take Xanax 2 milligrams to reduce his agitation at this time. You wrote that?
According to these notes, yes.
And were these notes based on your observation of Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
Would you go to did you ever attend filming where Mr. Depp was filming?
Yes.
Where you wrote, patient kicked in the door of his trailer and refused to speak to director, that's based on your observation of Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
And where you wrote, patient was verbally aggressive to another person on the set, so no apparent reason. Do you recall what that's based on?
I do not.
Would it have been based on anything other than your observation of Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
If you had been told that Mr. Depp was verbally aggressive, would you have written that in your note?
I don't recall.
And the note above it for 1630, you see that?
Yes.
All right. You wrote RN and MD arrived on set to assess patient. So that's you and Dr. Kipper, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote patient appeared agitated and was short towards RN. You wrote that?
According to this, yes.
And where you wrote patient appeared agitated and was short towards RN, meaning Mr. Depp was short towards you, correct?
I don't remember.
That's what the note means, right? Is there a
That's
reason?
what it says, yes.
Okay. And this note would have been based on your observation of Mr. Depp at the time, correct?
I don't remember.
And then you see under October 15th, there's another highlighted entry, correct?
Yeah.
And you wrote patient awake and states he slept from 2200 to 4:30. You see that?
Yes.
Patient continues to be agitated about work and is verbalizing having desire to escape with drugs. You wrote that?
It's in my notes.
And that would mean that you wrote that note, correct?
Correct.
And you would have written that note based off Mr. Depp telling you you had a desire to escape with drugs, correct? I'm sorry, did you answer it?
Yes, I said I don't remember.
And this is Exhibit 8. More text between you and Mr. Depp. Feel free to look through it.
Okay.
Mr. Depp wrote, I'm all right, confused as fuck. She said nothing of last night, and most certainly not one thing of the rap party's existence. All the proof that I predicted last night. How will I look at her when she gets back professing her undying love? All a fucking lie. I for sure, unfortunately, wouldn't mind some company, but I have inundated you with too much already. Love, love me. That's a text you received from Mr. Depp.
I don't recall.
Exhibit 9.
And this is more text between you and Mr. Depp, and you can take a look through. On November 11th, 2014.
A little slower.
Mr. Depp wrote, all good, haven't read her text yet. I'm feeling so fucked. Why was she at the goddamn rap party until 5 a.m.? Did Aaron say anything? The lies are so clear now. They're making me nuts, wondering what was so interesting to keep her there that goddamn long. Please ask Aaron. I must have truth. I need it. It's not the easiest thing to do at this point, though it's been a shitty and painful experience. I cannot help but hear her voice begging and crying. She wants to change and is going to change, etc. Help. I don't know what's real and what's paranoid jealousy. You received that text from Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
And you don't recall, do you recall ever Mr. Depp not feeling trust for Amber?
I don't recall.
While you were working with Mr. Depp, did he smoke marijuana?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if he took any, if not smoked marijuana, ingested marijuana in any sort of way?
I don't recall.
Exhibit 10.
Can you think of another instance where there was a patient, without giving me the patient's name or information, where they were allowed to continue to take marijuana while detoxing from other drugs?
I don't recall.
Exhibit 11 is Lloyd 2 through 5. Do you recall producing documents in this matter?
Yes.
Okay. And you produced text messages with Mr. Depp and with Ms. Heard?
Yes.
And this is a text message between you and Amber starting on December 26, 2014. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And you understand that you're in the text from you are the blue, correct?
Okay.
Right. You wrote, "Sorry to bother you. Is JD up? He has an important appointment at 2 p.m. and he isn't responding to me. Hope you guys had a beautiful Christmas." And Amber wrote, "Hey there. Yes, he is. He's opening presents with Lily Rose. What appointment is he being picked up?" Who's Lily Rose?
Johnny's daughter.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp super stoned when you were working with him?
I don't recall.
Does that mean that you never saw him stoned, or you just don't recall one way or the other?
I don't recall one way or another.
Do you know who the wit is?
Amber's sister.
Okay. Do you recall any time where Mr. Depp seemed confused about something that had occurred?
I don't.
Shots. Right,
Did you ever recall Mr. Depp wondering if he and Amber had a fight or if he was dreaming?
I don't recall.
Did it freeze? Let me check another feed.
It is one. I confirm that green LED is one.
You're over here doing space. With space. I don't know what happened to the feed. Hold on one second. Get another
ever take
it's back.
cocaine? Not that you necessarily saw him,
That's
but
so
that
weird.
you understood that he took cocaine.
I never saw Mr. Depp use cocaine.
Did you have any understanding that Mr. Depp took cocaine, whether you saw it or not?
I don't know what the point of the witness is either.
Did you administer drug tests to Mr. Depp?
In the beginning.
Did you see the results of the drug tests?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Depp being positive for taking cocaine?
I don't recall.
Do you recall accompanying Mr. Depp to Australia?
Yes.
Okay. And you recall accompanying Mr. Depp to Australia in around March of 2015?
I don't remember dates.
Do you recall accompanying Mr. Depp to Australia when he was filming Pirates of the Caribbean 5?
Oh, nothing.
I do.
Where were you staying in Australia in relation to Mr. Depp?
Distance-wise,
Yeah, how far away were you from him?
about 30 minutes
Okay. Where was Mr. Depp staying?
in a rental house,
And where were you staying?
in an apartment.
And what city were you in?
I don't recall the name.
Okay. And was Dr. Kipper there with you?
He came and went.
Did you fly to Australia with Mr. Depp?
Sometimes I did, and other times I flew on a commercial.
Do you recall talking to Dr. Blaustein about Mr. Depp in Australia?
I do not.
Do you recall Mr. Depp not doing very well while he was in Australia? As of March 1st, 2015.
I don't recall anything around that time.
Do you have an understanding as to what Mr. Depp was doing with Marilyn Manson?
I do not.
Did you ever tell Dr. Kipper that Mr. Depp was doing what he wants with Marilyn Manson?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Marilyn Manson being in Australia with Mr. Depp?
I do not.
It says Debbie is worried and somewhat exhausted. Do you recall being exhausted while in Australia and working with Mr. Depp?
I do not.
Do you have any reason to believe that what Dr. Kipper wrote is not true?
I do not.
Okay. we could take this down. And go back to Exhibit 1. And if we could go to Kipper 157. You see 3715?
I do.
Okay. Before I ask, do you recall how long you were in Australia with Mr. Depp?
No, however long the filming of Pirates was.
Okay. And at 3715 at 11:30, you wrote, MD received a text message from client that he'd been arguing with wife and that he had cut his finger. According to patient, his assistant and security were on their way to pick him up. You wrote that?
According to my notes, yes.
Is there any reason to believe you didn't write that note?
No.
Okay. Do you recall Dr. Kipper receiving a text message from Mr. Depp about Mr. Depp cutting his finger?
I don't. I'm just what this note says.
Okay. Do you recall going to Mr. Depp's house after learning that he had cut his finger?
Yes.
What do you recall about that?
That we went to the house and I don't even think I went in at first. Dr. Kipper went in and he had cut his finger and we took him to the emergency room where his finger had been cut.
Do you recall what the house looked like when you went in?
Yes.
What did the house look like?
It was a mess.
Hey, can you describe how it was a mess?
I don't remember details, but I remember there was some writing on the wall and I remember a smashed TV.
Do you remember what any of the writing said on the wall?
I do not.
Do you, and you said you recalled the smashed TV?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall, was Amber in the house?
I don't recall.
Do you recall seeing Amber that day?
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall what rooms you went through of the house, Mr. Depp's house?
I remember looking for his finger in the downstairs area.
And what was in the downstairs area? Or what rooms were in the downstairs area?
It was like a pool table entertainment room.
Did you look anywhere else around the house?
I don't recall.
What was the pool table entertainment room? Was that a mess?
I don't recall.
Do you recall going into the kitchen of the house?
I don't recall.
Do you recall finding Mr. Depp's finger?
I did not.
Do you know who found Mr. Depp's finger?
Yes.
Who?
Ben.
Ben who?
I don't remember his last name.
And who was Ben in relation to Mr. Depp?
He was like our house manager.
Do you recall where the finger was found?
I do not.
Do you recall if Mr. Depp appeared to have dirt, grime, and paint on his hands?
Yes, he did. He did.
Do you recall seeing any glass anywhere?
I do not.
Do you recall smelling any alcohol?
I do not.
And who else was with you when you went to the hospital?
Malcolm and Stephen.
And who were Malcolm and Stephen?
Stephen was his assistant, and Malcolm was one of his security guards.
Do you recall who was holding the piece of finger that had been cut?
Ben brought it to the ER.
What did Ben bring the finger in?
I don't recall.
Was it on ice, the finger?
I don't recall.
Did you ask Mr. Depp how he'd cut his finger?
I don't recall if I asked him.
Did you ask anyone how Mr. Depp had cut his finger?
I don't recall.
Do you have any understanding as to how Mr. Depp cut his finger?
I heard different stories from people.
What were the different stories you heard?
I had heard that Amber threw a bottle of vodka at him. I had heard that he slammed it with a phone.
Do you recall who you heard that Amber had thrown a bottle at him?
I do not.
Do you recall who you heard that he slammed it on with the phone?
I do not.
The stories that you had heard, did you hear it on that day of March 7th or March 8th, 2015 or later?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you ever talk with Mr. Depp about how he cut his finger?
I don't recall conversations.
Did you ever talk with Dr. Kipper about how Mr. Depp cut his finger?
I don't recall specific conversations.
Did Mr. Depp, how long was Mr. Depp in the hospital for?
I don't remember.
Did you have any concerns about the nurse supervision of Mr. Depp?
I know at times we would go days without me seeing him, but I don't know specifically what this is regarding.
Were there issues with the nurse supervision while in Australia?
I don't recall specifics.
You have no recollection of Dr. Kipper withdrawing his care of Mr. Depp for any period of time?
No. I know at times it was discussed when he would miss appointments, but I don't recall him ever actually going through with withdrawing his care.
Do you recall there being concerns about Mr. Depp taking substances that he shouldn't have been taking?
I don't recall what that was regarding.
Do you recall having major concerns about leaving for Australia with Mr. Depp?
I do not.
While that's going up, Ms. Lloyd, the day that Mr. Depp cut his finger, you don't recall seeing Amber one way or the other, is that right?
I do not.
Exhibit 16 is Lloyd 140 through 145. And Mr. Depp responded, "It's sad. I love you so much, little Debbie." And of course, Kipper too. He was right, though I did feel a bit of a sting when his letter, paper trail, arrived on the off chance that I croak, which I also understand. Just never heard of anyone being fired by their physician before. So I'm kind of proud of that little fact too. I love you, kid. Even attempting saying thank you to you would be like a monkey trying to fuck a football. It's just simply impossible. I wish things could have ended on a better note. All my love, Nurse Shark, JD. Do you recall receiving this text from Mr. Depp?
I don't.
This text was on your phone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Would Mr. Depp call you Nurse Shark?
Yes.
Would Mr. Depp call you Little Debbie?
Yes.
And okay. And you don't recall Mr. Depp saying never heard of anyone being fired by their physician before?
I do not.
And then you respond on the next page. I love you too and hope this is not the end. Be safe and be smart, my son. You sent that text to Mr. Depp.
According to this, yes.
Okay. And do you know what you meant by be safe and be smart?
I don't know.
And then Mr. Depp wrote, I've been off of for 3 days. The doc jumped the gun. Also, please thank him for the Motrin and the black baclofen. They work a treat for amputated fingers. Goddamn, I love that weird fucker no matter what. You received that text from Mr. Depp.
According to this,
Do you understand what is meant by I've been off of for 3 days?
I do have no idea.
Okay. You respond, so glad to hear you have been off. No matter what, I just want you to feel better.
Yeah, I don't know what we were referring to.
And we go down to the next page. You write, I'd be more than happy to come back and help you with pain management and Taradol injections. I know Kipper loves you and would always want to continue your care if you're no longer using. You wrote that to Mr. Depp?
According to this.
And this text was on your phone, correct?
Correct.
And what did you mean by Kipper loves you and would always want to continue your care if you're no longer using?
I don't know just what it says.
No longer using?
I don't know what that was regarding.
You don't know what no longer using is referring to?
I do not.
And then Mr. Depp wrote, I don't know, I'm going to stop it all except whatever I was on before and just deal with it. You received that text from Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Do you know what he was referring to where he said, I'm going to stop it all except whatever I was on before and just deal with it?
I do not know what that's regarding.
And then you wrote, I respect whatever decisions you'll make. I'll be sad to leave the crew as I love you all. I hope to always be in touch, even if you choose not to continue a working relationship. Miss you already. I will get in touch with Kevin and get my stuff out. Or 72 soon. Hugs. You wrote that message to Mr. Depp.
According to this.
Okay. And then Mr. Depp wrote, take care, darling. I cannot ever thank you enough all you've done for me. On the junkie side and the broken heart side, you've been a lifesaver. Literally. We'll be seeing each other again, sweetheart. Love you so much, little Debbie. And so does my entire crew. X. You received that text message from Mr. Depp?
According to this, yes. I'm going to cry.
Miss Lloyd, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit Lloyd 17, which is Lloyd 158 through 160, which is a text message between you and Johnny Depp from your phone. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And on March 27th, 2015, you wrote, good morning, sleepyhead. Aaron came by to give you a shot. You were still sleeping. Take the pill form of Tadarol to hold you over, and I will check in with you when I'm done my appointment in Beverly Hills. And then you wrote, have you taken pill? If not, hold off, and Aaron is on her way to give you injection. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And you wrote that text message, correct? Or those messages?
Yes.
Okay. And then on the next page, Mr. Depp wrote, the fucking pain is as bad as when it was cut off. Horrific. You received that message from Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And he's talking about his finger there, correct?
Yes.
And you received that text message from Amber, correct?
Correct.
Right. And then you wrote, he's at the studio with Marcus and is supposed to call me when he gets back to the lofts. I will drive up there if you want me to. Always feel weird showing up unexpected. Do you want me to go? You wrote that text message to Amber?
I don't recall, but according to this, yes.
And do you know who Marcus is?
Yes.
Who is Marcus?
Marcus Mumford.
And what was his relationship to Mr. Depp?
Friend.
Okay. And then you wrote, I know Stephen is there. Let me just check in and see what I can find out. I'll get right back to you. Who is Stephen?
His assistant.
All right. Do you ever remember checking if Mr. Depp had been taking cocaine?
I don't remember specifically asking any questions related to that.
Is there any reason to believe that you didn't do what you said in your text message?
No.
Do you recall what you were giving Mr. Depp Valium for?
I do not.
Ms. Lloyd, showing you again what's been marked as Exhibit 1, and I'm going to point you to Kipper 167, which is from April 13th, 2015.
Okay.
Okay, do you see it? You see the entry for 1500?
Yes.
All right. You wrote bandage changed and hand exercises done at appointment with surgeon's office. Per RN at surgeon's office and occupational therapist, hand is healing well and finger has good range of motion. Exercises to be done 3 to 5 times per day. Patient is in good spirits and said he's not smoked marijuana in 3 days. States he feels majority of his issues with his wife have been from him using drugs and alcohol. Patient states he will no longer sneak, use, and wants to enjoy clarity. You wrote that?
Yes.
And these are part of your nurse's notes?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Depp told you that he felt the majority of his issues with his wife had been from him using drugs and alcohol?
According to the note, yes.
And Mr. Depp wrote he will no longer sneak, use, and wants to enjoy clarity?
According to the document, yes.
According to according to this.
What is being referred to as no longer sneak, use?
I only know what's stated in my notes.
Okay. Would it be anything other than drugs or alcohol?
I don't recall.
Was there anything that Mr. Depp was sneaking other than drugs and alcohol that you were concerned about?
I don't recall.
If we go to 175, Kipper 175 on this page, on this document, it's notes for June 28th, 2015.
June.
This deposition is pretty long. It's longer than the doctor's, I think.
It says at 1700, RN received initial results from brain MRI. No obvious abnormalities noted. Final report will be done tomorrow. Patient informed of results. Do you recall why Mr. Depp received the brain MRI?
He was having chronic headaches.
And then you see at 6:30 at 1300.
Yes.
Okay. And that's highlighted.
Yeah.
Okay. You wrote RN arrived on set to visit patient. He was upset due to having an argument with his wife. Patient stated he had taken about 4 Xanax, 1 milligram over the past 24 hours to deal with the stress he was feeling. Patient was able to express his emotions appropriately. Patient stated that he had not slept the night before due to argument with his wife. That's a note you wrote?
Correct.
Okay. And that's based off of information provided to you by Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
Well, we're
According to my note, yes.
So Mr. Depp told you he'd taken about 4 Xanax, 1 milligram over the past 24 hours, correct?
According to my notes, yes.
Okay, and then at 1920 on June 30th, it said patient had another argument with his wife. Patient was anxious and was asking for medication to help calm him down. Seroquel 50 milligrams administered. You see that?
Yes.
And that's a note you wrote?
Yes.
Do you know why your nursing notes ended on July 1st, 2015?
I do not.
How did you continue to care for Mr. Depp as his nurse after July 1st, 2015?
I do not recall my last date.
Okay. Did you prepare nursing notes through the time that you were Mr. Depp's nurse?
I did.
Okay. And did you provide those notes to Dr. Kipper?
I did.
This, Lloyd, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit Lloyd 19. This is an email from Dr. David Kipper on June 27th, 2015 that you were copied on. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you know who Dr. Kipper is?
I don't recall exactly who he was.
Did you understand that Mr. Depp went to a specialist for his finger?
Yes.
Okay. You're copied on this email?
I see my name copied on the email, yes.
Okay. And you recall that Mr. Depp was treated for a bad crush injury for his finger?
I recall him being treated for a finger injury. I didn't realize, this is the first I remember hearing it was a crush injury.
And that's the email you received from Dr. Kipper, correct?
I'm seeing this today. I don't recall receiving this email.
Is there any reason you believe you didn't receive this email?
No.
Okay.
I just don't recall.
Ms. Lloyd, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 20, which is a text message chain between you and Mr. Depp from your phone. You see that?
I see that.
On July 5th, 2015, Mr. Depp wrote to you, canceling the squeezing and needles tonight. Need to get the recluse out of his cage and his brain. You received that text message from Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said, how come you're canceling? You okay? Not sure what you mean by the rest of your text. Please let me know if you need anything. I'm here if you want to chat or want me to go hang at the house with you. You wrote that text to Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And then Mr. Depp wrote to you, I'm in a very anxious and painfully confused state. Rather not get into details, but in a nutshell, problems with family, my company, the ex-business manager, and my fucking jumbled brain will need refills of meds tomorrow. Thanks, honey, X. You received that text from Mr. Depp?
According to this, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Depp talked about how he was having problems with his family.
That's what this states.
And Mr. Depp was having problems with his company.
That's what this states.
And Mr. Depp was having problems with the ex.
That's what this states.
And Mr. Depp was having problems with his business manager.
According to this text.
And Mr. Depp was having trouble with his fucking jumbled brain, correct?
According to this text.
I'm just going back to Exhibit 1 for a moment. If we can go back to Kipper 167. And Ms. Lloyd, I'd ask you to look at the entries for April 14th. It's at the bottom.
Okay.
You wrote at 1400, RN and MD arrived at patient's home to have meeting to set treatment plan and boundaries while traveling in Australia. You wrote that?
Correct.
And the RN is you, correct?
Yes.
And the MD is Dr. Kipper, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall what the treatment plans and boundaries were while traveling in Australia as of April 2015?
I do not recall.
And then if we go to the next page, you see the April 15th entries?
Yes.
Okay. And at 12:15, you write, arrived at patient's home, Assistant was in hallway and informed RN that patient was in a bad mood and told assistant he did not need anything from him today. RN was led in home by security and knocked on patient's door to let him know she was there. Patient screamed, "What?" RN informed patient she was letting him know she was there and would be downstairs. About 5 minutes later, security came into house and informed RN that patient has told security to get everyone out of his home and he did not want any more unexpected guests. RN left property and informed MD of the events. Per MD, drop tomorrow's meds off with security and do not reach out to patient again. Wait for patient to reach out to medical team. You wrote that note?
Correct.
And this document also, this note also talks about you informing Dr. Kipper about what happened that in this note, correct?
Yes.
This Lloyd I'm showing what's been marked as Lloyd 21. You see at April 15th at the bottom, there's a text from Mr. Depp.
Yes.
And he wrote, "Hey, sweetheart, I'm so sorry about today. I thought you were Stephen, whom I'm not particularly enthused about for his loss of loyalty and his loss of memory. He has tried everything to fuck me over as far as traveling with my wife. He also bursts into my fucking house like it's goddamn Grand Central Station. I'm truly sorry if I upset you. If you like, you can give me some morphine to see if my tongue and penis touch. All my love, Jay." Did you receive this text from Mr. Depp?
It appears so. I don't, yes.
Okay. Do you have any understanding as to what Mr. Depp was referring to where he says, Stephen tried everything to fuck me over as far as traveling with my wife?
I do.
First of all, going back to your work for Dr. Kipper, you said, I think you testified earlier, you cared for multiple patients that were of Dr. Kipper's, correct?
Correct.
And when you would care for Dr. Kipper's patients, how would you report their status to Dr. Kipper?
Objection vague.
Multiple different resources: phone, text, verbal and written.
And how often would you report to Dr. Kipper about his patients?
It responded. I mean, it depended on different patients, varied.
And I believe you testified earlier that you maintain nursing notes for those patients, correct?
Correct.
What type of information did you maintain in these notes?
And mainly we provide care given and patients' responses to care given or any external factors that could affect the patient.
Is there any information that you would not include in your notes?
Not.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your answer.
Not specifically.
Other than Dr. Kipper, does anyone else review your notes?
If another nurse was to work on the case, they could have access to the notes.
And does Dr. Kipper advise you on any information that should be maintained in your notes?
Not directly.
Has he ever told you that certain information should not be included in your notes?
No.
When did you become a registered nurse?
2004.
And have you been employed as a registered nurse from that time up until you became a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
In your time as a registered nurse, have you ever had a patient that you suspected was the victim of domestic abuse?
No.
Do you have any professional responsibility to report domestic abuse?
Yes.
And what is that responsibility?
I'm a mandated reporter for child elder abuse and any suspected injuries.
How would you define suspected injuries?
if I was to work in a facility and somebody came in and reported, or I felt that it was a result from an injury caused by somebody else.
Who do you report the abuse to in that instance?
I've never had to report abuse.
Okay. Given your professional responsibility, do you know who you would report that to in that event?
I do not.
In your time as a registered nurse, have you ever witnessed physical violence by one of your patients?
I do not recall ever witnessing any violence.
And when you say any violence, does that mean perpetrated by your patient or against your patient, or just
in general violence?
So you met Mr. Depp either on June 11th or June 12th of 2014?
According to my notes, yes.
Okay. Had you ever spoken with him before that date?
No.
When did you first meet Ms. Heard?
I don't recall.
Do you recall when you first met her? Not specifically when, but do you recall the instance when you first met her?
I do not.
When you first met Ms. Heard, did you have an understanding as to what her relationship to Mr. Depp was at that time?
Yes.
And what was that understanding?
That they were in a relationship.
Were they engaged when you first met them?
I don't recall the dates they got engaged.
Were they married when you first met them?
No.
Did you attend their wedding?
Yes.
And where was that?
On the island in the Bahamas.
Can we take this down and please pull up what I've marked as document B?
Yeah, the breathing thing's kind of annoying. I don't think it was there the entire time, though. I feel like it just started recently.
Now, just for the record, I believe these are the nursing notes you were looking at earlier. This just has a different production number, and I just thought it might go more smoothly if I am calling out the correct page number. So just to establish this, do you recognize this document here?
Yes.
And these are your nursing notes that I believe you looked at with Mr. Nadelhoff earlier, correct?
Correct.
I'm ready for lunch.
I'd like to direct your attention to the entry for June 17th of 2014, which is on page with, perfect, there it is. This is a note you prepared, correct?
Correct.
And at the time that you prepared this note, were you in Boston with Mr. Depp?
According to the note, yes.
Now, in the subsection that says to 2330, do you see where it says accompanied patient, fiance, assistance, and security to concert?
Yes.
Okay. And in this note, patient refers to Mr. Depp. Is that right?
Yes.
And fiance is Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Just refresh your recollection that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were engaged in June of 2014?
According to this, yes.
Is this the first time you met Ms. Heard?
I don't recall when I met her.
Further down in the note, do you see where it says assistant was also asked to pass on RN and MD's numbers to fiance, as we would both like to speak with her and to obtain her input towards patient treatment. Do you see where I'm referring to?
Yep.
Okay. RN is referring to you in this instance?
Correct.
And MD refers to Dr. Kipper?
Correct.
Do you recall why you wanted to speak with Ms. Heard at this time?
I do not.
Do you recall Ms. Heard expressing interest in participating in Mr. Depp's treatment?
I don't remember the events other than what's stated in my notes.
Your phone number was given to Ms. Heard, though, correct?
Correct.
To the 24th.
Ms. Lloyd, do you recognize this document?
No.
So I take it you did not prepare this document, is that correct?
Correct.
Directing your attention to the bottom of the page.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that's probably a good break to go ahead and have our lunch break. So we'll go ahead and break until 2 o'clock. Do not discuss the case with anybody known to me outside research, okay? And we'll come back and continue this deposition.
Molly there somewhere? Where's Molly at? She's in there. Barlow's not in there though. Maybe she's on the other side.
All right. So we're tuning at 2 p.m., correct? All right. Okay, thank you.
All rise.
I don't recall. I mean, I guess you're allowed to. That's what you can. Yeah, we're not even halfway through that deposition. I don't know. I don't really have anything to play because what I was gonna do is I was gonna go eat for a little bit and then come back and hang out. We get a different feed too in the meantime. Just something we can hear in the background. Trial. I could do like a little recap too. I mean, I have the highlight article, but it's just like what was there really, you know? I mean, we can go over the things that she was being asked. See if this is working yet. Okay, this is working. So I can use this feed so we can at least keep track. Keep track of that. What's going on with my computer here? Yeah, the nurse is gonna come back. That thing is not even halfway through. I mean, you know. I mean, it might take I hope it doesn't take the rest of the day to get through that. Mel, some channels sound really. Yeah, for you guys, the audio, I'm actually bumping it up really high so you guys can hear it louder. Because it is pretty low. I could find something to kind of play in the background, maybe. Imagine there was like a high-speed chase right now. How crazy would the timing be with a high-speed chase? Let me see real quick. Is there anything? There's some sort of United Nations thing going on. I don't know what's going on with these people. The humanitarian crisis.
Contributions of ecological economics and earth.
I don't know if people want to hear about that. Let me see. Let me get the super chats too. We have to watch Justin Bieber's deposition from 2014 or 2015. It's so bizarre. Can we watch that now? Maybe I could put that on. Is that long? How long is that? Imagine people that join in after and they're like, what in the hell are they watching? Is it something that I only see short clips? There's one long one. And do they copy claim that? Let's see. I don't know. Couldn't find it. Let me get the super chats real quick too. Rhonda, thank you for becoming a member. Samantha, thank you for becoming a member. Tammy, member for 2 months. Thanks for all you do. Love your channel. Thank you. Julie, thank you for subscribing. Mercy, thank you for the super chat. Joyce, thank you for subbing. A Hope, thank you for the super chat and for coming back. Luna, thank you for becoming a member. Desi, is she JD witness for Amber's? I was saying, and I think the chat was saying that. I think that's JD's, but like they get to talk to them both, you know, on both sides. And I think that's what we're hearing now is the other side, Amber's side. Truth Be Screamed, thank you for subbing. Luna, thank you for becoming a member in the super chat. Just became a member. Glad to be part of the fam. Seawall Burn, thank you for subbing. Cinderella, thank you for subbing. Katie says we have to watch Justin Bieber's deposition from 2014 or 2015. It's so bizarre. You'll be fine. You guys be right. Yeah, if I can't find nothing to play, I'll just let this screen stay here. You guys can chat, whoever's still around. Midday. Let's see. I feel like I want to put something, but I really don't see nothing. Unless I leave the humanitarian crisis thing playing. Or just go. Yeah, just go. I don't know if I could show that SpaceX crew arrives. What's this?
That we're in now, you know, we did not have to be anticipating having another commercial provider docking with a space station during our flight. It is incredibly exciting to be a part of it, and incredibly exciting for our agency, for our country, and for all of our international partners. We are bending metal, we are doing tests, and we are flying these vehicles with our eyes on the moon and on Mars and beyond. So it's such a privilege to be a part of this team that is reaching for things just beyond our grasp.
Will Robinson Smith, Spectrum News 13. Thanks for taking our questions. Question for Bob and Jessica. Crew 3 began the turtle takeover on the station, and we're very excited for that. Considering that you're going to be able to do a direct handover with that crew, can you just talk about how exciting it is to join your classmates on board station, what you're going to look forward to talking about?
Chell and Samantha are whispering under their lips that it's nothing but trouble. But yeah, it is an awesome opportunity. Obviously, you know, our class has been particularly tight. We are all such good friends. We truly love each other. It's been an honor to kind of grow up as fellow turtles, and to have the opportunity to be in space with not just one other turtle, but there'll be 4 of us up there, and there's even a chance that we overlap with another one of our classmates down the road.
Space real?
So it is just such an honor. I mean,
I'll be back, guys. All right, I'm gonna eat.
Our class is really tight, and so the chance for us to go up there and give those guys a big hug and you know, learn from them for a few days before they come home is pretty awesome. It's also a little bit daunting because they have some time to prepare for us to come up there, and I'm not really sure what kind of Easter eggs we'll be finding in our crew quarters once we get there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Bob covered it all, but we are super excited to be able to learn from them. It's such a unique experience, this whole process of being selected together and then training together. Bob and I were actually in the same training group, so we've spent a lot of time together the past few years, and it's been such a unique experience in the sense that we all kind of learn from each other. We each have our own expertise, each have our own individual experiences and backgrounds that we bring to the table, and so to be able to all have that available and learn from each other in our different ways and in our different aspects is really rewarding. And so to get to do that on orbit with our turtle classmates on Crew 3 is just really exciting.
All right, folks, that's going to be all the time that we have for today. A reminder to please tune in tomorrow at 6:30 a.m. Eastern Time for our virtual Crew News conference. And please tune in on April 23rd for the Crew 4 launch, which is scheduled for 5:26 a.m. Eastern Time. And you can watch all of these events on nasa.gov, NASA TV, and NASA social media channels. I'm going to pass it back to Janet Petro for some closing remarks. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you all again for coming out today to help us to welcome the crew here at the Kennedy Space Center. You heard how excited they are for launch. I can tell you how excited we are here at the historic Kennedy Space Center to be able to launch them. So we're praying for good weather. Go crew, go freedom. Thank you.
The final remarks given by Janet Petro there as we look on at Crew 4. From left to right, Chell Lindgren, Samantha Cristoforetti, Bob Hines, and Jessica Watkins. Take a few photos here before they head out to Astronaut Crew Quarters, a historic place at the Operations and Checkout Building here at the Kennedy Space Center. Got a little construction going on there behind the crew. There's a lot of construction going on around here at the multi-use spaceport. The astronauts now will be heading to lunch after they finish taking pictures at the crew quarters, and then they've got a busy afternoon full of briefings as they get ready for the next big event for them, which is on Tuesday overnight, and that is called Dry Dress.
All right. It's raining. Is it raining? Is that soothing or annoying? Let's see something. All right.
Depp supporter with alpacas, and they have a sign on it that says, $1,000,000 question. Her name is Andrea Diaz. I got her a card and sent it to me. I can ask her. I would love that.
Molly Delaney. Hello.
Oh, they can't hear me. Hey, Molly, can you hear me?
I can hear you. How are you?
Okay, good. How you doing? How's it? How's your day been over there at the trial?
Kind of boring.
Boring. I saw you up early. You were out there making a line. What time did you leave to head out there?
3 a.m.
Damn. 3 a.m. And what time did you get there?
Yeah. And then when you get here, they start giving wristbands out at 7 o'clock a.m. So I've been like in the first 20.
Okay, let them know you're not in the courtroom too, because some of these people are kind of crazy. Somebody tagged me this morning saying you text me from inside. I'm like, that's not true.
No, it's impossible.
I know. They gotten stricter, right? Like
Today they went crazy. Yeah, they're getting very, very strict. And yeah, they're not even having it. One thing that I observed is Amber and her lawyers are not as confident as they were last week because of what Amber did. Amber, do you remember the woman, the brunette who was excused for watching?
No.
Barlow.
Gina Deuters.
Yes. What happened is Amber and her team submitted that old ass text from the London trial and cut out the date, submitted that, and the judge was not happy. Not happy. That's actually illegal to do, to submit that into evidence, to get a witness thrown out. So Amber's getting some strikes and slaps on the butt. You know?
Wow.
And
was there?
She looks gorgeous today.
Who? Amber?
Yeah. She does.
I was saying she looks normal. Yeah, the way she's been dressing, she finally looks kind of normal now.
My Lord.
And what was there was somebody that was thrown out, right? Like kicked out. Not
Two girls.
Two girls. Why?
Two girls. The first girl, Amber had her friend Eve Barlow scoping at all the people on Twitter. She even gave me a hard look on Thursday, and I smiled at the bitch. And she acted like she was too good for me, like she don't know me. Well, she doesn't know me. You know You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, what she was doing and their plans to just get girls thrown out and this and that, like, that's not going to work. So I found out that it really was Johnny Depp that insisted that this be televised. He wants the world to see exactly who she is, and every single thing. I'm talking to people from Italy and Portugal, a lot of people from California. So you have like mega super fans, and then comes me. You know what I mean? Like they're like teaching me as I go along. So it's very boring today because I don't know how this woman could have so much education and she's got a memory like mine. How do you not recall staying in Johnny Depp's house and, picking up his finger? Like, how do you not recall? I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy, but I would remember that.
Yeah, it's a pretty big deal. It's kind of odd. Yeah. It's like they're just telling, maybe she was told just to say she doesn't recall and keep it moving. And somebody's asking too, we keep hearing on the microphone like some breathing guy. Is there somebody there that's breathing loudly, or is just maybe the microphone's by his face, or what's going on with that? Or no?
We did hear something earlier, and Johnny was actually laughing. So,
really?
Yes, and then with the dog barking.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
So when you guys hear silence, when they approach the bench, we hear really loud. So that we can't see what they're talking about. Yeah. But this is, from what I know, and hopefully I think the next witness is Johnny Depp's, the cop, the one is that head of his security that was there that night with the bottle. And I don't know who this one guy is, but his water's from the Ritz-Carlton. And I'm like, you know what? He's definitely with him. So I'm wondering if that's the guy. I'm not sure.
So he's going to be in person? Is it going to be like a video, or is he actually in person?
Oh, no, he's sitting like right across from me.
Okay.
He's kind of got a mullet. And like long in the back.
Right.
Professional in the front.
Jeez. Are you going to keep going out there? Like how, or are you trying to see maybe one more week, or what do you plan on doing?
I'm so iffy. Like if I even start getting bored, or or just start, what do you call it? Then I'm totally gonna go home. But I can't see myself being here for 6 weeks.
Yeah.
I mean, these chicks are here from other countries for 6 whole weeks.
Yeah.
And I'm like, some of them is paying like $11,000 to be here.
11 G's?
11,000, yeah. And then this one woman that I just met took out a billboard in North Carolina, and it cost her $6,000. I'm going to send it to you. You could put it up and just say this is in northern North Carolina. Yeah. It basically is up there for 6 months. 6 months, 6,000. I was like, wow.
Okay.
Yeah, it's amazing. But other than that, nothing. It's whatever you're seeing is it. That's it. So far.
Right.
Every time when I leave, something great happens.
Yeah, the last time when you left, I think it was Gina getting kicked out.
Yep.
But you went on Court TV. I saw your video. That was pretty cool too.
With Vinny. Remember when you said, you never know who you run into. Vinny, you planned that.
I know. I was laughing at that when he said that.
Yeah. And, well, they kept using a lot of different snippets throughout the days. And he said, we're going to do something cool for you. He came into the court looking for me. And I'm like, what's going on? He says, we're going to do something nice for you. We're going to call you True Crime YouTuber. I'm like, oh, my goodness. Oh, crap. You're going to lump me in with those crazies.
So do you think this deposition with this the nurse is going to take the rest of the day?
Nope. If you could see the line. You could see the line.
We're like almost halfway, kind of, right?
Yeah. And we're not enjoying her at all. It's almost like last week was the craziness, and then this week everything was turned around. It's totally different, which means anything can change, and that's why I'm not making like a reservation to stay down here for a week. There's just absolutely no way I would do that because this thing is all over the place. I mean, it's nice to watch, but would I rather be watching it at home? No, I'd rather just be listening. You know what I mean?
Right.
While I'm cleaning, walking the dog, something like that. But yeah, I just, from what I heard, the fans are saying that Johnny is tomorrow. And if that's a fact, holy crap. Oh my gosh.
That's going to be good. Yeah.
I can't imagine.
It's going to be really good, especially on the cross-exam and everything. It's going to be really interesting to see his reactions and all that, how he responds. I mean, what are they doing with this nurse and the doctor? I guess they're just trying to talk about his history with drugs, I guess, or they're just going through in their relationship. And I guess it's like almost a double-edged sword because like we know he's been on drugs and they're going through all the drug talk, but at the same time, like I think the doctor was saying he didn't witness like her physically abused, though the therapist I think said there was mutual abuse, but I don't think it was physical. Or did she say physical? I don't remember.
I think I don't know. You know what, that other doctor, she bored me she bored me as well. But I left with that one as well. You get what I'm saying? Like,
it's tough. I'm telling you. Have you ever served on jury duty?
Huh?
Have you ever served on jury duty? Like, have you done officially?
Nope.
No? Okay.
No, I'm very biased.
Okay.
They'll see it a mile away. But no, I don't like it. Sorry. Nope, can't do it.
And which side are you sitting on? Are you behind JD's area where you're sitting?
No. I'm wearing a lavender sweater.
Okay.
And my hair's down. I have black thick glasses on. And I'm always on Amber's side.
Okay. We're going to have to look out for you. Okay.
Yeah.
I put your channel too so people can, I mean, it's up on the screen, but I also have the link in the description if people want to check you out.
That's sweet.
Are you doing like after trial stuff? Like, are you going on lives and doing that kind of stuff, or?
I'm afraid to.
You're afraid to? Yeah, I thought about that.
Very cool. They're very cool about it. So long as you don't whip out your phone, you're fine. Like they've been, they say, we can drink now and we're allowed to get up and go whenever we want and stuff like that. So that's not bad at all. Okay. But yeah, it's lunchtime now and there's 500 people in the cafeteria.
What do you normally eat? Where do you go?
Huh?
You go in the cafeteria, or do you go out and buy food, or what do you normally do on lunch break?
This morning, I Uber Eats all of us coffees and like Dunkin' Donuts this morning, and then for lunch, there was like 500 people in the cafeteria. I was like, No, then that'll give me an anxiety attack. I gotta go. Sorry. I could stand to lose a few pounds.
Wow. All right, Molly.
Yeah.
Well, thanks. Thanks so much. I mean, today's kind of slow, but maybe on another day when things pick up, we'll bring you back because definitely kind of curious to get your thoughts, especially being inside the courtroom.
You know what? In the beginning, it was crazy.
Yeah.
And that's what made me come back. I was like, oh my God, this is the kind of stuff I love. The drama. And it's not mine.
I know,
All right,
right?
Mel.
All right, Molly,
Enjoy your
take care.
day. All right, bye-bye.
All right, bye. That was Molly just checking in. Let me fix the screen over here real quick. Boom. Put this over here. I'm gonna finish eating my food. I want to go get myself a little caffeine beverage too. I'm gonna run to the store real quick. But it's a little slow today. And the reason being, I feel like that nurse has to have a lot of like inside information, especially that she was doing like administering like personally the drugs, and maybe she's protecting Johnny, or maybe she's just like doesn't want to be that involved. Maybe they told her what to say, or she's just saying, I don't recall whatever's in the note. That's all you're getting, and that's it. Maybe it's to kind of protect herself as well, to not get pulled into any kind of mess. I don't recall. Whatever's in the notes, that's what's there. Even to the point where they were asking her about like in an emergency or if you have to report like DV, like who do you report it to? And she was like, I don't know. And they're like, but it's your medical profession. I don't know. Okay. Or I don't recall. So but I've done jury duty before. I've done it I did it once. I think everybody should do it. Like, I think it's an experience that people, at least once, people should experience jury duty. And I went on a case, I've said this multiple times, for like a month long. This guy's cleaning the lens. A month long for the James Leyritz, yeah, the baseball player. And let me just tell you, it's exhausting. Like, every day, especially if you're on jury, it's tiring as hell. And so many times that I wanted to fall asleep, but I didn't, because I think if you do, I think they kick you out or something, or I don't know what happens. But it's tiring. It's exhausting to sit there every day and just going through the motions and lunch breaks and all that kind of stuff. At first, it was interesting. At first, it was cool. But after like a week, and I was on there for a month, oh no. But yeah, that's Molly, man. You guys can check her out. She's, deemed controversial and all that stuff on YouTube. But she's been going in person. You got to be out there pretty early, too. What's up, Brandy? I'm sorry I didn't call you yesterday. I'm a horrible person. Hey, sorry I'm late. Thank you for everything you do. Thanks, Brandy. I want jury duty. Never been asked. It's an experience, man. Well, especially if it's a good, interesting case. And the guy that James Leyritz, the baseball player, he has a lot of money. And so when you get a paid attorney, you'd be surprised what these people will do and what they'll pull. And it was a criminal trial. It was an actual criminal, somebody died trial. Like, it was really serious. But yeah, we'll have Molly back on sometime, especially when something pops off in court. I think it's a good experience, the jury thing, if you have time, if you can. Yeah, I'll be back. I'm gonna finish eating. I'm gonna get some caffeine. Me, you. All right, I'll be back. been summoned to jury duty 8 times, never been picked, be interviewed. Wow. Hold on. They're doing a presser. A breaking news presser. I'm going to put this presser on if I can real quick, and then I'm going to go. Who is this now? Polk County Sheriff or whatever? Oh, it's Grady Judd, right? Okay, hold on. I want to use the source. So these people don't try to... I don't think they would have an issue, but I don't want to... Yeah. Gangster.
Have company in the county jail. Kind of like Easter eggs in a basket. But you make the determination.
No.
When you call us and say, hey, here's his running buddy. Here's who's with him. Jenkins was located at 2440 South Palmetto in South Dayton.
That's okay.
Took him out of the house and dropped him off at the Heart of Florida Haines City Hospital. And then they fled.
They can't hear you, though, right?
So we needed to know who they were. We needed to know who the other two who fled were.
I just put it up.
So when the
30-second delay
occurred.
I wonder how long this presser is going to be.
Thank you for being with me on this Monday so that we can update you concerning a horrible event, a murder that occurred up in the northeast area of the county. It's the Davenport area. And let me tell you just an overview of what occurred. On April the 8th, one of our suspects rented an Airbnb on Acorn Drive in the Solitaria subdivision in order to sell trafficking amounts of marijuana. Cannabis. You know that low-level, nonviolent drug everybody talks about? That's right. So for the next few days, they're selling trafficking amounts of marijuana. Then a horrible thing happens about 8:30 at night on April the 13th. There are people coming and going from this Airbnb and buying marijuana. And two suspects come into the Airbnb about 8:30 at night. 5 minutes later, they're leaving in a hurry. One of them's clearly carrying a gun. The other is carrying something else in his hands. We showed you a video of 3 people carrying what is our deceased victim out of the door. The deceased victim's parents gave us permission to release his name. It's Xavier Johnson. He's only 29 years of age. That's right. He was there and part of the operation of selling marijuana, and he was killed. he was brutally murdered. He was shot. But he wasn't dead at the scene. So the three people who we needed to identify took him out of the house and dropped him off at the Heart of Florida Haines City Hospital. And then they fled. So we needed to know who they were. We needed to know who the other two who fled were. So when we start this investigation, we have a person that's in exceptionally critical condition and ends up dying from a gunshot wound, but we don't even know where the murder took place. The Haines City Police are there with us, and we can't determine where it is. We thought, well, heck, there's a greater probability that it's in the county, and even if it's in the city, it's still in the county. So we began the investigation. As we're working our way through the investigation, we receive information that our critically injured person has died. But guess how we found the crime scene? The owner of the Airbnb looked on the security cameras and saw this traffic in and out of her house, saw this apparently deceased or very seriously injured person being carried out, and she called us. And that's how we found the crime scene, because the owner of the house in another state looked at the security camera. Our detectives started to work, and they worked throughout Easter weekend. You know, over Easter weekend, the Easter Bunny brings presents. Well, we got a present for Justin Jenkins. We arrested him for murder. That's right, this is what a murderer looks like. Justin Jenkins is 29 years of age. He was also with another person. We need our homicide sleuths, our social media sleuths, to help us identify who was with Justin. We're going to release another clip, another video clip. Find out who this person is, be the one who calls us, gives us a positive ID, and you can get $5,000. Because you see, we want Justin to have company in the county jail. Kind of like Easter eggs in a basket. We got one egg in the basket. We need more eggs in the basket. There's lots of work to do. So Justin, what do we know about him? 35 previous felony charges, 20 previous misdemeanor charges, a total of 55 previous criminal charges, and at least 3 trips to state prison. Justin Jenkins is a bad man. He's a murderer, but he's not alone. We'll let you decide after looking at the video. It appears to be his partner is a Hispanic male. But you make the determination when you call us and say, hey, here's his running buddy. Here's who's with him. Jenkins was located at 2440 South Palmetto in South Daytona Beach in Volusia County. He's from Eustis, Florida. When our detectives called Eustis over the weekend, the holiday weekend, they got a hold of a corporal. The corporal said, oh, we all know the Jenkins. Yeah, we know him real well. He's a bad man. He's a murdering man. So help us finish solving this crime. The investigation is still well underway. We're not going to release any other details of the crime or what we know, and we know more than we're saying today. But what we don't know is who Jenkins' associate was that night. We have the other 3 identified, they're under investigation. The people who rented the house, they're under investigation. This case is far from over. But what we need is his partner that helped murder someone. That's right. Justin Jenkins and his partner came all the way from South Daytona to Davenport, Florida, to, as they say, hit a lick, to rob at gunpoint a dope dealer, a marijuana dealer, and in the process murdered the guy.
So Mr. Jenkins and the other person you're looking for, they're in a different video than the one with the body being carried out? Those are three different guys?
That's correct.
And the body being carried out, those are, because there was a guy on our Facebook page saying that those guys carried the body out. They're not suspects in this, are they?
Oh, yeah, they are.
So the guy on our video, I think was his Tyrone or something like that, Chris Customs, says that they were victims and that this was his best friend, and they brought the body to the hospital and they were just renting the Airbnb. Is that?
Yeah, tell Tyrone his buddies are in trouble. We're letting nobody out of the box. Or, since it's over Easter weekend, we're letting nobody out of the basket. Okay? Everybody's in the basket. We know he shot. We know he brought a partner with him. But others involved in the sale of the cannabis, the renting of the houses, all the other partners involved there, they're all involved too. And by virtue of someone being murdered during the process of committing a felony, they are subject to felony murder charges as well.
So everyone involved?
Everybody that's involved in the Easter basket.
So the owner of the home is the only innocent person here?
The owner of the home is certainly innocent. That person is well out of state. Airbnb rented the home. They were selling trafficking amounts of marijuana beginning April 8th. But be sure one thing, the Easter Bunny's still at work. We're going to get the rest of the participants, okay? But we need your help. We've got super sleuths out here. We had our, what I call citizen, community, homicide, social media detectives, help us identify the three. Help us identify where we are now in the investigation. We appreciate your help. Way to go. Now we got one more to identify.
You said Mr. Jenkins came from where to commit this crime?
He is originally from Eustis, Florida. He lives in South Daytona Beach. That's the town, about 5 square mile town. He lived on Palmetto Avenue.
And he was arrested in that area as well?
Yes, and Volusia County helped us, and we served a search warrant with a SWAT team in order to search the residence and take him into custody.
And the victim was renting that property. Was he one of the renters, the victim?
Which victim?
Xavier Johnson?
That part of the investigation is still underway. He himself did not rent that property.
But he was staying there.
But he was a part of it. The victim was also there, profiting from or being a part of, and it cost him his life. It shouldn't have cost him his life. So that's why when you see me up here extremely animated about people trying to tell you that drugs and marijuana is a low-level, nonviolent crime, well, just gag me with a pitchfork. That is baloney. Because here is an example where our victim, yeah, he was wrapped up in that, but he shouldn't have been murdered. He shouldn't have been killed. But they went there, they didn't care. They went there to hit a lick. They went there to murder people, if that's what it took, to rob at gunpoint. And for whatever reason, that's exactly what they did. And they didn't care. He didn't care that he killed our victim.
How many people total were staying in that house?
Well, there's several. And we don't know that we've got all of the total. We know that at that moment in time, that snapshot, there was as many as 5 to 7 to 8 people that were in and out. We're still sorting through the details. And once again, there's criminal liability and culpability if you're actively involved in committing a felony crime and someone gets killed, and that's what happened.
On the video that were carrying the body out, those people could be potentially.
We are still investigating that. They are suspects.
Yeah, people are asking in our comment section right now in the stream the connection between Jenkins and those 3 men in the video.
Jenkins and the person he came with, you'll see that video, okay? They came and left together. We are still working on the investigation, so we can't say there's not a connection to the other 3. We just haven't established that at this point in the investigation.
So Jenkins was the gunman, I assume. Then what did the other guy do?
Jenkins might have been the gunman, or the other guy might have been the gunman. They both had guns. That's why we have to get the other guy into custody.
And just to be clear, there's a $5,000 reward for the other guy, but what about for the 3 carrying the body out?
Well, we don't know yet because we've got to unravel that part of the investigation.
And you've talked to those 3. Those 3 have been talked to, right? Because the one guy that's on our Facebook page says he was released and he was fine, and he was taking our articles on Chris Customs or whatever. And he's like, I'm fine. If I was a suspect, I would still be in jail or whatever. But you know where those guys are.
He doesn't know what he doesn't know.
Is there video of the entire incident?
There's videos as they came and went.
But nothing of the incident inside the home?
No, not that we're aware of.
How many times was he shot?
We're not releasing that. But here's the interesting thing. There's some rotten eggs we still have to get. Okay? Help us out. And there may be more that we don't know. But what we do know is that we've got one of the 2 principals, and we're looking for the other principal. And the others are just apparently collateral images or collateral suspects in the other piece of this investigation that's ongoing right now.
So does that mean they were either there because they were buying, selling, or partying?
Don't know yet. It's under investigation. But if the right people call and the right people talk and the right people tell us, then that'll help us sort it out.
But as the sheriff's office, if we see in a report that those other guys are also suspects in some form, that's accurate.
At this time.
Since we're streaming right now, are we able to see the video?
Sure. Are y'all ready to turn it on? Okay, I thought they were going to give it to you after it was over with. All right, let's look at it. Oop, he steps back. It's a second too. The second one with the mask on is who we have not identified yet.
Who's the first person?
Whoops, see him come out with a gun. So the suspect who went in with a face mask and came out with a gun in his right hand is the one that's not identified. We can show that again, okay?
But Sheriff, who's the first guy?
He is involved in the investigation.
He's in the first video we released as well.
We're not okay, that's the guy we want right there. And about 5 minutes later is when they came back out. There he is. See, he's putting something up. The other one's got his. All right, Super Sleuths, you've seen it. Now tell us who it is, and we'll be one step closer to wrapping up this investigation. This one is very interesting. Any other questions? Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Yo. How are you guys doing? I missed the whole thing, but was that interesting? What was that about? Maybe I need to read up about it. I see you guys talking about alcohol. Alcohol can definitely make you violent. Combining hard drugs, alcohol together. Well, this should be coming back soon. I feel pretty good. Feel a lot better than I ate. I got some caffeine too. Let me see if I missed anything too. Porter Pot, thank you for subbing. Mo. Oh yeah, I saw that earlier. Tell her to tell the breathing man to shh. And Brandy. Oh wow. Damn, sorry to hear that. Getting Brain said Emil had to duck out earlier towards the end of the doctor's testimony. I got a call. My mom was in a bad accident. Is she all right? Was she injured? No, I'm not drinking White Claw. I'm not crazy like that. Not that crazy. The Celsius, energy drink. I like this one because it's like light. That'd be kind of badass though. Drinking White Claw. Be a bunch of people waiting to cancel me. I don't know what happened. I was waiting to see if Getting Brains replied back. So, all right. So I guess when they come back, I got to find a feed too. So far, we've been hearing the doctor speak. What was her name again? Lloyd something? I already forgot. Witnesses. It's oh, wrong thing. Already overwritten. Yeah, Miss Lloyd. Lloyd, what was her first name? Oh yeah, Debbie Lloyd. She says that she never saw Depp take cocaine. I mean, she's not really answering much of anything, really. She says she accompanied Depp to Australia for the filming of Pirates of the Caribbean 5. This was during March 2015. She says Dr. Kipper was also there on and off. In notes written by Dr. Kipper at the time, he describes Miss Lloyd as being exhausted, and also referring to Depp spending time with Marilyn Manson during his time in Australia. Miss Lloyd describes Depp's house as a mess with writing on the walls. Is there pictures of that? Was that ever released? I did it again. I don't recall. She goes on, I remember looking for his finger in the downstairs area. She says the area she was searching was a pool table / entertainment room. She says she did not find Depp's finger, but a man called Ben did. She says she believes he was the house manager. She says Depp had dirt and grime on his hands at the time, but doesn't remember pieces of glass lying around the area. She says then accompanied Depp to the hospital along with Dr. Kipper, as well as Depp's assistant and one of his security guards. I think that's the security guard too that Molly was talking about. Eventually will come up as a witness. Miss Lloyd says she didn't ask Depp directly how he hurt his finger, but that she had heard different stories about how it was done. She says one theory was that Depp had slammed his hand on the phone. Another was that Heard had thrown a vodka bottle at him. Got a backup feed just in case. Nick and Mel, I did send you the article with showing the photos. Okay. I don't know where it's at. Was it on Twitter? Oh, so those men in Polk County are not caught yet? One of the men, $5,000. I'll keep browsing the little highlights to see if there's anything we missed. In the meantime, while we wait to start. Okay. Scroll to the beginning. Concierge addiction nurse. When I heard that, like concierge addiction nurse. A nurse, typically self-employed, provides personalized care to a patient on a subscription basis. The nurse goes to the patient so they don't have to enter the hospital or make an appointment at a clinic. Debbie Lloyd says she believes she began working for Depp in 2015 through 2016 and had previously worked with his doctor, Dr. Kipper, with approximately 20 patients. She says that's a guesstimate. She says Dr. Kipper contacted her via phone with regard to the actor detoxing from opioids. When she is asked whether she was aware if Depp took cocaine, she says she was never aware of this. She says she was paid via Dr. Kipper and would submit her timesheets to him for payment. She says she never directly received money from Depp, but did receive some gifts, including a jewelry box and a fancy notepad. She says the gifts were Depp's way of saying thank you for her care. She says she is not currently working with Dr. Kipper and cannot remember the last time she did work with him. She says she did talk to Dr. Kipper this week as he is her personal doctor. However, she says she has not discussed her deposition with him. Okay. What these videos are. Court is back. That's weird. The other feeds haven't been updated.
I want to go over to see the whole thing. I'm happy to let you do that just to save time rather than having you read 123 pages. But did you create these notes in the ordinary course of business?
There we go.
Okay,
One
548 is
second.
done. All right. I did have one question. There seems to be a few, oh, you can, that's okay, you can stay there. We don't have the jury here. There seems to be a few exhibits I just want to make sure of. You gave us, we have everything that you gave us. We have everything that you just gave us earlier from Dr. Kipper's deposition, but I just want to make sure if there were redactions needed for 395 or 414, or am I using mine for that? I just want to see.
Juror asking to be excused?
I mean, I can just give you the numbers of ones I'm not sure about, and you can look at it, and we can move on. I just, 405, 455, 304, 307, 395, and 414. I'm just not sure if those, I'm waiting for redactions or if I'm using the ones I'm going to use. And then you had one that, I'm not sure if you said 1083 or 283. So if you could let me know. I heard 1083 as the exhibit number. Jamie heard 283. So I just want to make sure we get the right one. That was with Dr. Kipper's. You said 1063, then you said either 1083 or 283, and I'm not sure which. You can get back to me on it, Mr. Nadelhoff. I don't want to catch you off guard.
I do have one of the redacted versions of 304, 455, 405.
Oh, well, there you go.
I think it's probably 283. I have 283.
283?
Yeah.
Jamie's always right. That's good. Good to know. Okay. All right. If you want to hand those up, that'd be fantastic. All right. Is there anything else before the jury comes? Yes,
Your Honor, just for the record, Plaintiff's Exhibit 47, Plaintiff's Exhibit 48, and Plaintiff's Exhibit 41 were also used and offered during Kipper, but Dr. Kipper's deposition, I believe I passed the redacted versions of those up to you.
Yes, we have all of those.
Okay.
Thank you. I think that should be everything. If not, we'll get back with you. Thank you. Know where to find you. All right. Okay, are we ready for the jury then? All right, thank you.
Let's do it. Gotta get this nurse over with. You. No problem. Welcome. I haven't heard anything yet about any juror being kicked, but we'll see. Maybe something will come up, or leaving or whatever. I mean, not kicked, but leaving. Twin Mom, thank you for listening in. I appreciate that. They should be able to finish this lady's thing by today. And we'll see what's next after.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Just to let you know, Juror 25 was experiencing some health issues, and obviously your health is a top priority for us. So I went ahead and excused him for the jury, and that's why we have alternates. So, okay? All right? All right, thank you.
There you go.
All right, we can continue with Ms. Lloyd's testimony.
You see where it says this protracted therapy will include 12-step private counseling and personal psychotherapy, and couples therapy with his fiancee Amber. Both are in agreement to this plan. Do you see where I'm referring?
Yes.
Do you recall that couples therapy was a component of Mr. Depp's treatment?
I don't recall what was set between him and the doctor.
Do you recall Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd attending couples therapy together?
Yes.
If we could turn to the next page here.
Volume's horrible.
And then at the top, it says, I met with Amber for 90 minutes and discussed the above and her concerns that he be strictly monitored and supervised. Do you recall Dr. Kipper meeting with Amber early on in Mr. Depp's treatment?
I do not.
If we could bring back up document B, which is now marked as Exhibit 22, is that correct?
23.
23, okay. Can we please go to the entry for June 24th, 2014, which is on Def 1661.
Okay.
Coming? Is it really? It's because I had to crank this up so high. Let me get a different out of maybe a different feed.
Okay. Now, with respect to the entry for June 24th, 2014, this is a note, this is an entry you prepared, correct?
Correct.
And the first line says, RN and MD met with patient's fiance to inform her of treatment plan for patient. Do you see that?
I do.
Let me do a switch. Hold on 1 second.
Does this refresh your recollection that you attended a meeting with Dr. Kipper and Ms. Hurd concerning Mr. Depp's treatment? 2014. This is a note. Do you have any
It's all
other
low. It's all pretty bad.
independent recollection of any such meeting with Dr. Kipper and Ms. Hurd?
I do not.
Yeah, it's super quiet. It's like quieter than before.
If I could direct your attention just
Let me try to
the
find a
last
balance, maybe
line
like
of the
halfway.
note.
Let me know if it's too much
It says
noise.
here, she was encouraged to call RN or MD with any questions or concerns that might arise. Do you see that?
I do.
Throughout your treatment of Mr. Depp, did Ms. Hurd reach out to you with questions and concerns?
Yes.
She had your phone number, correct?
Yes.
And I think we saw some text messages when Mr. Nadelhoff was asking you questions where Ms. Hurd was reaching out to you, correct?
Correct.
When Mr. Depp became your patient, did Ms. Hurd ever show you any pictures of Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Ms. Hurd showing you any pictures of cocaine?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Ms. Hurd ever showing you okay, I'd like to move on to the Mr. Depp's detox, and that was on his private island, correct?
Correct.
And you traveled down to the island with Mr. Depp, is that right?
I don't recall. I'd have to, it should be in my notes.
We can look at those in a moment. But you were on the island with Mr. Depp for the majority of his detox, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were on the island, did you see where Mr. Depp was staying?
Yes.
And was Ms. Hurd staying with him in that location as well?
Yes.
And what did their accommodations look like?
Can you be more specific?
What type of structure were they staying in?
It was a house.
Could we pull up document E, which is a short video?
Please stand by.
And for the record, this was produced as Depp 9811.
I was muted. I think I have some of the video files too. I downloaded. We could. 9811. So I should be able to look these up. Want to replay it or look at it?
During Exhibit 25. Let me know whenever you need me to play, Counsel.
Please play. Thank you. Ms. Lloyd, do you recognize the location reflected in that video?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's the Johnny's home on his island.
And is that where he was staying during the detox process?
Yes.
Is that video consistent with how the house looked in August of 2014?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any part of the house that's not reflected in that video?
The bathroom wasn't in the video.
When you were on the island, you were personally overseeing Mr. Depp's detox process, correct?
Correct.
And how often would you see him in person during that?
That's an answer.
It varied.
Did you see him in person at least once a day?
I cannot recall.
When Dr. Kipper arrived, do you recall how often he would see Mr. Depp?
I do not.
What substances was Mr. What substances was Mr. Depp detoxing from?
Opiates.
Was he detoxing from any other substances?
Not on the, no, I don't recall.
Have you overseen other patients detoxing from opiates before you were caring for Mr. Depp?
Yes.
How many would you estimate?
Hundreds.
What is that process? And what does that process do to the person physically?
They go through withdrawal symptoms and we medicate them.
And what type of withdrawal symptoms have you observed?
Nausea, vomiting, body aches, hypoerection, rhinorrhea, restlessness, anxiety.
Is there a time during the detox process when those symptoms are particularly the most acute?
Yeah.
What stage in the process is that?
Typically day 3 through 5 or 6.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's physical state throughout the detox process?
I don't recall specifics. I'd have to refer to my notes.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's psychological state throughout the detox process?
I don't recall. I'd have to review my notes.
All right, let's go back to your notes then, which I believe is Exhibit 23. Okay, great. Could we first go to the entry dated August 8th, 2014? Okay. Ms. Lloyd, does this refresh your recollection as to when you arrived on the island to assist Mr. Depp in his detox process?
According to my notes, it was August 8th.
Okay, and so as I think we established earlier, you met Mr. Depp in June. Fair to say that you had known him for about 2 months at this time?
Correct.
Okay. Can we please go to the entry for August 11th, 2014? Okay. And this is a note you prepared?
Yes.
Okay. If you need to take a minute and read it over, just let me know when you're done, or I can go right into it.
I just still don't see the this is just his baclofen and the phenobarb that was given and the side effects that he had. Like I don't know. Guess we'll have to wait and see. I guess they're taking us somewhere. And all she's gonna tell you is refer to my notes. Yeah, the breathing, I know.
fair to say that this note reflects that Mr. Depp was experiencing discomfort on this date?
According to my notes, yes.
It
Somebody's gotta
says
tell that
he
guy.
was experiencing muscle spasms, chills, and pains, right?
Correct.
Did you personally observe Mr. Depp in this state?
According to this note, it does not appear I did.
Are these symptoms typical during a detox process?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Can we please go to the entry for August 12th, 2014? Okay. And I believe you looked at this earlier, but I'd just like to direct your attention to the last line in this first paragraph. MD arriving this morning and will assess patient. Do you see that?
Where are we on what?
So I directing your attention to the August 12th, 2014 entry.
Yes, I see it. Sorry.
Oh, great. And so based on your note, it appears that Dr. Kipper arrived on the island on August 12th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was the plan always for Dr. Kipper to come down to the island to attend to Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
Do you recall any issues in your caring for Mr. Depp prior to Dr. Kipper's arrival?
I don't.
Do you recall any medical issues arising with Mr. Depp before Dr. Kipper arrived that caused you concern?
I don't recall.
I come have some alcohol withdrawal.
If there had been a serious medical issue with Mr. Depp prior to Dr. Kipper's arrival, would that have been reflected in your notes?
Yes.
If Mr. Depp's behavior had been unmanageable prior to Dr. Kipper's arrival, would that have been reflected in your notes?
Yes.
Can we please go to the next entry for August 13th? And Ms. Lloyd, this is also a note that you prepared?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to the portion of the note that starts with 1340. Again, this is military time, is that right?
Correct.
And I think you testified earlier, this is the time that you prepared the note, not the time of the events reflected in the note, is that right?
Yes. Sometimes, I mean, I don't recall specifics, but sometimes they were at times and sometimes they were done later.
So generally speaking, when you prepare these nursing notes, how long after the events reflected in the note was the note actually prepared by you?
It varied.
Okay. Okay, so directing your attention back to the portion that starts with 1340, do you see where it says patient's fiance text to say it wasn't feeling well, MD orders Phenos 64.8 milligrams, Neurontin 600 milligrams stat. Patient and fiance informed that today and tomorrow will be the most difficult days and to keep in close contact with us. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall informing Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard that the following days would be the most difficult?
Just what was stated in my notes.
Okay. Can we please go to the entry for August 17th, 2014? Do you see that?
I do.
And this is a note you prepared?
Correct.
Do you recall this specific event?
I do not.
Do you have any reason to doubt that what is reflected in your note is accurate?
No.
Okay. So when you wrote RN and MD found patient sitting quietly on his porch, you believe that's an accurate recitation of how you found Mr. Depp on this date?
Correct.
When you wrote that he was calm and stated he was frustrated, you have no reason to doubt the accuracy of that statement?
Correct.
Could we please bring back up Exhibit 23 and specifically go to the August 18th, 2014 entry, which is on Depp 1677. Ms. Lloyd, I'd like to direct your attention to, well, first of all, this is a note that you prepared, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I'd like to direct your attention to the end of the note, which is actually on the second page, or the next page. Do you see at the end here where it says, patient was escorted to bed? Do you see that?
Yes.
Would that have been you who escorted Mr. Depp to bed?
I don't recall.
You testified earlier, though, that you did see Mr. Depp in the home that he was staying in on the island, correct?
Correct.
And it says plans to leave the island tomorrow. See that?
I do.
And directing your attention to the next note, August 19th, do you see that it says next to 2335, arrive back in LA?
Yes.
Okay, so does this accurately reflect that you left the island on August 19th, 2014?
According to these notes, yes.
Okay. I'd like to direct your attention to the August 20th, 2014 entry, which starts on the next page. And then if you go to the next page as well, you can see that there's another entry for August 20th, 2014. Do you see that?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Okay. On this page here, I'd like to direct your attention to the portion that starts with 1230. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, it says here RN and MD spent time talking with patients. Do you see that?
I do.
This would have been you and Dr. Kipper, correct?
Correct.
And does this reflect that you spoke with Mr. Depp in person?
I don't recall. I would, yes.
Okay. And the note goes on to say, patient expressed frustration with the detox process and with not liking how the phenobarb was making him feel. Initially, he stated he was done with the process and no longer wanted MD and RN services. After processing his feelings and realizing how far he had come, and that part of his wanting to give up was due to tensions between him and his fiance. Patient, fiance, RN, and MD came up with a plan for fiance to take a few days for herself, and patient was willing to continue treatment, but was going to refuse phenobarbital from this point forward. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Do you recall tensions between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard at this stage in his detox process?
Yes.
And what do you recall about that?
I don't recall.
I recall Johnny feeling that she was trying to interfere.
Hmm.
In what way did he feel she was trying to interfere?
by reporting to us things that he didn't feel were true.
Can you think of a specific instance where Ms. Heard reported something to you that you found out later was not true?
I cannot remember specifics.
Do you recall the plan for Ms. Heard to take a few days for herself?
I don't recall specifics.
But you do recall there being tension between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard around this time?
Yes.
And do you recall that having an impact on Mr. Depp's treatment?
I don't recall specifics.
Let's go on to the entry for August 26th, please.
So I guess they're trying to show he's been trying to get help, I guess? Get treatment?
First of all, is this a note that you've prepared?
It is.
Directing your attention to the portion that starts with 1900. First line says, meeting at MD's house was quite stressful for patient. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recall attending a meeting with Mr. Depp at Dr. Kipper's house?
I don't recall.
The next line says, him and his fiance are having a hard time communicating and understanding each other's point of view and feelings. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recall any specifics about this situation?
I do not.
A couple sentences down, it says, plan is for fiance to start therapy tomorrow. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall that Ms. Heard started therapy shortly after Mr. Depp's detox process?
I don't recall.
Do you have any understanding as to why Ms. Heard was starting therapy?
I do not.
Directing your attention to the entry for August 27, 2014, which starts on Depp 1687, or 86, excuse me. 1686, yep. Again, this is an entry you prepared?
It is.
Okay. Do you see where it says, received text from patient's sister that patient had been recording music with his friend until 5 and did not go to sleep until 7 and is currently sleeping?
Yes.
And who is Mr. Depp's sister that's referred to here?
Christy.
And at this time, have you met Christy before?
I don't recall.
Have you met Christy before?
Yes.
How many times?
I don't know.
More than once?
More than once, yes.
At this time, have you communicated with Christy about Mr. Depp's treatment before?
I don't recall.
Okay, the entry goes on to say, sister stated that patient and his fiance had had a disagreement last night and that patient was able to remain calm and handle the situation appropriately. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Do you recall Christy telling you that?
I do not.
See the portion of the note that starts with 1330.
I do.
The second line reads, patient expressing feeling about argument with fiance and feels relationship is putting unwanted stress on him right now. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recall this exchange with Mr. Depp? Sorry, I didn't catch that. Like,
I'm sorry, I do not.
okay. Based on this note, can you tell whether this was a conversation you had in person with Mr. Depp?
Based on this note, yes.
Do you recall on other occasions Mr. Depp expressing to you that his relationship was putting unwanted stress on him?
I'd have to review my notes.
Okay, directing your attention down to the portion of the note that starts with 2130. It says, patient back home. For patient, he had a long conversation with fiance, and they both understand that right now is a time to work on themselves as individuals. Patient's fiance now has an RN to help her anxiety and to monitor her while she's starting a new mood stabilizer medication. Do you see that?
I do.
Who was, I believe you testified to this earlier, Miss Heard's nurse was Erin Borum, is that right? And Miss Borum was an employee of yours, is that correct?
She was an independent contractor.
Okay. But you placed her, Dr. Kipper, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall when Miss Borum was assigned to Miss Heard?
I do not recall.
Do you have any understanding as to why Miss Heard needed a nurse?
Other than what my notes state, I do not.
Do you recall witnessing Miss Heard being anxious or having anxiety?
I do not recall.
Now, the last line here says, patient feels this will take some of the stress off their relationship, and in return, if we could go to the next page, take some stress off of him. Did I read that correctly?
I do.
Do you recall why Mr. Depp felt that Ms. Heard having a nurse would reduce the stress on their relationship?
I do not recall.
From your perspective, was it important to Mr. Depp's treatment that his stress be reduced?
Yes.
And why is that?
Any patient going through detox or changes, it's always important to relieve as much stress as you can from them.
Let's go to the entry for September 10th, please, which is on Dep 1694 and continues on to 1695. September 10th, 2014 entry. This is your entry, correct? You prepared this?
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry. And if I could direct your attention to the portion that starts with 2330, which is actually on the next page. The first line says, met with patient, he complained of body aches and nausea. Do you see that?
I do.
And does this reflect that you were physically with Mr. Depp at this time?
It would, yes.
Okay. A couple sentences down, it says, and this portion is highlighted here, while RN was visiting patient, fiance came in and tried to start argument with him. Patient was able to stay calm and talk his fiance down. Do you see that?
Oh, thanks.
I do.
Do you recall the incident reflected in this note?
I do not.
Do you recall any instances where you witnessed Ms. Heard try to start a fight with Mr. Depp?
Yeah.
How many instances do you remember?
I don't recall specific numbers.
Do you remember at least one?
Yes.
Do you remember more than one?
Yes.
More than two?
I don't recall specific numbers.
What do you remember about that first instance that you can remember?
I remember one night trying to leave the penthouse and Amber standing in the elevator and not letting us leave.
Why wasn't she letting you leave?
She didn't want him to leave.
Had they been fighting previous to that point?
I wasn't there previously.
And what's the other instance you remember?
I can't remember specifics.
Do you have any reason to doubt the accuracy of what's reflected in your note here?
No.
Do you have any understanding as to what you meant when you said patient was able to remain calm, was able to stay calm, and talk his fiance down?
I don't recall the events of that note.
Get some merch, some emojis. I have to go on Fiverr, get somebody to start making this stuff. We should get a list. We need a list of the sayings.
Had you seen Mr. Depp and Miss Heard get in a fight before this date?
I don't recall.
Let's go to the entry for September 12th, please.
They're just cutting her out too. The I don't recalls. They're just I don't click. Cutting it out.
And this is a note that you prepared as well, Ms. Lloyd?
Is correct.
Okay. The first line here says RN and MD visited patient at work. Do you see that?
I do.
And so this reflects that both you and Dr. Kipper went and saw Mr. Depp. Is that right?
Correct.
And the entry states here, patient expressed some concerns with fiance's behavior and how it is adding stress to his life. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recall this, Mr. Depp saying this to you in this instance?
I do not.
Do you have any reason to doubt the accuracy of what's reflected in your note?
I do not.
We need it with her face, maybe, or no, maybe not.
Could we please go to the entry for October 22nd, 2014, which starts on 1717 and continues on to Depp 1718.
My notes are different. What's the top of the, I see the top of that just so I know what I'm looking. Okay. 10. Okay.
First of all, this is also a note that you prepared, correct?
Correct.
And if you want to take a minute and read through the note, I know it goes on for 2 pages.
Okay. Oh.
Just let me know when you read through it.
Yeah, I gotta work on the merch. I really gotta. I haven't even done my taxes. I had to get an extension. I do need a. I gotta get a list of things I need to be doing, and I'm not doing. Thank you, Getting Brains. Mel's still over there looking like a damn snack, a whole damn snack. And the Heathen Cowgirl, thank you so much for the
Say
super
that
chat.
this note reflects that you and Mr. were in Georgia at this when the events in this note occurred.
I think we were at the end. It says now in Georgia. I don't recall, but a travel day.
Well, do you see above that where it says 10/22? And then below it, it says now in Georgia?
Yeah.
Okay. So based on your notes, you were in Georgia on October 22nd, 2015? Okay. Do you recall being in Georgia with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Do you recall who else was with you in Georgia?
I don't recall who was with us, but the purpose of the trip was to visit Amber on location.
Okay, so Amber was in Georgia as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, directing your attention to the portion of the entry which is on the next page and begins with 1530. It states here, he requested an emergency session with the psychiatrist to discuss feeling about arguments with fiance and would like some tools to help him feel with his emotions. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recall Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd having a fight on this trip in Georgia?
I do not.
Do you recall who Mr. Depp's psychiatrist was at this time?
I do not.
Do you recall why Mr. Depp started seeing a psychiatrist?
I do not.
Directing your attention down to the portion of the note that starts with 2010, it says here, patient spoke to a psychiatrist for 50 minutes and was open and honest with his feelings. He feels better after conversation, but also feels he is in a no-win situation with fiance. Do you see that?
I'm kind of lost where we're at right now.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, 15:30. Okay, yes, yeah, I see it. Sorry.
Okay. Does this reflect that you were present with Mr. Depp when he spoke to his psychiatrist?
I don't remember. It was based on him telling me or if I was present.
Do you recall Mr. Depp ever expressing to you that he felt he was in a no-win situation with Ms. Hurd?
I don't recall those specific words.
But you wrote them in your nursing notes, correct? Do you see at the bottom, still in this portion that starts with 2010, do you see where it says, plan is for patient and fiance to go to dinner this evening. Patient is feeling exhausted and wants to stay home, but does not want to upset fiance. Do you see that?
We're on the same page?
Yes, we're still in the portion of the note that starts with 2010.
2010. Okay. Yes. Yep.
Do you recall this specific incident?
I do not.
Do you have any understanding as to why Mr. Depp would be concerned about upsetting his fiance?
I do not.
If we could go on to the next entry, which is on the same page, 1023. And this is also a note you prepared, Ms. Lloyd?
It is.
Okay. It says here you text patient to see if RN could come by and check in. Do you see that?
I did. I do.
Why did you want to check in on Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
Were you ever concerned about Mr. Depp when he and Ms. Heard were in arguments?
Yes.
Why were you concerned?
Their arguments were a trigger for him emotionally.
Any other reasons?
No.
What do you mean by a trigger for him emotionally?
It would cause him to be upset, add stress.
The next portion of this note says, when RN arrived in the room, patient was agitated and felt fiance was using the term mania to explain his behavior and excuse herself from any fault during arguments. Do you see that?
You.
Do you have any, did you ever hear Ms. Heard use the term mania to describe Mr. Depp?
I don't recall if that was, I heard it from her or heard it that she was saying it to others.
But you do have some recollection of hearing that Ms. Heard was using that word, whether it was directly from her or from others?
Yes.
The note goes on to say, patient was upset by this label. RN processed his feelings with patient, and he was able to see fiance's negative behaviors. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Do you have any recollection of what you meant when you wrote that?
I do not.
You don't have any understanding of what fiance's negative behaviors refers to?
I don't recall specifics.
Do you recall generally?
Yes.
And what do you recall?
At times, what's the word? She would almost try to instigate him.
Okay, we got a little something. A tiny
And when
little
you say
piece.
she, you're referring to Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Did you ever witness that personally?
Yes.
On more than one occasion?
Yes.
Ballpark, how many times did you witness that during the time you cared for Mr. Depp?
I don't recall a number.
More than 5?
I don't recall.
When you say Ms. Heard would try to instigate him, what do you mean?
I remember an argument or being in there when he was going from room to room trying to remove himself from a situation, and she would just follow him from room to room and not give him his space.
And that's one specific instance that you remember?
Yes.
Do you remember seeing that type of behavior on other occasions?
Yes.
3 hours and we got a little just a little.
Are you aware of any of the fights that we just went through? Are you aware that any of them became physical?
No.
From what you observed, what was the cause of the friction between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard during this time?
I don't know.
Could we please go to the entry for November 3rd, 2014, which is on Depp 172?
172, sorry, counsel.
Yes, 1721. Ms. Lloyd, this is also a note you prepared?
Correct.
And it says here, you arrived at Mr. Depp's home and he was, quote, focused on relationship with fiance and is struggling with conflicted emotions. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Based on this note, is that something Mr. Depp would have told you?
Based on this note, it appears so.
Looks like there's another note for November 3rd below this one. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it continues on to the next page, which is Depp 1722. If we could go there, please.
Very good. Very good. Thank you.
Sound. And Ms. Lloyd, directing your attention to the portion that starts with 1700. Do you see where it says RN went back to patient's house? He was chatting with a friend and is feeling stressed about his relationship. Do you see that?
I do.
And it goes on to say he feels she is not being truthful with him and he is not sure how to comfort her about this confront her about this when she arrives home. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the she here refers to Ms. Heard, is that right?
Correct.
Do you remember this exchange with Mr. Depp?
Objection, hearsay.
Do you have any reason to doubt the accuracy of your note?
I do not.
If we could turn to the entry for November 17th, 2014, which begins on Depp 1723, which is the opening. Ms. Lloyd, do you see at the very bottom, it says 1117?
Yes.
Okay, and then I think the entry itself is on the next page. Yes, thank you. This is also a note you prepared?
Correct.
And this says RN and MD went to patient's house to assess him. Do you see that?
I do.
And so again, this reflects that you and Dr. Kipper went to see Mr. Depp?
Correct.
Do you have any recollection of why why Dr. Kipper was visiting with Mr. Depp at this time?
I do not.
The next line says, patient appeared anxious and depressed over relationship issues. Do you see that?
I do.
And then it says, patient continues to be ambivalent about relationship status. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recall Mr. Depp expressing these sentiments to you?
Objection, hearsay.
I don't recall specific conversations.
But you also have, but this is what you wrote in your notes, correct? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Oh.
Correct. Sorry.
Sorry. Do you recall when Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard got married?
I don't recall the dates.
Okay. But you testified earlier that you did attend the wedding?
Correct.
Were you there to provide nursing services?
I don't really recall if I was a guest or I don't think they made that clear to me.
Did Dr. Kipper attend the wedding? And did Aaron Borum attend the wedding?
He did.
Do you recall any discussions of a prenuptial agreement between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard before they got married?
Yes.
And what do you recall?
I don't recall specifics.
What do you recall generally?
I only recall what Johnny told me about the conversation.
And what was that?
That she didn't take it well.
Didn't take what well?
The idea.
Sorry, I didn't hear the end of that.
The idea of having to sign a prenup.
Did Johnny tell you that he asked Ms. Heard to sign a prenup?
I don't recall specifics.
But you recall Johnny telling you that Ms. Heard didn't want to sign a prenup?
Yes.
And when you say didn't take that well, what are you referring to?
From what Johnny said, her reaction was when they spoke about the prenup.
Do you recall that in January of 2015, Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard traveled to Japan together?
I don't recall.
Do you recall traveling to Japan with Mr. Depp?
I recall being in Japan, yes.
Okay. Do you remember anything specific about that trip?
I do not.
Do you recall Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard having a fight on a plane?
I recall a fight on a plane, but I don't know the time it was around.
What do you remember about that fight?
It was another instance where he was sitting at a table and not wanting to talk, and she wouldn't leave the table.
What was she doing?
She wouldn't leave the table. And he was saying, please let's just go away.
And what was she saying?
I don't remember. I don't remember her words.
How was her tone?
I don't recall.
Okay. You spoke with Mr. Nadelhoff about this earlier, but at some point you traveled to Australia with Mr. Depp, right?
Correct.
Can we pull up what has been previously marked as Exhibit 14? I'd like to direct your attention to the March 1st, 2015 email from Dr. Kipper at 2:10 p.m. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recall Mr. Depp having issues with his sleep when he was in Australia?
Not specifically in Australia.
Do you recall Mr. Depp having issues with his sleep generally?
Yes.
And what issues were those?
A hard time sleeping and staying on a sleep schedule.
Miss Lloyd, when you were in Australia with Mr. Depp, did you see where he was staying?
Yes.
And how many times did you go to that property?
I don't recall specific numbers.
Fair to say you went there multiple times, though?
Yes.
You talked about this with Mr. Nadelhoff earlier. At some point in Australia, you learned that Mr. Depp had injured his finger, correct?
Correct.
And Dr. Kipper was already in Australia at that time?
Correct.
And you testified earlier that you and Dr. Kipper went to see Mr. Depp after he injured his finger, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall anything about what do you recall about Mr. Depp's physical appearance when you first saw him?
Don't recall specifics.
What do you remember about his demeanor, if anything?
I don't remember the events of when I first arrived.
But you did see Mr. Depp at that time, correct?
I can't recall when I initially saw him after the finger event.
And I believe you testified you don't recall whether Miss Heard was at the house when you went to attend to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember seeing Miss Heard in Australia?
Yes.
Did you ever see any injuries on Miss Heard when she was in Australia?
Yes.
What did you see?
A bruise on her arm.
Anything else?
No.
Did she have any injuries to her face that you can recall?
Not that I recall.
Any cuts or abrasions that you can recall?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall Miss Heard ever seeking medical treatment from you while she was in Australia?
I do not recall her ever seeking a medical treatment from me.
At the time that Mr. Depp injured his finger, Miss Heard was a patient of Dr. Kipper, correct?
I'm not sure.
Do you recall whether Miss Borum was already assigned to Miss Heard?
I don't recall if she was working with her at that time.
Can we turn back to the nursing notes, which is Exhibit 23? And specifically, the entry for March 7th, which is on 1732.
This March 7th of 2014, or
yeah, it says 3/7/15. Do you see that?
Oh, so 15. Hold on, no. Oh, I wasn't there on 14. Yes.
You said you saw a bruise on Miss Heard's arm at some point when you were in Australia, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any understanding of how she got that bruise?
I do not.
Okay, directing your attention to the entry for March 7th, 2015. You see here it says MD received text message from client that he had been arguing with his wife and that he had cut his finger.
Yes, I see that.
Okay, so this is the date that you went and saw Mr. Depp after his injury, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could direct your attention down to the portion that starts with 1530.
Okay.
It says MD cleaned and dressed wound to our middle finger. Do you see that?
Yeah.
What does our middle finger reflect?
Right.
And so Mr. Depp had cut his middle right finger, is that correct?
According to this, yes.
Now, if I could direct your attention down to the bottom part of this entry that starts with 1130. Do you see that?
I do.
Now, this starts with patient and staff return from ER at 21:30. Do you see that?
Yeah.
So, is it correct that the 11:30 at the beginning of this is referring to 11:30 p.m.?
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah. So this is the same day that you were notified that Mr. Depp had injured his finger, correct?
According to this, yes.
Okay. And this was also the same day that Mr. Depp was seen in the AER for his finger, correct? Okay. In the middle of the page here, do you see, or in the middle of this entry, do you see where it says, upon arrival back to apartment, patient discussed feelings of anger and sadness about his relationship. Patient was encouraged to stay away from wife as the relationship is toxic. Patient expressed verbal understanding and why they needed to separate. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Do you have any recollection of this conversation beyond what's reflected in the notes?
I do not.
Do you have any reason to doubt the accuracy of what you documented in your notes?
I do not.
Do you recall advising Mr. Depp to stay away from Miss Heard?
I don't recall anything other than what's stated in my notes.
Do you recall ever having the view that Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's relationship was toxic?
Yes.
And what's the basis for that view?
Conversations that he would share with me.
What did Mr. Depp share with you?
I don't remember specifics, just like things we've reviewed in my notes, that he would be emotional and that the relationship was causing him stress.
After Mr. Depp injured his finger in Australia, do you recall him coming back to LA?
Yeah, I don't recall specifics, but I know we did return to LA at some point.
Was Mr. Depp's hand bandaged at all?
Yes.
And why was that?
Beforehand we kept it bandaged to keep it clean, and then he had surgery and it was bandaged after the surgery.
Do you recall that Mr. Depp had pins in his finger?
Yes.
Do you recall Mr. Depp reporting that his finger was in pain?
Yes.
How would he report his pain to you?
I have to review my notes for specifics.
Well, let's take a look at the entry in your notes for March 23rd, 2015, which is on page, it starts on page 1735 and goes on to 736.
I see it.
Actually, before we turn to that one, do you see in the entry above for 32215? Do you see that entry?
Yep.
Okay, and do you see next to 20, the portion of the entry that starts with 2015, do you see in the middle it says currently 5/10?
Yes.
Do you know what that refers to?
It's a pain scale.
Okay. And is that how Mr. Depp would report his pain to you?
According to my notes.
Okay. Okay, so now going to the entry for March 23rd. First of all, do you see the portion of the entry that starts with 1:20?
Yes.
Is this 1:20 in the morning, AM?
According to this, yes.
Okay. Do you see it says patient states his wife is trying to argue with him?
I see that.
Okay. And again, you have no reason to doubt the accuracy of your note.
Correct.
Okay. Turning to the next page, do you see the portion of the note that starts with 5:45?
My Johnny Depp.
Yes.
And it says call to loft, correct? What does that refer to?
I don't know specifically. Loft is where they were living.
Is that the Eastern Columbia building?
Correct.
And then the next two sections of this note says 8:20 Torrid Val, and then at 14:45 the same thing. Do you see that? What is that referring to?
Incomplete notes. It would have been Toradol and Valium administered.
And do you have any recollection as to why those medications would have been administered?
They were for his pain.
Okay. And then do you see below that it says FU Thursday afternoon and Tuesday afternoon, skin graft bandage off, week from Tuesday, pin off in 2 weeks.
Yes.
What does this reflect?
I don't recall.
Did Mr. Depp have a skin graft on his finger?
He did.
And I think you just testified, he had pins in his fingers as well, right? Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Correct.
Okay. So at this time on March 23rd, he had bandages and a skin graft and pins in his finger?
According to this, yes.
And then do you see in the section that starts with 2000, patient informed wife is coming to talk to him and he became extremely anxious. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you have any recollection of why Mr. Depp was anxious?
I do not.
Do you remember being present for a fight with Mr. Depp, between Mr. Depp and Miss Heard, shortly after Mr. Depp returned from Australia?
I don't remember specifics.
Do you recall a fight when Amber's sister Whitney was present?
I don't recall.
Can we please pull up document H, please?
Exhibit 27.
Now, just for the record, this is a document that has the base number WH106 through 109. And Ms. Lloyd, you're not included on this, but I just want to direct your attention to the first text message here. This is, I can represent to you, these are text messages between Erin Borum and Whitney Hurd. And before I proceed, do you know who Whitney Hurd is?
Yes.
Have you met her before? Yes. On how many occasions have you met Whitney?
I don't recall.
And what is Whitney's relation to Miss Hurd?
Sister.
So this first text message appears to be from Erin Borum, and it says, Debbie just, and it's on it's at 14:32 in military time on the date March 23rd, 2015. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and it says, Debbie just told me what is going on and to check with you. Is Amber awake or fall asleep? Do you see that?
Yeah.
Do you recall reaching out to Erin Borum on this date?
I do not.
Directing your attention down to Whitney's, to 3 messages down from Whitney. Or excuse me, let's go up. Do you see that Whitney responds to Erin, she finally fell asleep. And then Erin says, thank goodness, she must be exhausted. Do you want me to come to the loft or is she safe and sound asleep? Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, and then Whitney responds, safe? No, she's not. She keeps saying she wants to kill herself. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you ever hear Miss Hurd say that she wanted to kill herself?
No.
Okay. Do these text messages combined with your notes refresh your recollection about an incident that occurred on March 23rd, 2015?
I remember an incident, but I don't remember the dates of it.
What incident are you remembering?
There was an incident where Johnny and Amber got into a fight at the lofts.
And what do you remember about that?
I was staying next door at a hotel, and security had come to get me, saying that they had had an argument and Johnny wanted to go back to 86. So
is that is 86 the Sweet Serve property?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Continue.
And so I went to the lofts, and I remember that night Amber was already leaving. She was in the lobby when we walked through, and when she saw that I was coming, she came back up to the apartment.
And what happened when Miss Hurd came back up to the apartment?
I don't remember specifically what happened. I remember Johnny was sitting outside and we went to leave, and somehow we didn't end up leaving.
And why didn't you end up leaving?
I don't remember.
Do you remember who else was in the apartment?
I remember Travis, one of the security guards, was there.
Anyone else that you can remember?
I don't remember exactly who else was there.
They should have just read her notes.
Is
Yeah.
Travis McGivern?
Correct.
Do you recall seeing Ms. Hurd throw anything at Mr. Depp?
I do not.
Do you remember Mr. Depp throwing anything at Ms. Hurd?
I don't recall.
Do you remember witnessing any physical violence?
We need to chase or something.
I saw Johnny push over one of Amber's clothing racks.
Okay. No physical violence directed at
No
a human, correct? Okay. Okay. And then you said you didn't end up leaving the apartment after that, correct?
At some point that night we left.
And when you say we, who does that include?
Myself, Johnny, and Travis.
And where did you go?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know where Amber went that night?
I don't know.
Okay. But she didn't come with you?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes, okay? Again, don't talk to anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? All right, we'll see you in 15 minutes.
My. Torture. Somebody in the chat was saying maybe they should have just had somebody read it. I mean, I get it, like the deposition, I guess, but they could have just, because this is like the defamation thing. Maybe somebody should have just read this stuff and go over it. Been in like 30 minutes, 20 minutes.
All right, we'll come back at 3:45 then? Okay, all right, thank you.
3:45. It feels like time is even slow. Like the little seeking bar, it started just moving slower and slower and slower. There's only like 30 minutes left. I feel like we've been hanging on 30 minutes for 2 hours. I don't know what's going on. Oh. And somebody commented too, they were like, 6 weeks of this? Like 6 more weeks of this? Like, oh shit, what did I get myself into? Lord almighty. I would have walked out. If I was in there, sitting there, Molly's in there, I would have walked out. Oh, this. I'll walk out, man. Just play it on the phone, go back home. Dragon. Are they really gonna be done in 6 weeks? They're gonna make this thing last 6 weeks plus. What happened to the Eve lady? I made a video yesterday. You can check it out. But basically, she had already gotten in trouble apparently for using her cell phone in court earlier, and I don't know how she got back in, but she got back in, and then she had given the judge it was a post from like 2021, I think, but she cropped out the time and date and gave it to the judge as if it was something from now that woman Gina Deuters, the witness, like as if she posted that now. And so they threw her ass out of there. And she was doing so much with it that I think even the court transcript said that they thought she was part of the legal team. I thought she was part of the legal team too. I was like, who are these ladies over there? They're all huddled up and excited. But yeah, this is torture, man. I really hope they just finish this crap today. It's so, I mean, trials, I guess all of it's not going to be fun and stuff. But it's just like, the thing is like, you're just not really getting much information from her. And I guess it's things that, like, we get it. He was on drugs and he was trying to, I guess what this paints too, in very small bits and pieces, dragged out over hours and hours and hours and hours of dragging, is that I guess she was, he had these issues, but she was instigating it. And she was a stressor on his life as well. And it didn't help things. It made things worse. I mean, this shit is like something you could sum up in 5 minutes, but I guess we have to, Oh my God. In medical notes written by Dr. Depp's former private nurse, Miss Lloyd, there's a description of a brain MRI, a CAT scan of the actor's brain, which was because he was suffering from chronic headaches. In the notes, it says Depp has also taken around 4 Xanax. Amazing. As he hadn't slept for the night before. Oh, 4 Xanax. That's kind of a lot, though. Hadn't slept the night before due to an argument with his wife. And I don't even, so is this the cross already? This has been the cross? I don't even remember. It's like all a blur. At some points of this thing, I just tuned out. I seriously tuned out. I started checking my emails. I was looking at what Tracy sent me an email with this audio, and I was checking the chat. Has there been any highlights of today? Haven't seen. I'm sure they'll come out later. I think there's a lot of people doing highlights after. I guess the benefit of the highlights is you don't have to torture yourself through all this crap, you know? Because this morning was finishing Dr. Kipper, which Dr. Kipper was a bit of a drag too. But I feel like he gave a little bit more information. This lady that I thought was going to be like the real insider because she was personally giving this guy, you know, taking care of him. There's just not much outside of her notes. Says that we're now looking at the medical notes written on the day Debbie Lloyd tended to Depp's injured finger. The notes say that it was his middle right finger which was injured. This took place at his home in Australia, but exactly how it happened is disputed. I mean, it's all the stuff we've kind of already known. Notes say Depp returned from the ER around 9:30 p.m. It says Depp was aware at the time that his relationship with Heard had come to an end. The former nurse asked by Heard's team, so it's already Heard's team, yeah. Do you recall believing Depp and Heard's relationship was toxic? And Miss Lloyd said yes. And says she thought that due to the conversations with Depp and the fact that the relationship was causing him stress. She says when he returned to LA, his finger was bandaged to stop infection, was causing him pain. She said he had pins inserted into his finger to repair it. Another thing, so he had pins in his finger and he also had skin graft. Her notes also state that patient states his wife is trying to argue with him. The notes say Heard was coming to visit Depp, and for that reason, he was extremely anxious. A questioning now moves to an alleged fight that took place shortly after the couple returned from Australia. When Heard's sister Whitney was reportedly present, Miss Lloyd says she doesn't recall specifics, which is a phrase she has used many times during the deposition. That's smart stuff that you do, I guess, right? It's like somebody told her to say that in order. I mean, I guess it's protecting herself, but I mean, and I'm assuming she's maybe in favor of Johnny. Or maybe she's not. Maybe she's not taking any sides. I don't know. It seems like she might be in favor of Johnny. Just not recalling is the best way to go. If you're ever in court or in a relationship, I don't recall. Mri says, yes, any nurse knows how to write notes to keep her or himself protected. Stay bland, document symptoms who visits, and it's a wrap. I don't recall. I don't remember, man. It's in the notes. That's it. That's all I got for you. It says here, so we're shown text messages between Whitney Heard, Heard's sister, and Erin Borum, Heard's nurse, which I guess at some point we're going to hear from the nurse. I'm already done with the medical professionals. In the exchange, Whitney is describing Heard not being well. Okay. And sleeping after an exhausting day. She says Heard is not in a good place and says she keeps saying she wants to kill herself. Miss Lloyd says she has never heard Heard say that she wanted to kill herself. We now hear the core of an alleged incident, which was also discussed in Depp's London court case in 2020, during which it was called the staircase incident. It refers to an alleged dispute which Heard said Depp fought with her and shoved her sister Whitney while at the top of some stairs at their apartment in Los Angeles. Ms. Lloyd said she was called to the apartment, which she calls the lofts, due to an argument. She says Depp was sitting outside the apartment and Heard had been about to leave, but came back to the flat when she saw her arriving. When asked if she saw any physical violence at all, she says, I saw Johnny push over one of Amber's clothing racks. Oi! Shelly, make sure if you have time today or tomorrow sometime, send me some of the suggestions you have. Just keeping in mind though, like it's for an emoji though, you know, so like keeping in mind like the size and visibility if you can. And I'm gonna hit up this guy because I feel like we need some new ones for the members. I'm gonna hit up this guy that does really good on Fiverr. It's one of the best that I've seen do it. I'm gonna have him make it, then write it off at the end of the year. I don't even know how to sign into this thing. Okay. All right, Lori, I got your email. Thanks. I will hit you up. I like to yeah, as far as mods, like I'm not really taking people, but if there's somebody that's like really active and you know, I'll consider it or whatever. But I don't want to have, you know how some people just have everybody's a mod, all the chat's just full of mod. I like to be selective a bit and you know, not have a bunch of people or whatever. And I think we have a really good amount of people. But I know that these streams, they're like 8 hours, they're super long, which is something that I never normally. This is the first time we're doing a trial. So it's like really extensive than what we normally do. It's been a ride. But I mean, I guess this is week 2, the beginning of week 2. I'll definitely hit you up, Lori. And me, if you're out there, I don't know if you saw my message. If you're interested, no pressure or whatever. 2 people recommended you, said that you're just really like active and stuff. Oh, thanks, Rylan. Appreciate that. Your mods are the best on YouTube. Yeah, I think Lisa said, will Amber Heard testify? I thought that she's supposed to. So definitely Johnny's going to, and I'm really interested to hear. I want to see how that goes. The worst parts for me have been the depositions. The best parts have been the actual people that, you know, get on the stand and we hear their testimony, like Isaac. And Gina Deuters was like a really good part too. It was just shocking. It was like one of those in the moment times, you know, it's just like, what's going on? You're excused. And Gina, she was nervous. I could feel her anxiety coming through the screen, and I was like, oh my God. At one point, I thought she was going to pass out. I thought she was going to pass out, man. I can't understand why Johnny Depp didn't defend himself at a time of the allegation in 2016. Instead, he was professing his love for her in a phone call. He was lying. Yeah, her voice was shaking. Clara, thank you for subscribing. Elvis, thank you. Marisha, thank you. Catherine, thank you for subbing. Shelly, thank you for the super chat. New emojis. Yes. Can I email you some ideas? LOL. Yes, please. When you have a chance, get in brains. I read that already. The Heathen girl. Oh, who's this? Sorry, I'm late. At work recap. Yeah, I'm trying to I put the little things right here. This was Johnny's nurse that we're almost over. It's like I think it's a little bit less than 30 minutes left of the deposition. I mean, that thing took the entire day. I mean, I don't know. All I can think is that maybe this stuff is leading us to other things that are important, or maybe they're laying the foundation down for something. Because I would think that if they have limited time, that they're going to be very selective with what they put out. You know, like really, really, you know. But maybe this is just setting the. He was trying to get help. He was getting help. He was talking to his doctors. Like he just, you know. Did you get my email? Which one? Which email? That? The best email is ikidmel@ikidmel.com or team@ikidmel. I have people helping me out at team@ikidmel. The Gmail one, I check sometimes too. It's not the best, but I do check it. It's just flooded with like spam and stuff. Yeah, I found the guy that does it. Top rated seller. You can stream Oscar slaps in the meantime. I keep telling myself that I want to, like, after the stream's over, that I want to do something. It's like do another, like an extra video or extra live stream. But man, by the time this thing is over, like I just want to kind of relax and kind of like I need to do some groceries. I don't have my daughter for a couple of days because her mother's back. But soon, I think by Wednesday, I'll be, having to leave and pick her up from school. At least the stream start at 10, so like I can do whatever I need to do in the morning, which is dope. And then sometime like in the afternoon when we get the break, I'll just have to go pick her up from school. Yeah, I don't blame you, Pauline. I don't blame you. I really don't. His comment got removed, but I thought that was actually really funny. Oh, Streamlabs removed pro bono guy. I thought that was funny. Can we talk about the breathing / moaning during recorded depositions? Really creepy. So Tracy, thank you for the super chat earlier. Tracy says the heavy breathing is the judge. Haha, she needs to mute her mic or move it away from her face. It drove me nuts last week. If that's the case, that makes sense. What are they doing over there? If that's the case, that makes sense. Maybe it is the judge. Maybe, I feel like I need somebody. Love you too, Max Bang. Thank you. I feel like I need somebody that knows how to do, I guess it's supposed to be an easy process, but Freedom of Information Acts. I need somebody that can do that to start pulling a bunch of interrogations so we can get the original sources. I mean, I think sometimes with those you have to be in person, right? I don't know if you could, well, maybe you could do it online. I don't know. I need somebody that just does that. Because I've had quite a few recommendations, but like, I can't, for a lot of them, I can't find source. I feel like some of the people have actually submitted the Freedom of Information Act and got it themselves. And I don't know if I can use that or not. They're back.
All right, are we ready for the jury? Yes, okay.
They're back.
Are we ready? We're ready for the jury? There.
I'd be dying too if I was the jury listening to this crap. Oof. It varies from state to state. Okay, brother. I think that is the judge. Is it the judge breathing? No. It is. You saw when she did like her throat thing? You can hear it. It's the judge. Oh. Oh, well, welcome back. You're just in time for the breathing again, Karen. Yeah, it'd be nice if they could mute it or something. I don't know.
All right, thank you. All right, if you want to continue with the testimony, thank you.
Can we please go back to the nursing notes, which are Exhibit 23? And specifically, could we go to the entry for March 25th that starts on Depp 1736 and goes on to 1737? Ms. Lloyd, do you see at the bottom here where it says 325?
Yes.
Okay, and if we could just go to the next page. You'd agree that this is a continuation of that note, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you see under 1330, it says patient states pain is 4 out of 10. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and what does that reflect?
Pain was being rated at a 4 out of 10 out of 10 out of 10.
And then directing your attention down to the entry from March 26th. This is a note that you prepared, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And just to make sure, I'm not sure I asked, but the prior 2 notes we looked at, those are also notes you prepared, right?
Correct.
Now, if you could, why don't you take a moment and read through this note and just let me know when you're done.
Rose said that all the witnesses have been
Okay.
testifying for years. I guess because of the previous thing.
Now, the beginning of the note starts at 1:45. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And so again, is that 1:45 in the morning?
Correct.
And it says here, RN called the patient's home. Upon arrival, patient and wife were fighting in the garage. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you remember this incident?
I do not.
It says, when argument became heated, patient removed himself from situation and had security drive him to another home. Do you see that?
I do.
I think you just testified you don't remember witnessing this, correct?
I do not.
But you don't have any reason to doubt the accuracy of what you wrote down in your note, correct?
I do not.
Had you seen Mr. Depp remove himself from fights before in this manner?
Yes.
Could we please turn to the entry for March 31st, which is on page Depp 1740.
Man, this is helping his case. He's trying to get away from this crazy boo.
Ms. Boyd, this is also a note you prepared?
It is.
Do you see the portion that starts 1:30? Patient continues to CO pain 10/10, which is causing anxiety and insomnia. Do you see that? And
Yes.
what does this mean? Plaintiff continues to CO pain 10/10.
Complain of.
Okay. And the 10 out of 10 is the pain on the scale that you referenced previously, correct?
Correct.
Directing your attention down to the portion that starts with 1615. It says, at follow-up with surgeon, bandage was removed from skin graft. Graft took 100%, but there was an infection under bolster. Finger was drained, pin was removed, and Rosafin 1G was administered during appointment. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Even if my pronunciation is incorrect. What does this reflect that Mr. Depp had the bandage from his skin graft on his right middle finger removed on this date?
Meaning removed at that time or removed for good?
Removed at that time.
Yeah, at that time, that's what that would mean.
And the pin from his finger was also removed?
According to this.
Okay. And when you say the bandage was removed at that time, are you clarifying that because another bandage was put on?
I don't remember. That's why I was clarifying.
Okay. Do you remember what type of bandages Mr. Depp had on his hand at this time?
I didn't hear you. What type of bandage?
Yes.
I don't remember specifics.
Was it a hard cast or a soft cast?
Soft.
Okay. Was Mr. Depp's hand I'm sorry.
I don't recall if it was a cast, but I know the bandage was soft.
Okay. Do you recall whether Mr. Depp could move the hand that was bandaged?
Hand, yes, for a while. His finger was like splinted.
Okay. Did he grab anything with that hand?
I remember him pretending he had a claw. He could do this.
Were certain fingers bound together in the cast?
I don't remember specifics.
Did it have stickers? There's somebody over there in the courthouse or somebody that's connected to, maybe I gotta tell Molly, maybe they could talk to somebody. Well, no, I don't know. They might be afraid to tell the judge though.
Mr. Depp eventually returned to Australia after the time period we were just discussing, correct?
Correct.
And you returned with him?
Correct.
And how long did you stay in Australia on that trip?
I don't recall.
I'd like to direct your attention to the last page of this document, which has entry for July 1st. Do you see that?
Yes.
Please take a moment and read through this and just let me know when you're done.
Johnny.
I'm done.
Okay, great. This is a note you prepared, yes?
Correct.
And do you remember the events reflected in this note?
I do not.
Directing your attention to the portion that starts with 1235. Do you see where it says, RN received text from patient's assistants that the arguments between patient and wife are continuing and RN should come to the set to see patient? Did I read that correctly? Sorry, I didn't hear your response.
Yes.
Okay. Who is the assistant referred to here, if you can recall?
I don't recall. He had two main assistants.
And who were they?
Stephen and Nathan.
Do you recall both of them being in Australia?
I don't recall if they were both there.
Why did you understand, strike that. Why did you understand that you were being called to set?
Objection of hearsay.
I don't recall at the time.
All right, now directing your attention to the last part of this note that says 2100. Says here, between shooting, patient was able to express his feeling to RN. He explained that his wife makes him feel that he can never do anything right and that they cannot have a conversation without her blowing up. Do you see that? And I think you testified you don't recall having this exchange with Mr. Depp.
Correct.
It goes on to say, patient was given positive reinforcement for expressing his feelings. Patient verbalized he knows it's best for them to take a break from each other when the fights start to escalate, but how she will follow him from room to room when he tries to get away. Do you see that? Have you ever personally observed Mr. Depp try to get away from Miss Heard and her then following him?
Yes.
But you don't recall him telling you in this specific instance?
I do not.
And again, you don't have any reason to doubt the accuracy of this note?
I do not.
Okay. This appears to be the last note reflected in this document. Do you see that? And I think you said you don't recall specifically when you stopped caring for Mr. Depp, correct?
I'm sorry, what was the answer? Sorry.
Correct.
Sorry, thank you.
Do you recall why you stopped providing nursing services to Mr. Depp?
I do not.
Did you continue to work for Dr. Kipper after you stopped providing nursing services to Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Now, I think you testified earlier, you don't recall the last time you saw Mr. Depp?
Not for sure, no.
What's the last time that you remember seeing him?
I went to his, one of his Hollywood vampire show out here in the desert.
Was Mr. Depp and Miss Heard still in a relationship when you saw Mr. Depp the last time?
No. Not that I was aware of.
When was the last time you saw Miss Heard?
I have no idea.
What's the last time you remember seeing her?
I honestly don't know.
During the time you were Mr. Depp's nurse, did you ever see Mr. Depp physically abuse Miss Heard?
No.
You had witnessed this, would you have documented it in your nursing notes?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp throw anything at Miss Heard?
I do not recall ever seeing him throw anything.
During the time you cared for Mr. Depp, did you ever see Miss Heard physically abuse Mr. Depp?
No.
Did you ever see Miss Heard throw anything at Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
In the time that you cared for Mr. Depp, did he ever tell you that Miss Heard was physically abusive towards him?
I don't recall any conversations like that.
JD and AH
Were you
apology.
ever concerned for Mr. Depp's safety around Miss Heard?
No.
Were you ever called over by Mr. Depp when he was in a fight with Miss Heard?
I can't remember if it was when a fight. I remember being called over after fights.
And why, to the extent you know, why were you being called over?
My role with Johnny was medication or emotional support.
How many times did you travel with Mr. Depp while he was under your care?
Multiple, but I don't know a specific number.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp and Miss Heard get in arguments while you were traveling?
Yes.
And what would Mr. Depp do in those circumstances?
I don't remember specifics other than the one time I mentioned on the airplane.
Did Mr. Depp ever book a separate room to separate himself from Miss Heard?
I don't recall.
Have you ever witnessed Miss Heard lose her temper?
I don't recall specifics.
What do you recall generally?
I can't recall.
Ain't getting nothing.
In the time you treated Mr. Depp, did you ever suspect he was under the influence of alcohol?
Don't recall. You probably can
I
answer.
don't recall specific times being of concern.
Do you recall any specific instances when you were concerned he was under the influence of drugs that had not been prescribed by one of his physicians?
I do recall.
Did Mr. Depp ever tell you that someone had taken his prescription drugs?
I don't recall a conversation.
Could we pull up Exhibit I, please?
Please stand by.
And just for the record, this is a document bearing the base numbers Depp 7804 through 7848.
Exhibit 28.
Ms. Floyd, these are, I'll represent that these are text
Right.
messages between you and Mr. Depp. I
That's
think
the loyalty. Not
in
recalling.
some portions of this document when you were answering Mr. Nadelhoff's questions. But I'd like to just direct your attention specifically to messages between you and Mr. Depp on May 27th, 2015, which appears on page 7841 and goes through to 7843.
Yeah, I think this look, like I was saying earlier too, looks a lot better. The hair back, pull to the back.
Sorry, counsel, was there an instruction?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Can you please go to the page 7841? And we're going to be scrolling through the pages after that. I think it's up maybe 2 pages. Yeah. Great. See the text message that starts in row 320.
Yes.
Okay, so I would like you to please read through the text messages in row 320 through 337, which are from May 27th, 2015. And before you begin, I just want to confirm this number under participants next to your name. That's your phone number?
Look at it wrong.
Oh yeah, above. I was looking below. I was like, no, but above, yes.
Okay. Okay, so if you could read through the text messages reflected in rows 320 through 337, and then just let me know when you're done.
This thing is like, oof.
Okay, I'm done through 322.
What? Oh, okay. Yo,
I'm done through 330.
the gift that somebody just sent me. Let me show you. I'll see if I can download it. Can I download this? Play here though? Oh, it's not playing though. It's supposed to be animated, but for some reason not. But it's just like somebody just slowly being tortured.
Are you done through 337?
Oh yeah.
They could have fast forward. Yeah. They could have
All right.
trimmed it out. Jump cut.
Do you recall this experience with Mr. Depp?
I do not.
Do you have an understanding of what you and Mr. Depp are discussing?
I mean, just from what the text messages says, I can see what he was saying.
And what was Mr. Depp saying?
That his as needed medications were missing.
Anything else about how they came to be missing?
Sorry.
I
already don't remember what the above text stated.
Okay, let's go to the text that's in row 33, please. Oh, 333, please. And it says here, saw them, she wiped me out of everything. Need Adderall in the PRNs. I don't like to be out of stuff on the just in case kind of deal. I can't believe she's got the balls to flat out steal my meds for her fucking debaucheries. Hard game. After all, she is the sister. Ex me. Did I read that right?
Objection here.
Do you have any understanding as to what Mr. Depp is referring to there?
I do not.
Do you know who he's referring to when he says she is the sister?
I do not.
Sure. How did Ms. Heard treat you when you first started caring for Mr. Depp?
She was accepting.
Did that ever change in the time you treated Mr. Depp?
I felt it did.
You felt that at some time Ms. Heard's demeanor towards you changed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When do you recall her demeanor changing?
I don't recall specifically.
How did her treatment of you change?
it wasn't so much her treatment of me hearing that she didn't want me around from other members.
Who did you hear that from?
I don't recall specific. It was from other staff, people that we worked with.
Did you understand, do you have any understanding as to why she didn't want you around?
I do not.
Was Ms. Heard unfriendly towards you?
No.
Did Ms. Heard ever get angry at you in your presence?
Not that I recall.
So just to be clear, you're understanding that Ms. Heard's feelings towards you changed is based off of what you heard from other people, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your understanding was that, as you said, she didn't want you around, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Depp was your patient, correct?
Correct.
And Amber Heard was not your patient. Is that right?
Correct.
You had testified before, I believe, that you said one of your roles for Mr. Depp was providing him emotional support. Did I recall that correctly?
Correct.
That you didn't have that role for Amber Heard, correct?
Correct.
Okay. One of the exhibits I saw, it was exhibit, I believe, Lloyd 22. There was a reference to polysubstance abuse. What is that?
Polysubstance abuse is used to determine the use of different drugs and or alcohol.
So it's abusing more than one drug or alcohol, is that right?
That's what the term means, yes.
Okay. Could we go to Lloyd 23? So Ms. Lloyd would be the March 7th, 2015 entries.
What was the thing about stealing drugs? Where? I have to look up for the highlight.
Okay.
And you see the entry for 1300?
Yes.
You wrote, patient was having a hard time leaving the house, so security suggested the MD and RN go to house to see patient. Upon arrival at the house, patient was sitting in car ready to leave. MD assessed patient's finger and will spend more time with patient at the location he's being moved to. You wrote that?
I did.
And that was you wrote that based off of information you were provided?
4 minutes.
I don't recall what that first sentence is regarding.
All right, you don't have any reason to question the accuracy of the statement?
I do not.
Okay. And then at 11:30, the bottom entry, you had testified a bit to that. After the highlighted portion, it says MD offered patient Valium 10 milligrams IM to help with his anxiety and anger, but patient refused. You wrote that?
I did.
Okay. And you have no reason to question the accuracy of that?
I do not.
Okay. Was Mr. Depp expressing you recall Mr. Depp expressing any anger?
Only what I see I referred to earlier in that note, the portion that was highlighted.
Okay. Then the highlighting goes, going into the next page. Patient was talking about wanting to drink alcohol but did not obtain any. You wrote that?
I did.
And that was based off of what you saw with Mr. Depp?
According to this, yes.
Okay. And there's no reason to question the accuracy of that note?
Correct.
Okay. And then 3/8/15, 145, you write, patient has been on phone with his security guard that is staying with his wife at their rented house. Patient is discussing wanting to go home to LA tomorrow and rehashing night. Patient's personal security guard came to stay with patient. RN will be next door and instructed security to call during the night if needed. You wrote that?
Correct.
Do you know what you meant by patient is discussing wanting to go home to LA tomorrow and rehashing night?
I do not recall what that's referring to.
I believe you testified way in the beginning that you go to Dr. Kipper as a patient. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Not going into details, but how long have you been his patient?
Since before I went to nursing, early 2000s.
Okay. And do you consider Dr. Kipper to be a friend?
Yes.
When you were with Mr. Depp in Australia, was he drinking at that time?
I don't recall him drinking.
Do you recall that he was specifically abstaining from drinking during that time?
I don't recall.
Did you ever see Ms. Heard drink in front of Mr. Depp while he was abstaining from alcohol?
Yes.
Did you ever, did he ever ask her not to do that, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
All right. Your next witness?
Your Honor, Mr. Depp calls Sean Bett.
Sean Bett. And hey, how do you spell the last name? I'm sorry.
B-E-T-T.
B-E-T-T. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey! It's not a video, right? It's an actual person? Oh my God. Who's this? Is this the security guy? Everybody wake up. Somebody says the drug dealer? What? Who's coming? Who's coming? Come on, quick, get him out here before the day's over. Sean Bett. What the hell's going on? Oh. What is that? Are they vacuuming in there? What's that noise? Why? Why do they have that going on? Oh, there we go.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bett.
Good afternoon.
Will you please state your name for the record?
Joshua Sean Bett.
Mr. Bett, what is your occupation?
I'm currently security with Johnny Depp.
And your current employer is Mr. Depp?
That's correct.
And how long have you been in private security?
Approximately just over 20 years.
Prior to working in private security, what were you doing professionally?
I was with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department.
And how long were you with the LA County Sheriff's Department?
Just over 14 years.
Over those 14 years, would you please describe for the jury your responsibilities in each position you held with the LA County Sheriff's Department?
Yes, I was assigned to custody division, where we handled the intake and outtake of inmates. Then I was assigned to patrol division, where I was assigned to crime units, where we were did calls for service, proactive, reactive arrest. After that, I was assigned to gang details, where we focus and saturated in certain areas within our district on gang shootings and things of that nature. Then after that, I was assigned to gang units, where I performed search warrants and things of that nature, worked with homicide, worked with special enforcement bureaus to combat a lot of the crime that was taking place in our area.
Did it come to a point where your employment with the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department came to an end?
It did.
And how did that come about?
I was in a couple of really bad traffic collisions, and during the course of duties, the County of Los Angeles issued what they call a medical retirement or discharge, and so I was kind of forced out based on my injuries.
And after you left the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, what did you do next?
I was doing some private investigations, and I also was doing security, estate security at various residents and offices, and working with different executives on certain details.
And when you were doing estate security, did you work with a certain clientele?
I did.
What type of clientele?
It ranged from CEOs, VPs of Fortune 500 companies to certain types of celebrities as well.
How did you come to be employed by Mr. Depp?
During the course of working estate security and the type of private security, you come in contact with a lot of other individuals and security companies. What we like to call networking. So when you network with a lot of individuals, they call you from time to time to ask you if you're available to work certain days, weeks, events, and things of that nature. So I was asked by an individual if I wanted to work the estate of Mr. Depp, and I, of course, said yes on a part-time basis at the time.
And where is Mr. Depp's estate?
It's in West Hollywood, or it borders West Hollywood in the city of LA.
And approximately what year was that?
That was at the end of either 2006 into the beginning of 2007, around that time.
And since 2006, 2007, have you been employed exclusively by Mr. Depp?
I have done other work over the years on a part-time basis with other firms, but primarily within the last, I'd say, 6 to 8 years, it's been with Mr. Depp and his family.
And would you please describe for the jury your general job responsibilities when you first started working for Mr. Depp?
It was mostly state security, so we controlled the, people that arrived at the estate. We were there to monitor the streets to make sure there were no overzealous fans or paparazzi that would hop fences or would try to sneak in bushes and take pictures of the family. It also entailed taking the kids or the kid's mother to school or shopping or out to dinner and things of that nature.
And when you say the kids, do you mean Mr. Depp's children?
I do.
And who was their mother?
Vanessa Paradis.
Based on your observations, Mr. Bett, would you please describe what it was like working for Mr. Depp in the beginning?
When I first met him...
Oh, excuse me. Objection what? Sorry. What day? At the foundation, I guess. When are we talking about? Is that what you asked? Could you turn your microphone on?
Vague foundation,
vague.
Also just relevance.
All right.
What was it like working for him?
What's the relevance?
The relevance is, Your Honor, just background, just to understand.
I'll sustain the objection. We can move on.
Okay. Over the years, Mr. Bett, has your responsibilities evolved over time as you've provided protection for Mr. Depp and his family?
It has.
And how so?
I started to travel a little bit more with them out of state and then eventually out of the country and worldwide.
Did your interactions with Mr. Depp also evolve from the beginning to now?
They did. I was around him quite a bit when he was in town. In the very beginning of my employment with him, he was doing a lot of movies. He was out of the state. He was out of the country a lot. So once he was back in town, if I wasn't with his children, taking them around to school and so forth, I would be around Mr. Depp and provide, security for him when he went out and about in public and so forth.
Would you please describe for the jury your general access to Mr. Depp while providing security for him?
I had access to him at any given time. He had an open door policy. I had access to his residence, the inside, all the rooms at any given time in the event there was an emergency or anything like that.
And when traveling with Mr. Depp, was the access the same?
It was. I have access to his hotel room. Again, if there's an emergency, I have, wherever he's at, I make sure, and it's mandatory, that I and other security personnel have access to him.
And would you please describe for the jury your current job responsibilities?
Basically to provide security for him and his well-being, albeit if he's in a hotel, a residence, or when he's out and about in public.
Has your job title changed from the beginning to now?
Yes, I primarily now just work with Mr. Depp, not so much with his children anymore. So I guess you could say, for a term, you know, when we're in the United States, you know, I'm kind of his lead security guy.
Are there other members of Mr. Depp's security team?
There are.
And would you please name some of those security members?
That would be Malcolm Conley, who primarily does his European security, although he does come from the States from time to time. Leonard Damian, Mark Gibbs, Travis McGivern, Starling Jenkins.
Who is Jerry Judge?
Jerry Judge used to be his chief security individual. He was with him well over 20 years, I believe, and we lost him a few years ago to cancer.
Over the course of your employment with Mr. Depp, have you seen him consume alcohol?
I have.
How frequently?
It ranged. Sometimes I wouldn't see him drink at all, and there'd be other times he, you know, would have a glass of wine or two.
And based on your observations, how would you describe Mr. Depp's demeanor after drinking alcohol?
His demeanor is the same as if you were talking to him. I would joke around with some of the other security personnel. He's, you know, my terminology would be he's kind of too cool for school. He goes into that kind of Jack Sparrow mode, and he just, you know, he's very likable, you know, whether he drinks or he doesn't drink.
Based on your observations, have you ever seen Mr. Depp appear intoxicated?
Objection leading.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
I've seen him slightly intoxicated.
And again, based on your observations, what is Mr. Depp's demeanor like when he appears slightly intoxicated?
It's the same as if he, you know, had a glass of sparkling water. I mean, he's just very low key. He's easy to get along with, and you know, he just seems to me, I mean, he handles alcohol a lot better than I would.
And over the course of your employment with Mr. Depp, have you ever seen him consume drugs?
I haven't.
Are you generally aware that Mr. Depp has used drugs over the years?
I am.
And how are you aware of that?
From him.
Do you know who Miss Heard is?
I do.
Who is Miss Heard?
She is Mr. Depp's ex-spouse.
When did you first meet Miss Heard?
It probably would have been around 2011, 12 maybe around 2010. It was some time ago.
And how did you first meet her?
She came over to his Hollywood estate.
And would you please describe for the jury some of your early interactions with Miss Heard?
She was very pleasant, very easy to get along with. I mean, she was almost as if she was a next door neighbor, just always had a smile to her face, and no issues at the time. And, you know, I liked her a lot.
In the early days of Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's relationship, did you have an opportunity to observe them together?
I did.
How frequently?
In the early stages, it was kind of on a part-time basis, because a lot of times, you know, he was traveling or he was out of town working on films and so forth. But when they were in LA, I saw them quite frequently, which could have been the days that I worked, which varied anywhere between 4, 5, 6 days a week.
And based on what you observed of them together, how would you describe Miss Heard's relationship with Mr. Depp when they first started seeing each other?
Yes.
Objection, foundation.
All right. Foundation.
Your Honor, I believe I've laid the foundation that he saw them frequently together when they first started dating.
How he would describe their relationship is
All right.
not the foundation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
His
one.
bodyguard. What do you know? He would know He's there all the time. Why is that a thing where you can't describe
After
that?
Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard started a romantic relationship, did you become familiar with any of Ms. Heard's family or friends?
I did.
Which ones?
Her sister, Whitney Heard, her good friend, Raquel or Rocky Pennington, another friend, Io Tillett Wright, Miss Pennington's boyfriend at the time, Josh Drew.
And did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Depp's interactions with Ms. Heard's family and friends?
I did.
And how would you generally describe their interactions?
He was very open and warm to them. He, offered them, whatever they needed. They were constantly coming around the estate. Eventually he let a couple of them live in his penthouses downtown for free. He would let a few of them drive his nice Dodge Challenger in and around town and take on trips.
Did you have an opportunity to observe how Ms. Heard's friends and families treated Mr. Depp?
I did. They were obviously very pleasant to him because, from observing, they were taking advantage of him. So they were being obviously extra nice to the hand that feeds them. And that's just progressed over a period of time.
How did Ms. Heard interact with you?
All right, what's the relevance?
It's just background, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection and move on. Okay.
It's low for you guys? Let me see what it comes out.
Were you ever present, Mr. Bett, for any conversations amongst Ms. Heard and her friends?
I was.
Can you describe any particular one that stands out to you?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading calls for hearsay.
All right.
Well, to the extent, Your Honor, we're offering Ms. Heard's statements, it's not hearsay.
All right. Well, if you can lay a foundation to that, let's see them go.
Do you recall any specific instances, Mr. Bett, where you heard Ms. Heard say something to her friends?
I do.
Okay. Can you describe one of those situations?
Yes. The first one, I was taking her from Mr. Depp's property to her apartment in the south end of the city that I believe Mr. Depp was paying for. She was sitting next to me in the vehicle. She was talking to a girlfriend or a friend where they were talking about another male. And she says to the girlfriend, whoever she was talking to, all men are idiots, you shouldn't trust that guy. And then she turned to me and she said, sorry, Sean, not you, I didn't mean that. And I just shrugged it off like it's not a big deal.
Do you remember approximately when that conversation took place?
I would say probably maybe 2012 or 13 perhaps even a little bit sooner than that. It was a long time ago.
And over the years of Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's relationships, did you have an opportunity to observe how the relationship evolved?
I did.
And
Well, I'll just see what the next question is. That's fine.
did you notice any changes in the relationship between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Objection, vague, foundation, relevance, and leading.
All right. Well, I'll allow it if you could get a timeline set in there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you notice any changes in the relationship between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard after the initial stages of them beginning to engage in a romantic relationship?
I did.
And would you please describe those changes that you observed?
Well, I noticed they went from being that loving, almost like high school couple where they were very giddy towards each other. He was very happy. She was very happy to, they started to argue. They started to argue periodically, and then the arguing started to progress more and more and more. And it was always taking place because, Ms. Heard would start this argument.
Did you ever observe Ms. Heard drink alcohol?
I did.
How often?
It just varied. There would be, some days when I was working that I would see her. There would be other days I didn't see her or she was out of town working. So it just really depended on when she was around. And when she was around, for the most part, she was drinking. Sometimes I'd see a glass in her hand and sometimes I'd see her, have 2 glasses if I was in the presence of her and Mr. Depp, obviously.
Based on your observations, did it ever appear that Miss Heard was intoxicated?
There were times when I went into the penthouse or we were at the Hollywood estate and, based on my training and experience in law enforcement, I could tell she was
Your Honor.
slightly intoxicated.
Excuse me.
That's kind of getting into the realm of expert testimony. He's not a designated expert.
Perhaps we can have him answer the question without any citing to any experience in law enforcement, Mr. Bett?
I'll just sustain the objection. Let's go to the next question.
Okay, understood.
You already answered it. We heard it.
Do you recall observing any arguments between Mr. Depp and Miss Heard?
Several.
Can you tell the jury about one that comes to mind?
There was an incident, for example, I just happened to be on the floor of their penthouse, which is on the top floor of this building. I was outside by the pool area reading a book, and when I was walking back past their door, I could hear shouting. I could hear her voice shouting, at a very high pitch. So I didn't rush in right away or anything. I just kind of stood by the door. He was, speaking with her, and then the voices, the shouting dissipated, and then, there was music playing, and then they started talking. So I kind of just stood by the door briefly, and then I went into another section of the penthouse floor.
Do you recall approximately the time frame of that argument?
As far as the year or how long it lasted?
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Bett. The year.
That could have been perhaps 2012, 2013, maybe a little thereafter.
Did Miss Heard ever confide in you about her relationship with Mr. Depp?
Briefly.
Do you recall her saying anything in particular about her relationship with Mr. Depp?
There was a couple occasions. There was one occasion in which they had an argument at his West Hollywood address. Johnny told me, just take her downtown to the penthouse so she can relax and cool off. As we were driving downtown, she was crying. This was at the point when the arguing was taking place quite frequently. And I was telling her, I said, Amber, this can't continue. You guys are either going to kill each other or you're going to be in jail. And, with tears and everything, she says, but I love him and I'm not going to lose him. And I says, but you guys can't keep doing this. So we eventually got to the downtown apartments. She said, thank you. I dropped her off. And then I went back to the West Hollywood address.
What did you mean by, this can't continue when you told Miss Heard that?
The constant arguing and bickering and so forth, because as I said, it was slowly progressing and, it was just going to turn out bad eventually.
I believe you testified earlier that you observed many arguments between Mr. Depp and Miss Heard. Do you recall anything that Miss Heard said to Mr. Depp while they were arguing?
There was an incident because, as I said, the arguing progressed over and over as the years continued. He would text me when I was working saying,
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain that objection if you want to.
Mr. Bett, if you could just focus on what you overheard Miss Heard say while observing arguments between Mr. Depp and Miss Heard.
I overheard her saying to him, he's a fat ass, fuck you, Johnny, And you too, Sean, at one time when, she went to throw a water bottle or a plastic cup down the stairs and it bounced kind of in Johnny's direction, but I ended up getting him and we, got out of there as soon as possible.
You blocked the water
Did
bottle?
you ever see Ms. Heard throw anything other than a water bottle?
It was a water bottle or a coffee cup. It was something plastic.
Other than a water bottle or a plastic cup, did you ever see Ms. Heard throw anything else?
No, other than what he told me when she threw a broken bottle and sliced his finger.
Sir.
Oh.
I'll sustain the objection. The jury will strike that testimony. Please just answer the question asked, and when there's an objection, do not speak, okay?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
After observing several arguments between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, what happened next?
As far as a time frame, well, as I said, the arguing, when it would continue, we would always, I'd put him in the car and we'd drive back to his West Hollywood address, at which point it just depended on the week or the day or the month. They would reconcile within hours, or it might take a day where he would stay overnight at his West Hollywood address, and then, I would take him back the next day, and, they would reconcile by, talking, and she would have, candles lit, or, a bottle of wine open with glasses, and, within, certain evenings, I'd get a text message from her, asking me to go pick up dinner at local restaurants they frequented.
Did you ever see any violence between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp?
No.
Other than the occasion when you saw Ms. Heard throw something plastic in Mr. Depp's direction, did you ever see Ms. Heard hit Mr. Depp?
No.
Did you ever see any physical injuries on Ms. Heard?
I didn't.
Did you ever see any physical injuries on Ms. Heard on occasions after Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard argued?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
All right, you want to lay a time frame to that?
Absolutely.
Sure.
On the occasions that you witnessed Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp argue, after that, did you ever see any physical injuries on Ms. Heard?
That's the same question.
Okay.
All right.
Move on.
Okay.
At any point during Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's relationship, did you ever see any injuries on Ms. Heard?
No.
How about on Mr. Depp?
Yes.
When did you observe injuries on Mr. Depp?
The first time would have been around 2014, I guess, in which he had his finger was damaged from an incident in Australia.
Do you know how Mr. Depp's finger was damaged?
Objection. Foundation.
Foundation?
It's just background if he knows. I won't ask the
I'll
the
sustain
following
the
question.
objection unless he was in Australia and saw it himself.
Okay.
Okay.
When else did you see injuries on Mr. Depp?
I saw another injury around, would have been March of 2015. He had a swollen kind of cheekbone eyelid.
Your Honor, if I may please pull up a photograph exhibit number 146.
Just to the witness?
Just for the witness, that's
Okay.
correct.
I'm sorry, 146?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And that's plaintiffs, obviously.
Plaintiffs,
Exhibit 146. Mr. Bett, do you recognize this photograph?
I do,
And how do you recognize it?
because I took that picture.
Why did you take this photograph?
Well, we needed it as evidence in case Ms. Heard tried to make allegations towards Mr. Depp. I was emphatic with him, telling him that's a serious mark and we need to photograph it.
I just moved to strike for foundation.
I'll allow
Foundation?
that answer, but thank you.
The entire thing.
And when did you take this photograph?
It would have been around March of 2015.
Your Honor, we ask that this photograph please be published to the jury and admitted into evidence.
Any objection to 146?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 146 in evidence and be published to the jury. Thank you.
Mr. Bett, what does this photograph show?
It depicts a swollen upper left cheekbone with redness to it.
Thank you. Did you notice any other injuries on Mr. Depp?
On that specific day, no.
Later in time, did you ever notice any other injuries on Mr. Depp?
I did.
Can you please describe what you recall?
It was around December of that same year, 2015. He got into an argument with Miss Heard and she scratched him and he had injuries.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection. Only your observations, sir, what you saw.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Bett, can you please describe the injury that you saw on Mr. Depp?
Yes, he had scratch marks around his nose area. I believe on one of the sides of his face in the cheek area and then on his forehead.
And if we could just have published to the witness plaintiff's exhibit number 65.
65.
And Mr. Bett, this is a 3-page document, so if I can have Mr. Arnold Blair please scroll down.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Do you recognize these photographs?
I do,
And how do you recognize them?
because I took them.
When did you take them?
Mid-December 15th.
And why did you take these photographs?
I took him to show proof that he once again had injuries sustained in an altercation.
Your Honor, we'll move to publish these photographs to the jury and for admittance.
All right, any objection to 65?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 65 in evidence. It can be published.
And Mr. Bett, would you please describe what we're looking at here?
The first picture, there's a laceration on the left side of his nose. It looks like the left upper cheek has a slight bruise to it. And then on his forehead, right above the ridgeline, just almost to the center, it looks like there's a red scratch mark above his left eye and to the right.
Do you see that in the same subsequent pictures in page 2?
Okay, page 2, I see a scratch mark, a vertical scratch mark adjacent to his right ear on the right side of his face.
Same question for page 3.
Page 3, there's a scratch mark on the lower right portion of his chin. There's that same scratch mark on the center left side of his nose, and you could see the frontal portion of that bruise that's on the left side under his eye.
Were you surprised to see Mr. Depp with these injuries?
Objection, leading.
All right, I sustain as to leading.
We'll move on. Did you ever see any similar injuries on Miss Heard?
None.
Did you ever see any injuries on Miss Heard?
I didn't.
Did Miss Heard ever tell you she was being abused by Mr. Depp?
She didn't.
Did she ever ask you for help?
No.
Did you ever see any evidence that Miss Heard was being abused by Mr. Depp?
I didn't.
Turning to April 21st, 2016, Mr. Betts, do you remember anything about that day?
Yes, that was the day or evening that Miss Heard was celebrating her birthday with some friends.
Do you recall what birthday Miss Heard was celebrating?
I'm sorry?
Do you recall what birthday Miss Heard was celebrating?
I believe it was her 30th, 29th or 30th.
Your Honor, if we may, can we just remove the exhibits?
Oh, yeah,
Thank
sorry.
you.
Thank you.
Other than Miss Heard's birthday celebration that evening, do you recall anything else about April 21st, 2016?
He had a meeting that afternoon, and which extended into the evening, and that was as I said, the night of her birthday party, where they got into another argument, and she had struck him in the face.
All right,
Objection, move to strike, Your Honor.
sir, if you didn't see it, you can't testify to it, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The jury will strike that answer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Were you with Mr. Depp when he attended the meeting that you mentioned earlier?
I was.
And if you know, who was that meeting with?
It was with his accountant,
And who is Mr. Depp's accountant?
Ed White.
And where did that meeting take place?
It took place at his old production office in the Los Angeles area.
What happened after the meeting ended?
When the meeting ended, we drove to his West Hollywood address, which might have been maybe 5-10 minutes away. He had to go inside the house and retrieve something. I don't know what it was. We were only there a short period of time. And we were kind of rushing because, we had been running late because it was a birthday dinner. And then we eventually left thereafter and headed back down to the penthouses downtown Los Angeles.
And how would you describe Mr. Depp's demeanor after the meeting ended with Mr. White?
To me, he looked fine. You could tell he was in a hurry, and he was, telling me, okay, we got to hurry up and go to the house real quick before we go downtown. But other than that, he appeared fine to me.
And based on your observations, Mr. Bett, did Mr. Depp appear to you to be intoxicated?
He didn't.
I believe you testified that after you left the meeting, you went to Mr. Depp's home, his residence in West Hollywood, and then on to the Eastern Columbia building. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What happened after you arrived at the penthouses for Miss Heard's birthday dinner?
We went upstairs, and she was having a dinner with her friends, and one of the penthouses, I believe it was penthouse number 5, we entered the front door to that penthouse. Amber stood up. She walked towards Mr. Depp. She had a look of, you could tell she was upset the fact that he was late. Mr. Depp apologized to everybody, apologized to Amber, and, told her, sorry, baby, or words to that effect for being late. She gave him a hug and a kiss and said, come sit down, sugar.
Was that a common nickname Miss Heard used for Mr. Depp?
Yes, she used to call him that quite frequently in front of me.
Approximately what time did you arrive to the Eastern Columbia building?
It would have been somewhere between maybe 9 and 10 o'clock in the evening.
Do you know what time the birthday dinner for Miss Heard was scheduled to start?
I can't remember the exact time.
Do you recall how late you and Mr. Depp were to the birthday dinner?
I knew we were running behind, but as I said, I didn't know actually what time the dinner was starting.
And once you arrived at the penthouses at the Eastern Columbia building, did you go inside?
Briefly, I had a couple of Mr. Depp's computer bags and bags with me, and I just set them down in the corner, and then I exited thereafter.
How long did you stay at the Eastern Columbia building after exiting the penthouse?
I was probably there perhaps maybe another hour or two, and then I would have been relieved by the night shift security personnel, Travis McGivern.
Did you happen to work the next day on April 22nd, 2016?
I did.
Where did you start working on that day?
On that day, I drove to his West Hollywood address because Mr. McGivern had sent me a text message stating they had an argument.
Objection, hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain as the hearsay.
Why did you start your shift at the Sweetser property or Mr. Depp's West Hollywood property as opposed to the Eastern Columbia building?
Because that's where Mr. Depp was at the time.
Do you recall anything specific about that day, April 22nd, 2016?
Just he had told me they had a...
So I'll sustain the objection. You cannot say what he told you, sir.
Sorry.
I'm sure you've testified before, correct?
I have.
Yes, thank you.
Did you see Mr. Depp when you arrived to his West Hollywood home on April 22nd, 2016?
I did.
Did you observe any injuries on Mr. Depp?
I didn't.
In this time frame of April 2016, do you recall Mr. Depp's mother having any health problems?
Yes.
What do you recall about her health problems?
At that time, she was very critical. She had been suffering from cancer for some time, a few years, I believe. And at that stage, she was slowly deteriorating. So it was approximately a month before she passed.
Do you recall when she passed away?
I believe it was around May 20th. 19th.
And how did you learn that she had passed away?
Mr. Depp told me.
And again, based on your observations, how would you describe Mr. Depp's demeanor when he informed you that his mother had passed away?
Well, he just lost his mother, so he was, you could tell he was, very sad, and he was mourning. And so I just left him alone until he needed me for whatever I had to do for him that day.
And to your knowledge, Mr. Bett, when was the next time Mr. Depp saw Ms. Heard?
Maybe a month later, sometime in May.
And I'm sorry, was that a month after the birthday dinner on April 21st, 2016?
Objection, leading.
I'll sustain as to leading.
To your knowledge, after April 21st, 2016, when did Mr. Depp next see Ms. Heard?
In my presence, he would have seen her May 21st.
And was that after Mr. Depp's mother passed away?
Correct. That would have been a day after she passed.
I have approximately 10, 15 minutes left.
I'll let you finish. If that's okay with the jury, we'll finish at least the direct. Okay.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Turning to May 21st, 2016, please tell us what you remember about that day.
That day we were at his West Hollywood address. Jerry Judge, his chief security guard, was with me and with us at the estate at the time. Later on in that evening, Mr. Depp told us that he wanted to go down and retrieve some items from the penthouse. And he also wanted to talk briefly with Ms. Heard.
Objection hearsay, Your Honor.
It's just to establish.
All right, you want to talk to Ms. Heard, that's fine, we'll leave it at that. Next question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. So you were working on May 21st, is that right?
I was.
Did you end up taking Mr. Depp to the penthouses at Eastern Columbia Building?
I did, and Mr. Judge was along with me as well.
And do you remember approximately what time you arrived at the penthouses?
It would have been sometime after 7:30, maybe 7:45, 7:15, around that time frame.
And was that in the evening?
It was.
Did you enter the penthouses with Mr. Depp?
I did, myself and Jerry Judge and Mr. Depp.
And what did you see when you first entered the penthouse?
When we first walked in, on the center island in the kitchen, there were candles lit on the table. There was a couple wine glasses that were empty, and there was a bottle of wine that was open. There was also music playing in the background through the speakers that were in the wall.
Did you see Ms. Heard when you first entered the penthouse?
I didn't.
What happened after you entered the penthouses?
After we entered the penthouses, Jerry Judge told Johnny that myself and...
Yes.
Objection hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. All right, next question.
Okay. Did you stay inside the penthouse with Mr. Judge and Mr. Depp?
No, shortly thereafter, Mr. Judge and I exited the penthouse and stood outside the door briefly.
How long would you estimate that you stood outside the door of the penthouse?
It would have been approximately maybe 10 minutes, maybe a little bit more, a little bit less.
And after standing outside the penthouse for 10 minutes, give or take, where did you go next?
We walked down the hallway to penthouse number 5. Penthouse number 5 has 2 doors. There's a main entrance that takes you into the living room. Next to it, around the corner, it's a continuation of the penthouse, which is like a storage area. It also has, it had a couch at the time and a TV for the security personnel. So once we were at the penthouses, we could go in there, have lunch or dinner, or watch a little bit of TV. And then, whenever Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard would leave and I'd have to drive, or the other security personnel, we would get a text, or they would come and knock on the door, and we would leave.
And when you first arrived to the penthouses with Mr. Depp, based on your observations, was he drinking?
He had some glasses of wine at the meeting he was at with his accountant.
Apologies, Mr. Bett. I meant on May 21st, 2016.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Did you observe Mr. Depp drinking any alcohol that day?
He might have had a glass of wine in the car, but as far as the entire day, I wouldn't have known how much he drank.
Did he appear intoxicated to you when he arrived to the Eastern Columbia Building?
No.
So you went to the storage area of the penthouse area. How long were you there?
We might have been there maybe 10 minutes, 5 minutes. We got something to drink, and then we exited that penthouse I described, or that penthouse storage area.
And where did you go next?
We walked down the hall towards Mr. Depp's penthouse, which would have been penthouse number 3.
And did you stand outside the door, or did you go in?
As we approached the door, we could hear the screaming and shouting from Ms. Heard. So I immediately opened up the door, and Mr. Judge and I ran in there.
What do you remember Ms. Heard screaming or shouting?
It appeared she was shouting profanities. So once Mr. Judge and I went through the front door, Mr. Depp would have been standing directly in front of us, maybe about 20 feet, because parallel to us walking in or running in, there was a wall. It was the way the kitchen was set up, it was almost like an L shape. So you walk in, and then you'd have to make a left. So Mr. Depp would have been standing in front of us, and he glanced at us. As soon as Mr. Judge and I rounded the corner, I saw Ms. Heard standing next to her good friend, Raquel Pennington.
And how was Ms. Heard standing? Where were her hands?
Her hands would have been in this motion. Once Mr. Judge and I rounded that corner and she saw both Jerry and I, she had this look of surprise on her face, and then she looked at Mr. Depp and us, and she shouted out loud, "This is the last time you do this to me." At which point Mr. Depp looked at her and said, "What the hell are you talking about?" At that point, Mr. Judge tapped Mr. Depp on the arm and told him, "Boss, let's leave." So we gathered, there was a couple of computer bags that was right on a table, and we exited the front door to penthouse number 3.
Based on your observations, did you have a clear view of Ms. Heard?
I did.
Did you have a clear view of her face?
I did.
Did you observe any injuries on Ms. Heard's face?
I didn't.
Did you see any redness?
I didn't.
Swelling?
None.
I don't know how Chuck knew that. How'd you know that, Chuck?
Was Ms. Heard holding her face?
She wasn't.
How the hell did you know that? I've been watching you.
So what happened next?
We exited penthouse number 3 and we walked down the hallway. Right when we were getting close to penthouse number 5 door, Mr. Depp says, "I need to get in here and look for something." So I opened up the door for him. We went inside, and that's when I saw Miss Heard's friend, Raquel Pennington's boyfriend, Josh Drew, and another unknown female that I'd never seen before. And there was a small dog kind of walking around. Mr. Depp, I believe he said, "Get the fuck out of my apartment." So Mr. Drew nodded his head and basically said, "Okay." The female picked up the dog, and they exited the front door to that penthouse.
What did Mr. Depp do next?
He was walking around the kitchen area, living room area. He might have gone upstairs briefly. I can't remember. I don't know what he was looking for. I didn't ask him. Mr. Judge didn't ask him. Eventually, he didn't find whatever he was looking for, and we exited penthouse number 3.
And while Mr. Depp was in penthouse number 3, did you observe him cause any damage?
No.
Did you observe him cause any damage to any of the penthouses on May 21st, 2016?
No.
Did you see Mr. Depp become violent with anyone while at the penthouses on May 21st, 2016?
Objection leading.
I'll allow it. That's fine.
I didn't.
Mr. Bett, have you ever seen Mr. Depp become violent with Ms. Heard?
I haven't.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right. You can stay right there, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the testimony for today. So I'll release you. We'll be back here at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Please have a safe, quiet night. Please take care of yourself. Take your vitamins. We need you.
Vitamins.
And we will see you in the morning. Don't talk to anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? All right, thank you.
So I guess one of the jurors had some health conditions, so I guess they had to be excused. How many extras do they have? I forgot. Was it like 3 extras? I think. I'm looking forward to the cross because I feel like the Amber's lawyers, it seem like they're ready to get on it. Objection, objection, objection. When they're ready to get on it, they're going to try to.
And Mr. Bett, since you're still in the middle of your testimony, you cannot talk to the attorneys or Mr. Depp about your testimony or about this case, okay?
I understand.
All right, and we'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Okay,
right,
sir?
thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. You're released. All right. Anything else for this evening?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Just wanted a point of clarification.
Okay. Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Well, perhaps we
Would you
should
like to approach? Okay, sure.
So that noise that we heard earlier, that's what Molly was talking about. Like they have this thing in there. When I heard that sound earlier, first I was thinking like a vacuum or something. But then when they mentioned that's the noise that they do, I was thinking like Squid Games or whatever. It's like the weird. It's gonna be kind of odd. They have this thing with like a speaker just so nobody can hear nothing. I mean, I guess it makes sense. You know, they don't want the whatever. I guess. Night yum yum. What do you call it? Night yum yum or good night yum yum? My good night yum yum. Dr. Feel Good. Want my pills. Night yum yum. Yeah, they were kind of stopping him because I guess so he says this guy says he's seen the bruising, I guess, but he hasn't seen the actual fight. You know, that's what he said, and then at one point too, he was talking about he would just stay outside, like outside the door. And so I was kind of thinking, like, I don't know, if you're security, then why wouldn't you go in? I guess he just figured, oh, it's personal stuff. But if the woman's screaming, maybe somebody's dying in there. Maybe you should go inside and check it out. I don't know. And he slipped in a few there too. That's what the judge got upset and kind of like checked him a bit. I mean, Johnny was taking care of all these people, man. From what I've gotten from all this stuff, like, yeah, it's a mess. There was a lot of drugs and stuff, a lot of issues. But this dude put everybody up, including Amber's family. And look how they turn around, right? They were just taking him for all the money they could take this guy. And then after, he's supposed to take care of them too. And then they're still trying to take him after, take his money or whatever. Security guard Mr. Bett describes Hurt's friends and family, including her sister, Whitney, and friend Rocky Pennington, who were often around and later lived in some of Depp's properties. Mr. Bett says he believes they were taking advantage of him and goes on to say, so they were very nice to him. You don't want to bite the hand that feeds you. He says he was once present when Heard was talking with one of her friends, and he heard her say, all men are idiots. Men are idiots. They're disgusting and they're mansplaining. As for their relationship, he says it evolved from a high school type of romance, and when they were getting onto periodic arguments, he says Heard, keep messing that up, instigated these disputes. He often witnessed her drinking wine and saw her slightly intoxicated, but I think he said like maybe a glass. He never really, I mean, the way he described the drinking, he's like, yeah, I saw her with a glass of wine. I was like, oh, okay. Like, that's not really much there. I mean, you know, or one point, I think he said 2 glasses. And it's like, all right, you know. He says he witnessed some arguments and describes an occasion when he walked by their Los Angeles apartment. He believes it was around 2012, 2013, when he heard loud shouting, yelling in a very high-pitched voice or whatever. Oh, wow. That's what that sounds like? It's so weird. Everybody get out. He'll be back tomorrow, man. So tomorrow should be good, at least the first part. I don't know what's going to happen after this guy. Anybody know who's coming next? Who's after the security? Molly believes that Johnny might be coming on next. I don't know, after the security guy. I guess I can take that off, right? Do they just leave that playing the entire time? Arnica. Yeah, everyone has like 4 glasses of wine. Thanks, McKinnon. Appreciate that. Mary, the security guards being on the level about JD's drinking, for example, only helps his truthfulness factor. The end of his testimony was most important for JD. Okay. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. I'm kind of beat, to be honest with you. I'm like, I just end the stream. But no, let me get this. Let me see if I missed anything real quick. I did miss a few streams or few chats or something like that. VM82 says, if Whitney Heard isn't in the... Oh, and that's what I got to find out about. Yeah. If Whitney Heard isn't in the courtroom, I'd assume she's a possible witness. Please ask Molly. Thank you for covering this case. Shout out to the best chat. I sent her a text, but she can't reply while she's in there. Maybe now when she gets out, now that they got out. Oh, she just sent a reply. Yeah. Whitney, there was a girl there earlier with very dark hair and a nose job. She sat right in front of me. I don't know if that's her. She was hot in the courtroom today, but she will be testifying. That's why she's not in the room. So I guess she might be testifying. Yeah. That's going to be interesting. What you're hearing is a screen that is displayed for viewing. No, earlier today, Molly said they do something in the courtroom too, where they just, I don't know, they deafen everybody for some, so I guess they can't hear people talking or something. Maybe that was the ending thing that they did, though. I don't know. Katie, thank you so much for the super chat. It says they included this witness so the court could have nap time. Sarah Davis, thank you for the super chat. I have to jet. I'm so sad about it. You're all an absolute pleasure. Oh, there was something else. I don't recall. Toodles. Vampy, thank you for becoming a member. Be Botanical, thank you for the super chat. Mel that knows is what Molly was talking about. Yeah, that's what I thought. That was from earlier. That was like an hour ago that she sent that. Thank you for the subscriptions. Boonski, Tree, Candace Bly. I'm just kidding. Not Candace Bly. Katie, thank you for becoming a member. Sally Sleuth, I hope you're doing well. Has been a member for 6 months. Great job, Mel. Shanice, subscribe. Thank you for subbing. Katie, I think the reason Depp's attorney aren't ejecting very much is because right now Amber's attorney sees like they're desperate to hide certain information. Makes Depp's team look more honest. I think definitely the whole situation that happened. Oh yeah, I got to take Katrina. I will get to. I'm gonna tonight. I'm gonna hit you up because I want to send you that. I think the whole situation where Eve was kicked out and the whole deceptive thing, people are really turned off by that. I think that really reflects poorly on Amber's people. What else was I thinking about? Oh yeah, and the way that Amber looked today, Amber looked like she cut back on the makeup and the weird outfits that she was putting on. She cut back on the outfits too. And I think because all those testimonies that were happening, people were like, we don't remember her really wearing makeup, or, and then they were like, oh, but maybe she was wearing makeup, but it's one of those makeups that you wouldn't really notice. But then you see her in court, and I thought the stuff she had on stood out. Like you could tell. Well, I don't know. I'm trying to see. What does she look like the other days? Amber Heard. Trial. Yeah. Just to me today it looked like she didn't even have makeup on today. The other days, lipstick on. Because the other days, okay, vamos a mirar un poquito aquí. Too many screens. To me, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, she had this, I think this is her today. You know what I'm saying? They're like, oh, crap. Like, we gotta, you know what I'm saying? We don't want them. That's what she looked like today, I think. Oh, no, that's the other day. That's makeup. That's 3 days ago. Today, this is her right here. I think that's from today. All right. So, yeah, some people in the chat were noticing that. I thought that was kind of interesting. They kind of switched up the makeup. Also, I didn't realize I was streaming in 60 FPS. 8 hours streaming in 7 hours streaming at 60 FPS, but it's all good. I'm gonna have to find some more purple stuff. Yeah, I like it too. I don't know. I think it looks good. I realize there's a thing with colors. Like I bought like an orange shirt, and orange doesn't go good because of my skin. It just looks like repetitive. But when you have like a different kind of tone, I don't know anything about this stuff. I'm just learning now. Trial and error. The natural makeup, innocent look. Yeah, I had a good time with you guys today. The thing drag. I couldn't have gotten through this without you guys like in the chat, because that was rough, man. The doctor's thing was rough. The nurse's thing was kind of rough. Whew. I hope they chill with the depositions. Oh, I forgot we're supposed to look at this too. Hold on. Let's see here. There was some sort of apology, right? Somebody in the chat was sorry, I forgot. Somebody in the chat earlier was telling me about this apology. Johnny Depp and Amber Heard apologized for illegally bringing dogs to Australia. How do you illegally bring dogs to Australia? You have to have like permission or something? Do they have rules over there? Like, let me see. Johnny Depp. But he was really apologizing for her though, right? Because wasn't it like, what's the whole story behind that? Australia dogs. Let's see. Johnny Depp's dogs. Amber Heard was repeatedly told she couldn't take pets to Australia. So the Australia has a rule about pets? The actor Amber Heard was repeatedly told it would be illegal for her to take her 2 dogs with her to Australia. A former Johnny Depp employee has claimed in a London court. They actually went to court about that? Like they brought this up in court? Wow. Kevin Murphy, who worked for the Pirates of the Caribbean star for almost 8 years, alleged that Depp's then partner had demanded he make a false statement about the animals being smuggled into the country. He also said that Heard 34 had asked him to contact her former assistant, Kate James, which I think we heard her, right? And asked her to lie under oath to an Australian court. In October 2015, Heard faced criminal proceedings in Australia for taking the couple's 2 Yorkshire, whatever they call them, terriers. What do you mean, whatever? Pistol and Boo into the country illegally. She and Depp recorded a now infamous video in 2016 apologizing. You know what? Let me do something real quick. Let's do something real quick. Just see before I play this. I just wanted to actually just use something else. Actually, where's the okay? Let me use a different link. Actually, it's not play. Say I don't trust none of these YouTube whatever things. I don't trust none of them. Okay, let's do this one. Should I open it in the other browser? Australia.
A wonderful island with a treasure trove of unique plants, animals, and people.
It has to be protected.
Australia is free of many pests and diseases that are commonplace
She looks like she's wearing makeup to me in this video too. Right.
Around the world. That is why Australia has to have such strong biosecurity laws.
And Australians are just as unique, both warm and direct. When you disrespect Australian law, they will tell you firmly.
I am truly sorry that Pistol and Boo were not declared.
Oh,
Protecting Australia is important.
Declare everything when you enter Australia.
What is this protecting Australia from? Dogs? I guess it's like a thing. Pogus says Australia is an island, so they have a chance to keep unwanted pet diseases out of the country. Oh, okay. All animals have to be quarantined. I didn't know that. Amber smuggled her dogs on a private plane. Oh, okay. Oh, Court TV says Johnny Depp will testify tomorrow. Okay. All right. So tomorrow should be good. Make sure you guys come back and hit like before you get out of here, por favor. I'd appreciate it. Johnny Depp's supposed to be testifying tomorrow. So I'm looking forward to the cross from the security guard. And I also want to see Johnny Depp's testimony, asking him directly. It's not hearsay, I guess, if it's coming directly from him, right? And then I want to see the cross, what they're going to say with Johnny. And then what does that mean after that? After Johnny, then what? Is it Amber's people and then Amber? Or is Amber next? I feel like this reminds me of something, this apology video.
Australia is a wonderful island with a treasure trove of unique plants, animals, and people.
It has to be protected.
Why do they have to apologize? Don't you just pay a fine or something? Why do you got to apologize? People are upset with them? Is this considered like a very big, I don't know, maybe because they're celebrities? I don't know.
Australia is free of many pests and diseases that are commonplace around the world.
Okay.
That is why Australia has to have such strong biosecurity laws.
Oh.
And Australians are just as unique, both warm and direct. When you disrespect Australian law, they will tell you firmly.
I am truly sorry that Pistol and Boo were not declared. Protecting Australia is important.
Declare everything when you enter Australia.
This is kind of a weird video, though. All right, I learned something new. Okay, I didn't know that. I wanted to play one more video, and then I kind of want to head out because if we're gonna be here tomorrow's gonna be good. Want to kind of relax tonight. Tomorrow should be really interesting. I look forward to that. Looks like a hostage video. Yeah, that's what Bronze Barbie said. Powers that be making him apologize. Illuminati. Thank you, Natalie. Appreciate the super sticker, super chat. I wish that would show on the screen, like the actual image or something. It doesn't, like on the top here for me. It doesn't. I mean, I see it in the chat, but how many ads we're gonna play?
Southport Courthouse, Carla, big week in fact. Amber Heard and Johnny Depp are back here on the Gold Coast, back at the scene of the alleged biosecurity crimes because she is facing 3 very serious charges. One of illegally providing a false document and also 2
Oh, his hair's looking dope right there, though.
counts of importing
Hey, Johnny's
prohibited products. It was, of course, Barnaby Joyce, the Agriculture Minister, now Deputy Prime Minister, who took the hardline approach on this. Last year, he warned the dogs would be put down if they didn't bugger off back to the United States.
Australia. Johnny Depp mocks apology video over dog. There's gonna be more ads. Let's just do this. 1 sec. Let me just throw it in the other browser. Close it out.
I would like to, I'm going to do this everywhere I go. I would really like to apologize for not smuggling my dogs into England, because it would have been a bad thing to do. Because the Australians, though chipper and you know, kind of. Yeah, they're chipper and they're.
That's funny. I feel like Johnny's dogs were here, weren't they? Weren't they with you on set?
I don't know. The rich of the famous. Or the rich and the famous, whatever. Anyway, man, I'm gonna get out of here. I love you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today, especially through the rough parts. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Tomorrow should definitely be good. Should be interesting. They say Johnny's gonna testify tomorrow, so we get to see the cross first thing in the morning. Cross-examination. Hopefully nothing happens between now and then that this guy gets kicked out from testifying, the security guard. And then Johnny. And thank you so much for the love today. That was really nice this morning. It was super I don't know, whatever it is, made me feel good. So thank you. Yeah, you guys have a good night. Take care. Peace. Hit like and all that good stuff. Bye.